Tonight, my tired little ones, we drift far below the surface into waters untouched by light, sound, or memory. Long before humans imagined the deep, life learned to endure pressure, darkness, and distance, continuing quietly in places no one would ever see. If you enjoy these slow journeys through the hidden parts of the world, you can like the video, subscribe and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, turn on that fan for some noise and allow the night to settle in. Now imagine this in that comfy bed of yours. You're standing on the deck of a research vessel in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 300 miles from the nearest land. It's just past dawn, and the water around you is that particular shade of blue that doesn't exist anywhere else on Earth. Not the blue of swimming pools or tropical lagoons, but something deeper, more honest. The kind of blue that makes you realise the ocean isn't trying to be pretty for anyone. Below your feet, the ocean floor lies nearly 4 miles down. If you could somehow drain all this water away, you'd be standing at the edge of a cliff that makes the Grand Canyon look like a drainage ditch. But you can't see any of that from here. All you can see is the gentle roll of swells that began somewhere near New Zealand and will end, eventually, on a beach in California. The research submersible hangs from a crane, its white hull gleaming in the early light. It looks exactly like what it is. A very expensive, very sophisticated metal ball with windows. The head researcher, a woman who's made this descent 17 times, checks her watch and nods to the crew. You climb inside through a hatch that's barely wide enough for your shoulders, settle into a seat designed by someone who'd apparently never met a human spine, and watch as they seal you in. The descent begins with all the drama of a grocery store elevator. For the first few minutes, you're still in the zone where normal ocean things happen. The water is that luminous Caribbean blue that makes you understand why people pay thousands of dollars to go snorkeling. Sunlight streams down in shafts that look almost solid, as if you could grab onto them. Small fish dart past the viewport, species you might recognise from aquariums or fishing documentaries. The water is about 75 degrees, which is to say perfectly pleasant, the temperature of a bath you'd actually want to get into. At 50 feet down you notice the first change. The red wavelengths of light have vanished. If you'd brought a tomato with you, which would be weird, but bear with me, it would look black. Blood looks black down here too, which is something that surprises new divers when they cut themselves and see what appears to be ink leaking from their skin. The ocean is eating the colour spectrum one wavelength at a time, starting with the warm tones, the colours of fire and sunset and everything humans traditionally associate with safety. At 100 feet, the orange goes, then yellow at 300 feet, which is about as deep as recreational scuba divers ever go, and honestly, good for them for knowing their limits. The water is still relatively warm and still bright enough to read by, but already you've descended farther than 99% of humans ever will. You're now in a realm visited only by professional divers, military submarines, and people who made some really interesting life choices. At 600 feet, the green wavelengths filter out. The water around you is now entirely blue and purple, the colours of bruises and twilight. The temperature has dropped to 50 degrees, which doesn't sound that cold until you remember that water conducts heat away from your body 25 times faster than air. Outside this pressurised capsule, hypothermia would be competing with nitrogen narcosis for which could kill you first. It would be a close race. This is the Twilight Zone, officially called the Mesopelagic, but Twilight Zone sounds much better, and scientists appreciate a good name as much as anyone. Some light still penetrates here, but it's the kind of light that makes you squint that never quite feels like enough. If this were a place on land, it would be that moment just after sunset when you're trying to decide if you should turn on the headlights, or if you can make it home first. You definitely turn on the headlights. By 1,000 feet, even the blue is starting to give up. The water looks less like water and more like smoke, like you're descending through some dense medium that can't quite decide what state of matter it wants to be. The temperature is 45 degrees now. Outside the submersible, the pressure is roughly 45 times what it is at the surface, which means every square inch of your body would be experiencing 45 pounds of force. The submersible's hull is 6 inches of titanium designed by people who stayed awake during their physics classes, and you're suddenly very grateful for their attention to detail. At 2,000 feet you enter the midnight zone, the Betha Pelagic, and the last of the light goes out. Not gradually, not with any ceremony, just gone. You've been descending for about 40 minutes, and now you're in the kind of darkness that city dwellers don't even have a reference for. Is not the darkness of a room with the lights off, where your eyes adjust and you can still make out the shape of the furniture. Is not the darkness of a rural road at night, where you still have starlight. This is the darkness of being inside a mountain, inside a cave, inside the earth itself. The only light now comes from your submersible's external floods, which cut through the water in stark white beams that make the darkness beyond them seem even more absolute. And in those beams you see them, particles, millions upon millions of particles drifting down through the water like the world's slowest snowstorm. This is marine snow, the detritus of the ocean's surface, everything that lived and died up where the sun shines, now making its long, slow journey to the bottom. Dead plankton, fragments of fish scales, fecal pellets from whales, sharks and sardines, bits of jellyfish, scraps of seaweed. The water is thick with organic confetti, each speck representing something that was once alive in the world above. It takes weeks for this material to drift down from the surface, tumbling end over end through the dark water, getting smaller as bacteria break it down, and being eaten and re-eaten by creatures that live at different depths. This is what sustains the deep ocean, leftovers from someone else's party. The temperature is 38 degrees now. If you could somehow step outside, which you absolutely cannot and should not even think about, the pressure would be approximately 120 times what it is at the surface. Your lungs would collapse before you could even inhale. Your eardrums would rupture. Gas spaces in your body would compress to nothing. It would be, to put it mildly, a bad experience. At 3,000 feet, you're deeper than the vast majority of submarines ever go. Military vessels generally tap out around 2,000 feet because at some point, even governments decide that discretion is the better part of not being crushed like a soda can. You're now in a depth zone visited only by research vessels, certain species of whales that are frankly showing off, and fish species that have never seen sunlight and never will. The marine snow continues its endless drift. Your submersible passes through clouds of it, and for a moment you could almost convince yourself you're in a gentle snowstorm, maybe in Vermont, maybe anywhere except 3 miles underwater in the Pacific. But then you see something move in the darkness beyond your lights, something larger than the particles, something deliberate, and you remember exactly where you are. At 3,500 feet, you've descended deeper than the Titanic rests. That ship took 2.5 miles to reach the bottom, and it took 93 years before someone sent a submersible down to photograph it. The water temperature is now 36 degrees, just above freezing, cold enough that you can see your breath inside the capsule despite the heating system. The pressure is nearly 2,000 pounds per square inch. At the surface, your body displaces about 2 gallons of air. Down here, that same amount of air would fit in a tennis ball. And still, you keep descending. Still, somehow, there's farther to go. The ocean, you realise, is almost incomprehensibly deep. If Mount Everest, all 29,000 feet of it, were placed in the deepest part of the ocean, there would still be a mile of water above the summit. The average depth of the ocean is over 12,000 feet. Humans live on what amounts to tiny dry islands poking up through a global water envelope that covers 71% of the planet's surface. At 4,000 feet, your descent slows. The seafloor is approaching, not the dramatic trenches, but the abyssal plain, the endless, flat, muddy expanse that covers more of Earth's surface than all the continents combined. Your lights illuminate sediment that hasn't been disturbed in thousands of years, fine particles that settle over everything like dust on an abandoned house. The last photon of sunlight that could theoretically reach this depth gave up about 2 miles ago. You are now in a place of absolute eternal night, a place where the sun is a rumour, where darkness isn't the absence of light, but rather the default state of existence, interrupted only by the bioluminescent flashes of creatures making their own rules about illumination. And yet, as your submersible finally touches bottom with a gentle bump and a puff of sediment, you see something moving, multiple somethings. The ocean floor, supposedly so hostile to life, is crawling with it. The fading of light, it turns out, was just the beginning. The first thing you notice about the abyssal plain is how flat it is. I mean really genuinely flat in a way that makes Kansas look positively mountainous. From your viewport, the seafloor stretches away in all directions like a parking lot designed by someone with no imagination and unlimited space. The sediment is a uniform grey-brown, fine as talcum powder, and it appears to go on forever in every direction. The pressure outside is now around 6,000 pounds per square inch. To put that in perspective, if you could somehow stand on this seafloor unprotected, you'd experience about 400 times the pressure that's crushing your car tyres right now. Every square inch of your body would be supporting the weight of a small car. This is the kind of pressure that makes steel spheres creak and groan. The kind of pressure that turned the Titan submersible into compressed fragments in about 4 milliseconds during its ill-fated descent to the Titanic. Your submersible, thankfully, was designed by people who understood exactly what water pressure at depth means. The titanium hull is thicker than your thigh, with no straight seams where stress could concentrate, and no clever corners where physics could gain a foothold. It's essentially a very sophisticated ball because balls, as it turns out, are very good at handling omnidirectional pressure. Submarines are cylindrical because they need to move through water efficiently. Submersibles that just need to not implode are spherical because spheres distribute stress evenly across their entire surface. The water temperature is stabilised at around 36 degrees Fahrenheit, just barely above freezing. At this depth, water actually becomes slightly more dense than it is at the surface, compressed by its own weight into something that's not quite the H2O you're used to. If you could examine it at the molecular level, you'd see the water molecules packed together more tightly than they ever get in your glass at dinner. Outside, a creature swims past your viewport. Something that looks vaguely fish-like if fish were designed by someone who'd only heard them described over a bad phone connection. It's about 8 inches long, translucent, with eyes that are disproportionately huge and teeth that are disproportionately pointier than seems necessary. This is a bristlemouth, one of the most numerous vertebrates on Earth, and you've probably never heard of it because it lives where humans don't. There are more bristlemouths in the ocean than there are humans on land, but they live in a place so removed from our experience that we barely acknowledge their existence. The submersible's manipulator arm extends, collecting a sediment sample. The movement is excruciatingly slow because everything moves slowly down here. Water at this depth has a viscosity about 60% higher than at the surface, which means pushing through it feels less like swimming and more like moving through cold honey. For the creatures that live here, speed is mostly irrelevant anyway. Where exactly would they hurry to? A sea cucumber trundles past, and trundles is really the only appropriate verb. It's moving at approximately the speed of erosion, one of those animals that makes sloths look hyperactive. Sea cucumbers are essentially animated vacuum cleaners, crawling across the sediment and ingesting anything organic they encounter. They process the mud, extract whatever calories they can from the sparse organic matter, and excrete pellets of slightly reorganized mud. It's not glamorous, but it's a living. Technically, the pressure affects everything down here in ways that seem almost designed to make life inconvenient. Gas bladders, which many fish use to control their buoyancy in shallow water, are completely useless at this depth. The pressure would compress them to nothing. So the fish that live here have either given up on gas bladders entirely, or replaced them with deposits of lighter-than-water oils that don't compress. It's the difference between trying to use a balloon for buoyancy versus using a chunk of styrofoam. One option adapts to pressure, the other just gets crushed. Your submersible drifts forward slowly, its motors barely audible as it hums through the hull. In the distance, and distance is weird down here because there are no reference points, you see a cluster of what looks like tube worms, each one rising from the sediment like an abandoned periscope. These are polychaete worms, and they've constructed tubes from mucus and sediment particles. They extend their feathery feeding appendages into the water, hoping to snag some of that marine snow as it drifts past. They've been growing for decades, possibly centuries, adding millimetres to their tubes each year. A rat-tail fish appears at the edge of your lights, named for its long, tapering tail that looks exactly like you'd expect from the name. It hovers near the seafloor, essentially waiting for something edible to wander by. Hunting down here isn't so much hunting as it is strategic loitering. With food so scarce, predators can't afford to waste energy chasing prey. They park themselves somewhere promising and wait, sometimes for days. The metabolic rate of deep-sea fish is astonishingly low, often just 2 to 3% of what surface fish require. They've evolved to run on fumes. The pressure means that simple biological processes work differently down here. Cell membranes, which are fluid at the surface, would become rigid and useless at this depth, except that deep-sea organisms have adapted their membrane lipids to stay flexible under pressure. Proteins that would denature and fall apart in shallow water fish have been modified with subtle molecular changes that make them stable under pressure. It's like comparing a house built for California versus a house built for Alaska. Same basic structure, different engineering requirements. You notice something odd about the fish that pass through your lights. Many of them appear to be melting. Not literally, but their flesh has a weird gelatinous quality. A translucence that makes them look like they're made of partially set jello. This isn't disease or damage, it's adaptation. At these depths, where food is scarce and every calorie counts, maintaining a dense, muscular body is a waste of resources. These fish have essentially given up on structural integrity in favour of energy conservation. They're built like water balloons because down here, there's no evolutionary pressure to be streamlined or sturdy. There are no fast currents to fight against, no predators fast enough to make fleeing worthwhile. An isopod crawls across the sediment, a creature that looks distressingly like a pill bug that got into the steroids. It's about 10 inches long, armoured, and moving with the deliberation of something that has nowhere to be and an eternity to get there. Giant isopods are scavengers, the vultures of the deep ocean. They can go years without eating, their metabolism slow to a level that barely qualifies as life. When a whale carcass or large fish drops to the seafloor, they congregate in numbers that would make a horror movie director weep with joy, stripping the remains down to bare bones over the course of months. The submersible's sonar pings mapping the seafloor around you. The sound travels strangely down here. Water pressure affects the speed of sound, making it travel about 3% faster than at the surface. But more interesting is what the sonar reveals. The abyssal plain isn't quite as flat as it appeared. There are subtle variations, gentle hills and valleys measured in meters, and features that took millions of years to form as sediment accumulated grain by grain, century by century. You're sitting in a place where sediment accumulates at roughly 1 centimetre every 1,000 years. The mud directly beneath your submersible is therefore older than human civilization, older than agriculture, older than the last ice age. You're resting on layers of time compressed into geology, each stratum representing millennia of marine snow slowly drifting down and settling. A grenadier fish swims past, another deep-sea resident with a large head and tapering body that seems to be standard issue down here. Its eyes are huge and dark, adapted to detect the faintest bioluminescent flashes. Those eyes can't form clear images. There's not enough light for that, but they're extraordinarily sensitive to movement and dim glows. The grenadier is essentially navigating by glimpses and suggestions, piecing together a picture of its world from fragments of light that wouldn't register to human eyes at all. The pressure outside continues to press against the submersible's hull with a force of several million pounds. The titanium flexes microscopically, distributing the stress. Inside, you're comfortable at 1 atmosphere of pressure, the same as a nice spring day at sea level. But between you and the ocean floor is just 6 inches of metal and engineering, beyond which the pressure is sufficient to compress bone. A jellyfish drifts past, though calling it a jellyfish is generous. It's more like a translucent blob with tentacles, so delicate it looks like it might come apart if you looked at it too hard. These deep-sea jellies are about 95% water, with just enough biology to qualify as alive. They drift through the darkness, trailing tentacles that can extend for 20 or 30 feet, waiting for something small and unlucky to blunder into them. When they capture prey, which happens rarely based on how thin these jellies are, They digest it over the course of weeks. Everything happens in slow motion down here. The weight of water shapes everything at this depth. It determines body structure, hunting strategies, reproduction, and even the chemistry of life itself. Creatures here have evolved under pressure, literal physical pressure that would kill surface organisms instantly. They've solved engineering problems that human engineers struggle with, and they've done it not through intelligence or design, but through the simple, brutal process of trying everything, keeping what works, discarding what doesn't, and repeating for 50 million years. Your lights sweep across the sediment, and something catches your eye. Tracks. Long parallel grooves in the mud, leading off into the darkness. Something walked here recently being a relative term when sediment takes millennia to settle. The tracks could be hours old or decades old. Time moves differently when the environment changes so slowly that centuries are barely noticeable. The submersible begins to rise, ascending slowly from the abyssal plain toward the next leg of your journey. As you lift away from the seafloor, you take one last look at that uniform, muddy expanse. It looks lifeless, barren, a place where nothing should exist, and yet impossibly life persists, adapted to pressure that would crush submarines, cold that would kill in minutes, and darkness that never ends. Life persists because life is stubborn that way, because chemistry finds paths even under 6,000 pounds per square inch of water. The weight of water doesn't end a life, it just changes the terms. The thermometer on your instrument panel reads 35.7 degrees Fahrenheit. This isn't the kind of cold that makes you put on a sweater. This is the kind of cold that permeates everything, that seeps into molecular structures and slows chemical reactions to a crawl. This is cold that has lasted, unchanged for millions of years. Here's something that will reorganise your perspective. The deep ocean doesn't really do seasons. While the surface might warm in summer and cool in winter, down here at 12,000 feet, the temperature has been essentially constant since long before humans started recording weather. The ice ages came and went. Massive glaciers covered half of Europe and North America, melted, reformed and melted again. And down here, the temperature may be changed by half a degree. Maybe. This stability is both a blessing and a curse for deep-sea life. The blessing is predictability. Organisms don't need to adapt to temperature swings, don't need to prepare for winter or endure summer heat waves. The curse is that they've become so specialised for cold that even minor temperature increases would be catastrophic. These creatures are like people who've only ever lived in one climate their entire lives, who've built every aspect of their biology around specific environmental conditions. A squid glides past your viewport, its body about 2 feet long, arms trailing behind. In warmer water, a squid this size would be darting around, changing colours, demonstrating the kind of hyperactive energy that makes squid both fascinating and exhausting to watch. This one moves like it's swimming through molasses, which in a sense it is, given the viscosity of cold, pressurised water. Its metabolism runs at a fraction of the speed of its surface-dwelling cousins. Where a coastal squid might live 2 years, this one could live 20. Everything happens slower when you're running your biology on economy mode. The cold affects proteins in fascinating ways. At surface temperatures, proteins are flexible, dynamic molecules that fold and unfold, bind to things and release them, and generally act like the busy little molecular machines they are. But cold makes molecules sluggish. It reduces the kinetic energy available for chemical reactions. So deep-sea organisms produce proteins that are specifically adapted to work at low temperatures. Proteins that would actually stop functioning properly if you warmed them up. These creatures would be poisoned by warm water, not because heat itself is toxic, but because their entire biochemistry would stop working correctly. A fish swims past that appears to have antifreeze in its blood, which, as it turns out, it does. Many deep-sea fish produce antifreeze proteins, molecules that prevent ice crystals from forming in their tissues. Now, you might reasonably point out that 36 degrees is above freezing, so why would they need antifreeze? Excellent question. The answer is that at these pressures the freezing point of water drops slightly. Also, fish body fluids have a lower freezing point than pure water anyway. because they contain salts and proteins, but some deep-sea fish have added an extra margin of safety, producing glycoproteins that bind to any ice crystals that start to form and prevent them from growing. It's biological insurance against a catastrophe that might occur once in a million years. The cold also means that decomposition happens at a geological pace. When a fish dies in warm surface water, bacteria break it down within days. Down here, that same fish might remain relatively intact for months or even years. The cold slows bacterial metabolism just like it slows everything else. This has interesting implications. The deep ocean is, in effect, a preservation chamber. Whale carcasses can remain on the seafloor for decades, slowly being consumed by a succession of specialists. Organic matter that would vanish quickly in warm water persists, providing a long-term food source for the scavengers patient enough to find it. Your lights illuminate a cluster of amphipods, small crustaceans that look like swimming commas, clustered around what appears to be a fragment of something organic. Could be fish flesh, could be whale blubber, could be the remains of a jellyfish that died at the surface 6 months ago and finally drifted down here. The amphipods are eating it with the enthusiasm of people who aren't sure when they'll eat again, because they genuinely aren't sure when they'll eat again. Food is so scarce down here that finding a meal is an event worth documenting. The submersible's external sensors record the water's salinity, dissolved oxygen levels, and trace chemical composition. The oxygen content is surprisingly high. Cold water holds more dissolved oxygen than warm water, which is one of the few advantages of operating in what amounts to a natural refrigerator. Many deep-sea organisms have evolved large gill surfaces to extract that oxygen efficiently, because while there's plenty of oxygen available, the cold temperature means their metabolic machinery works slowly, so they need to maximise intake. A comb jelly drifts past, its rows of cilia creating those characteristic rainbow ripples as they catch your lights. Comb jellies are among the most alien-looking creatures in the ocean, all translucent geometry and flowing movement. This one is about the size of your fist, pulsing slowly through the water. In warm surface waters, comb jellies can swim with surprising speed, their cilia beating rapidly. This one moves like it's underwater, which, okay, it is underwater, but you know what I mean. It moves like it's underwater, even for something underwater. Slow, dreamlike, as if swimming through time rather than water. The cold has another effect that scientists didn't fully appreciate until recently. It affects intelligence. Many deep-sea fish have smaller brains relative to their body size than surface fish. This isn't because they're stupid. Well, they might be, but that's not the point. Brain tissue is metabolically expensive, requiring significant energy to maintain. In an environment where food is scarce and metabolism is slow, maintaining a large brain is a luxury few species can afford. So deep-sea fish have evolved to operate on minimal neural hardware, like running a modern computer on a processor from 1995. It works, but don't expect miracles. A sea cucumber crosses the sediment with the urgency of a glacier. Sea cucumbers are basically the Roomba vacuum cleaners of the deep ocean, except slower and less intelligent, which is saying something given that Roombas regularly get stuck on shoelaces. This particular specimen is about a foot-long dark brown and covered in small papillae that might serve some function, or might just be along for the ride. It's processing sediment, extracting whatever trace organic matter it can find, and leaving behind neat little piles of waste pellets. In cold water, this process takes even longer than it would in warm water. This sea cucumber might move 10 feet in a day, and consider it a productive outing. The cold also affects reproduction in ways that seem almost designed to frustrate the animals involved. Many deep-sea species reach sexual maturity slowly. We're talking years or even decades. The anglerfish you saw earlier, with its bioluminescent lure, it might not be ready to mate until it's 15 years old. Compare that to surface fish species that reach maturity in months. The cold temperature slows growth rates, delays development, and generally makes the entire process of reproduction an investment that requires serious long-term planning. A Dumbo octopus appears at the edge of your lights, named for the ear-like fins on its head that make it look like Disney's elephant had a really strange evolutionary pathway. Dumbo octopuses live at depths ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 feet, making them some of the deepest living octopuses known. They hover just above the seafloor, flapping those earfins in slow motion, looking for small worms and crustaceans. Everything about this octopus says low-energy lifestyle. It doesn't jet around like its shallow-water cousins. It doesn't change colour rapidly. Its chromatophores likely work sluggishly at this temperature. It simply drifts along, occasionally extending an arm to grab something edible, then continuing its endless slow-motion patrol of the abyss. The submersible's heating system kicks on with a quiet hum. Inside, you're comfortable at about 68 degrees, but the cold outside is constantly trying to infiltrate, conducting through the titanium hull despite the insulation. It's a reminder that you're essentially sitting in a warm bubble surrounded by a cold that has persisted longer than our species has existed. Scientists have discovered that many deep-sea organisms produce what are called cold shock proteins, molecules that help stabilize other proteins at low temperatures, preventing them from folding incorrectly or aggregating into useless clumps. It's like having molecular chaperones that make sure all the other proteins maintain their shapes and keep doing their jobs despite working in what amounts to a giant underwater freezer. A jellyfish of truly impressive size appears ahead of you. Its bell is at least 3 feet across, translucent, with dozens of tentacles trailing behind it like streamers. This is a deep-sea Medusa, and it's probably been drifting through these cold waters for years, growing slowly, capturing whatever small creatures are unlucky enough to brush against its stinging tentacles. In warm water, a jellyfish this size might live for a few months. In the cold deep ocean, it could persist for decades, its tissues breaking down so slowly that time becomes almost irrelevant. The cold doesn't just slow life down, it changes the entire strategy. Surface-dwelling organisms live fast, reproduce quickly, and die young. Deep-sea organisms live slowly, reproduce rarely, and persist for decades or centuries. It's the difference between a sprinter and an ultramarathoner. Between burning bright and burning long, your submersible continues its journey across the abyssal plain, through water that has been cold since before there were humans to feel cold, through an environment so stable that evolution here happens even more slowly than usual. The organisms around you aren't surviving the cold, they've transcended it, becoming so perfectly adapted to it that the cold is simply their default state, the only temperature they've ever known or could tolerate. The thermometer still reads 35.7 degrees. It will read 35.7 degrees 1,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now. The cold that outlasts ice ages doesn't fluctuate, doesn't change, and doesn't care about what's happening on the surface. It simply persists, patient and eternal, shaping life into forms that move slowly, think slowly, grow slowly, and endure. You're hovering about 50 feet above the abyssal plain, and you haven't seen anything eat anything else for the past 45 minutes. This, it turns out, is completely normal. Down here, food isn't scarce. It's essentially theoretical. It's something you've heard exists, something your grandparents mentioned once, something you might encounter at some point before you die of old age. The marine snow continues its endless drift downward, and now you understand why they call it that. It really does look like snow, except that snow falls at roughly 3 to 4 miles per hour. This falls at about 4 feet per day. A particle leaving the surface today won't reach this depth for about a month and a half. And by the time it gets here, it's been picked over by every hungry creature at every depth along the way. What reaches the abyssal plain is basically the crumbs from someone else's crumbs from someone else's crumbs. Scientists estimate that only about 1% of the organic matter produced at the surface ever makes it to the deep sea floor. 1%. Imagine living in a place where 99% of all food is destroyed before it reaches you, and the 1% that remains has been thoroughly pre-chewed by everyone else. Now imagine that's the good times, the feast periods. That's the deep ocean. A transparent squid hangs motionless in the water ahead of you. And when I say transparent, I mean you can literally see its internal organs through its skin. This isn't some artistic choice. It's camouflage. In a place with no light, being invisible doesn't help much. But this squid likely migrates upward at night to feed in slightly shallower waters, where transparency is actually useful. Right now, though, It's just hanging there, doing absolutely nothing, because doing nothing is the only energy-efficient strategy when food is this rare. The squid's stomach is visible through its translucent tissue, and it's empty. Not just empty like, I should probably eat soon, but empty like, I last ate 3 weeks ago and I'm fine with that. Deep-sea creatures have evolved metabolic rates so low that they make hibernating bears look hyperactive. This squid might eat twice a month and consider itself well fed. Here's a fun fact that'll rearrange your understanding of energy. Some deep-sea fish have metabolic rates so low that they burn fewer calories per day than a battery releases. We're talking about animals that operate on less than 10 calories per day. A single potato chip contains more energy than some deep-sea fish consume in a week. They've essentially learned to run their entire biology on standby mode, keeping just enough functions active to qualify as alive, waiting for the rare moment when food actually appears. A rat-tailed fish swims past and you notice something odd about its body composition. It's mostly water and very little muscle. Maybe 20% of its body weight is actual tissue. The rest is water and gelatinous protein. This is the deep-sea equivalent of a budget laptop. Maximum size, minimum components. The fish needs to be large enough to avoid predation and to hold sufficient eggs for reproduction, but it can't afford the energy cost of maintaining muscle tissue it rarely uses. So it's essentially a water balloon with just enough biology attached to keep things running. Your lights catch something falling, a larger chunk of organic matter, maybe the size of a softball, descending faster than the usual marine snow. This is what scientists call fast-sinking particles. Chunks of fecal matter from surface whales, dead jellyfish, and fragments of large fish. This is prime real estate in the deep ocean, the equivalent of finding a $20 bill on the sidewalk. Within moments, small crustaceans appear from the darkness, converging on this falling treasure. They'll strip it clean before it reaches the seafloor, fighting over scraps that surface creatures would consider garbage. The food scarcity affects every aspect of life down here. Take reproduction. Many deep-sea fish are what's called broadcast spawners. They release eggs and sperm into the water and hope some of them meet. In food-rich surface waters, fish can afford to produce hundreds of thousands of tiny eggs because most will die, but enough will survive. In the deep ocean, females produce far fewer eggs, but each one is large and packed with nutrients, giving the larvae a better chance of surviving the brutal early weeks when they're too small to compete for food effectively. A gulper eel appears in your lights, and it's exactly as unsettling as the name suggests. Its mouth is enormous, literally 4 times the size of its body, opening to a size that looks physically impossible. This is because when you never know when you'll eat again, you can't afford to be picky about prey size. If something edible swims past, you need to be able to swallow it, whether it's smaller than you, roughly your size, or, in some remarkable cases, actually larger than you. The gulper eel has essentially evolved into a self-propelled stomach that occasionally encounters food. But here's the thing, even that enormous mouth goes unused most of the time. Scientists have examined gulper eel stomachs and found them empty more often than not. This fish can go months without eating. Its metabolism is so slow that a single meal, even a small one, can sustain it for weeks. It drifts through the darkness, mouth agape, essentially trolling for food on the off chance that something edible might swim into it. It's the most passive hunting strategy imaginable, and it works about as well as you'd expect, which is to say barely. A haul of marine snow accumulates on the seafloor beneath you, forming small mounds that rise perhaps an inch above the surrounding sediment. These mounds represent months or years of accumulation, and they're hotspots of biological activity, which in this context means that 2 or 3 sea cucumbers might visit them in a given decade. The sea cucumbers will process this sediment, extracting whatever trace organic matter remains, and leave behind slightly different sediment. It's the deep ocean's version of farming, except slower and sadder. The food scarcity has led to some truly bizarre feeding strategies. Some deep-sea fish have jaws that can dislocate to allow them to swallow prey larger than themselves. Others have expandable stomachs that can stretch to accommodate rare large meals. It's like showing up to a buffet once a year and trying to eat enough to last until the next one. The The strategy works technically, but it's not something you'd recommend. A vampire squid drifts past, and despite the name, it doesn't suck blood. It got its name from the dark webbing between its arms, which looks like a vampire's cloak when it inverts the arms over itself in a defensive posture. But here's what makes the vampire squid special. It's one of the few deep-sea creatures that's figured out a clever food hack. Instead of waiting for live prey, it collects marine snow, those drifting particles of organic matter, using filaments covered in sticky mucus. It then runs these filaments through its arms, scraping off the collected particles and eating them. Is this dignified? No. Does it sound like something a creature would do if it had literally any other option? Also no. But it works. The vampire squid has essentially become a filter feeder in a place where filter feeding shouldn't be viable, because there's so little to filter. It's surviving on scraps of scraps, and somehow, impossibly, it's making it work. Your submersible sensors detect a localized area of slightly higher biological activity ahead. As you approach, you see why. A whale full. A grey whale, dead for perhaps a decade, lies on the seafloor like a gift from the gods. Its flesh has been stripped away by scavengers, but its bones remain, and they're covered with strange white filaments. These are zombie worms. Yes, that's their actual name. And they're dissolving the whale bones to extract the lipids trapped inside. This whale carcass, which would decompose in months in warm, shallow water, will sustain a community of specialists down here for 50 or 60 years. This is what counts as a bonanza in the deep ocean. A dead whale that'll last 2 generations. This scarcity of food has shaped every aspect of evolution down here. Deep-sea fish have reduced skeletal density. Less bone means less tissue to maintain. They have minimal scales or no scales at all. Their brains are smaller. Their organs are compact. Everything non-essential has been stripped away in the name of energy efficiency. They're like organisms that have been through a ruthless corporate restructuring, cut down to only the departments that absolutely must keep running. A tripod fish sits on the seafloor ahead, and it's doing exactly what its name suggests. Standing on 3 elongated fin rays like a camera tripod. It's facing into the current, such as it is, waiting for food to drift past. This fish can stand here for days, barely moving, barely breathing, and conserving every possible calorie. When something edible touches its sensory rays, it'll strike. A quick snap of jaws that represents more energy expenditure than the fish has made in the past week. Then it'll return to its tripod stance and wait some more. This is hunting in the deep ocean, standing very still for a very long time and hoping. The food scarcity, oddly enough, has led to less competition. When resources are this sparse, defending a territory makes no sense because there's nothing worth defending. Fighting over food costs more energy than just waiting for the next bit of marine snow to drift past. So deep-sea creatures have largely abandoned territorial behaviour. They simply spread out, maximise their spacing, and hope their particular patch of seafloor receives slightly more than average rainfall of organic matter. Your submersible begins to ascend, leaving the abyssal plain behind. As you rise, you look down at the seafloor one more time, at the vast muddy expanse where food is rare enough to be precious, where creatures have evolved to survive on almost nothing, and where the entire ecosystem operates on energy margins so thin that surface organisms couldn't even comprehend them. When food becomes fiction, life becomes patience, and down here, patience is the only virtue that matters. Your submersible is moving laterally now, crossing the abyssal plain towards something the sonar detected an hour ago, a ridge rising from the seafloor like a mountain range that never quite breaks the surface. You're approaching what's called a mid-ocean ridge, one of the places where tectonic plates are spreading apart and Earth is literally creating new seafloor, pumping out fresh rock from the mantle below. The water temperature ahead is rising. Not much, you've gone from 36 degrees to 38 degrees, but in a place where temperature has been constant for millions of years, 2 degrees feels like a revolution. Your sensors are also detecting chemical anomalies, hydrogen sulfide, methane and metals in solution. Something ahead is profoundly changing the chemistry of the water, and then you see it. A black smoker. It rises from the seafloor like a chimney from hell, roughly 20 feet tall, made of minerals that have precipitated out of superheated water, and from its opening, billowing up into the cold ocean, comes a dark plume that looks like smoke but is actually water. Water heated to over 600 degrees Fahrenheit, so hot it would boil instantly at the surface, but stays liquid down here, because the pressure is too intense to let it vaporize. This is a hydrothermal vent, and it represents a complete inversion of everything you've learned about the deep ocean. This is a place of heat in the cold abyss, of chemical energy in a food-starved wasteland, of abundance and scarcity, and it's absolutely crawling with life. The area around the vent is covered, and I mean covered, with tube worms. They're called riftia, and they're about as weird as organisms get. Each one is 6 feet long, white with brilliant red plumes extending from their tubes. They have no mouth, no digestive system, and no anus. They survive entirely through a symbiotic relationship with bacteria that live inside their bodies. The bacteria use the hydrogen sulfide from the vent water, which is toxic to most organisms, to produce energy through chemosynthesis, and they share that energy with the worm. The worm, in return, provides the bacteria with hydrogen sulfide and oxygen. It's photosynthesis without the photo part, life powered by Earth's internal heat rather than the sun. A white crab scuttles across the tube worm stalks, picking at the plumes with its claws. This is a vent crab, and it's blind. Its eyes have regressed to useless nubbins because there's no light down here anyway, and maintaining functional eyes costs energy that could be better spent elsewhere. But it doesn't need eyes. It can sense the chemical gradients in the water, finding its way toward food sources by chemistry alone. The black smoker continues to billow its dark plume, which is actually mineral-rich water precipitating out iron, copper, zinc, and other metals as it hits the cold ocean. Over time, this precipitation builds the chimney taller, adding layer upon layer of minerals. Some of these chimneys grow for decades, reaching heights of 60 or 70 feet before they collapse under their own weight, or seal themselves shut with mineral deposits. A shrimp swarms around the vent opening, thousands of them, so densely packed they look like a living carpet. These are vent shrimp, and they're farming bacteria. They've evolved specialized structures on their backs where bacteria grow, and the shrimp position themselves at just the right distance from the vent, close enough to benefit from the chemical-rich water, far enough not to cook. They literally stand at the edge of boiling, harvesting microorganisms that are, themselves, harvesting energy from toxic minerals. The temperature gradients here are extreme. The water exiting the vent is over 600 degrees. 6 inches away, it's 300 degrees. A foot away, it's 100 degrees. 2 feet away, it's back to ambient temperature, that same 36 degrees that characterizes the rest of the abyss. Organisms here have to navigate thermal boundaries that would be instantly lethal if crossed, positioning themselves with precision in a zone that's simultaneously warm enough to support chemosynthetic bacteria, but cool enough not to denature. Proteins. A giant clam sits near the base of the vent chimney, its shell easily 3 feet across. Like the tube worms, it has no need for a conventional digestive system. It's full of chemosynthetic bacteria that do the heavy lifting of energy production. The clam just sits there, filtering vent water, providing its bacterial partners with hydrogen sulfide and collecting the nutrients they produce. It's been sitting in this exact spot for potentially 100 years, growing slowly surrounded by toxic chemicals that would kill most organisms within minutes. What's remarkable about these vent ecosystems is that they're completely independent of the sun. Every other ecosystem on Earth, forests, grasslands, coral reefs, even the deep ocean's abyssal plains, ultimately depends on photosynthesis. Energy enters through plants or phytoplankton and then moves up through food chains. But here, at hydrothermal vents, energy enters through chemistry. Bacteria take hydrogen sulfide and produce organic compounds, and those bacteria become the foundation of an entire food web. This means that if the sun went out tomorrow, which let's be clear it won't, but hypothetically, these vent communities would be fine. They wouldn't even notice. They're powered by Earth's internal heat, by the radioactive decay of elements in the mantle, and by geological processes that will continue for billions of years, after the sun expands into a red giant and consumes the inner planets. An octopus appears at the edge of your lights, pale and ghostly. It's hunting, extending its arms into crevices between rocks, searching for crabs or shrimp. This is one of the few places in the deep ocean where predators can actually find enough food to justify hunting actively. The concentration of life here is so unusual, so contrary to the sparse distribution of organisms on the abyssal plain, that it almost feels like you've travelled to a different planet. The black smoker pulses slightly, not dramatically, just a subtle variation in the plume intensity. This is because the flow isn't constant. It varies with pressure changes deep in the Earth's crust, with the opening and closing of microscopic fissures in the rock below. When a vent's flow stops, the ecosystem dies. The tube worms, unable to move, simply perish. The bacteria die. The crabs leave. Within months, a thriving community can become a graveyard. But new vents are always forming along the mid-ocean ridges. Tube worm larvae drift in the currents, waiting to detect the chemical signature of hydrogen sulfide. When they find a new vent, they settle and begin building their tubes. Within a few years, a new community establishes itself. The vents are ephemeral on geological timescales. Each one might last 20 or 30 years before it seals shut. But the system as a whole persists, because there are always new vents forming somewhere along the 40,000-mile-long mid-ocean ridge system. A fish swims past that looks relatively normal, or at least as normal as deep-sea fish look, but with one striking feature. Its gills are bright red, almost fluorescent. This is a vent fish, and those red gills are packed with hemoglobin that's specially adapted to handle both the low oxygen of deep water and the presence of hydrogen sulfide, which normally interferes with oxygen transport in blood. It's solved a chemical problem that would stump most organisms, allowing it to live in water that's simultaneously oxygen poor and toxin rich. The submersible sensors are recording constantly: temperature, chemical composition, pH levels and flow rates. The water here is acidic, pH around 5 or 6, and loaded with heavy metals. By surface standards, this is a toxic waste dump. By the standards of vent organisms, it's paradise. A white smoker appears in the distance, a related but different phenomenon. Where black smokers emit dark, mineral-rich water, white smokers emit lighter-coloured fluids that are cooler, only about 200 to 300 degrees, and contain different dissolved minerals. They support similar but distinct communities, different species of tube worms, different bacteria, and different crabs. Evolution has produced specialists for every conceivable niche in this environment. What scientists find most exciting about hydrothermal vents isn't just that life exists here, but what it implies. If life can thrive in toxic superheated water, powered by chemistry rather than sunlight, in complete darkness under crushing pressure, well, it suggests life might be possible in places we'd previously written off as uninhabitable. The subsurface ocean of Jupiter's moon Europa? Maybe. The underground water of Mars? Possibly. The concept of a habitable zone has expanded dramatically since hydrothermal vents were discovered in 1977. A bacterial mat spreads across the rocks near the vent base, white and fuzzy looking. These bacteria are probably growing at the fastest rate any organism grows in the deep ocean, which is still slow by surface standards but blazing fast compared to the millimetre per year growth of most deep sea life. They're converting hydrogen sulfide to energy, reproducing, and forming layers of biomass that other organisms will graze on. The concentration of life here is staggering compared to the barren abyssal plain. On the plain, you might see a fish every few hours. Here you can count hundreds of organisms in a single frame of the viewport. It's the difference between a desert and an oasis, between starvation and abundance. The submersible begins to pull away from the vent, and as it does, you watch the community recede into darkness. The bright plume of black smoker water continues to billow upward. The tube worms wave their red plumes in the current. The crabs continue their endless scavenging. And somewhere in the rock below, magma is heating water, dissolving minerals, and creating the chemical foundation for this entire impossible ecosystem. Where black smokers roar with life, the deep ocean's rules are suspended. Food is abundant. Growth is quick. the temperature rises above freezing, and life, improbably, thrives. Your submersible has left the hydrothermal vent behind and returned to the vast dark expanse of the open water column. The depth gauge reads 11,000 feet. The temperature is back to 36 degrees. The pressure is enormous. And now, for the first time since you passed through the twilight zone hours ago, you're about to see light. Real light. Produced by living organisms for purposes that would make a communications engineer envious. The first flash is so brief you almost miss it. A blue-green spark about 50 feet away, lasting maybe a tenth of a second. Then another. Then three more in quick succession, forming a pattern. ... dash 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 ... You're not receiving a Morse code SOS, but you are witnessing one of the most sophisticated communication systems in nature, bioluminescence. Down here, where sunlight never reaches, roughly 90% of organisms produce their own light. Not weak light, not ambiguous glows, but actual photons generated through chemical reactions, usually involving a molecule called luciferin reacting with an enzyme called luciferase. The names sound like they came from a fantasy novel. Luciferin, literally light-bringing, named after Lucifer, the light-bearer. Scientists in the 19th century had a flair for dramatic naming. A jellyfish drifts past your viewport, and as it does, it pulses with light. Not bright light, more like the glow of a watch dial, but enough to illuminate its bell and trailing tentacles in a ghostly blue-green. The colour isn't random. Blue-green light, with wavelengths around 470 nanometers, travels farthest through seawater. Red light is absorbed within feet of the source. But blue-green can travel dozens of yards before being scattered or absorbed, so evolution has tuned most bioluminescence to this narrow band of the spectrum, the colour that actually works in this environment. Another flash, this one from something small and fast-moving. It zips across your field of view, leaving a trail of light. A luminous contrail in the black water. This might be a copepod, one of the tiny crustaceans that form the base of the ocean's food web, even down here. When threatened, many copepods release a burst of bioluminescent chemicals, creating a flash that startles predators or, more cleverly, illuminates the predator, making it visible to its own predators. It's biological misdirection. I might be eaten, but you're definitely being seen. A lanternfish appears in your lights, one of the most common fish in the ocean, though most people have never heard of them because they live in the mesopelagic zone, and only venture near the surface at night. Its sides are covered with photophores, specialised light-producing organs arranged in precise patterns. Each species has a different pattern, like a barcode made of lights. This is how lanternfish recognise their own species in the dark, by reading each other's light patterns. The lanternfish swims beneath your submersible, and as it does, its ventral photophores glow softly. This is called counter-illumination. The fish matches the faint downwelling light from above, making itself invisible to predators looking up from below. It's active camouflage using bioluminescence, a biological version of what stealth aircraft do with radar. The fish isn't trying to be bright, it's trying to be precisely as bright as the background, which is much harder. A dragonfish materializes from the darkness, and it's carrying its own spotlight. Beneath its eye is a photophore that emits red light, which is extremely unusual in the deep ocean. Most organisms can't see red light at this depth. They lack the necessary photoreceptors, but dragonfish can. They've evolved the ability to see red, and they've evolved the ability to produce it. This gives them a private channel of communication, and more importantly, a hunting tool. They can illuminate prey without the prey knowing they're being illuminated. It's like having night vision goggles in a world where everyone else is blind. The dragonfish's light sweeps across the water like a searchlight, and for a moment you see several small crustaceans frozen in its beam, illuminated in wavelengths they can't detect. They have no idea they've been spotted. Then the dragonfish strikes, inhaling one of them, and disappears back into the darkness. A siphonophore drifts past, a colonial organism that looks like a long, stringy jellyfish. The entire length of it, maybe 30 feet, is decorated with tiny bioluminescent lights. making it look like an underwater Christmas tree. These lights serve multiple purposes, attracting prey, startling predators, and maybe communicating with other siphonophores. The colony pulses its lights in waves, creating patterns that ripple along its length. You're watching a light show designed by evolution for an audience of hungry fish. Your submersible's external lights switch off. The crew wants to observe bioluminescence without interference. For a moment you're in complete darkness. The kind of darkness that makes you understand what absence of light really means. And then, slowly, you start to see them. Flashes, glows, pulses. The water around you is alive with light. A squid produces a burst of luminous ink. Not black ink like its surface relatives use, but glowing ink. The cloud of light hangs in the water, roughly squid-shaped, while the squid itself jets away into the darkness. The predator that was pursuing it lunges at the glowing decoy, giving the squid precious seconds to escape. Its biological sleight of hand. I'm over here. No, wait, I'm over there. Actually, I'm nowhere near either of those locations. A fish swims past with photophores inside its mouth. When it opens its jaws, the inside glows, creating a luminous cave that small prey might mistake for shelter. They swim toward the light, seeking safety, and find teeth instead. It's the anglerfish strategy refined. Instead of a lure dangling in front, the entire mouth becomes the trap. The bioluminescence down here serves so many purposes that scientists are still cataloguing them. Defense, startle predators, illuminate them for their predators, or create decoys. Hunting, lure prey, illuminate prey invisibly, if you have red light, or create hunting partnerships by signalling to others. Communication, species recognition, mate attraction, and territorial displays. Camouflage, counter-illumination to disappear against downwelling light. A jellyfish passes by that looks unremarkable until something bumps into it. Then it explodes with light. Bright, pulsing rings that radiate out from the point of contact. This is a burglar alarm display. The jellyfish is trying to attract attention to whatever just touched it, hoping that attention comes in the form of a predator that will eat the thing that bumped into it. It's desperate, loud, and surprisingly effective. Many fish will immediately retreat from anything that suddenly lights up like a police car. Some of the light patterns you're seeing aren't random flashes but coded signals. Certain species of squid produce specific patterns when they're looking for mates. Particular sequences of flashes that translate roughly to I'm available, I'm the right species, and I'm in breeding condition. Other squid produce different patterns that mean this territory is occupied, or I'm too large to be worth attacking. A flashlight fish appears, yes, that's its actual name, with large photophores beneath its eyes that it can cover with specialised flaps of skin, creating a controllable on-off signal. It flashes in patterns. 3 quick, pause, 2 quick, pause, 1 long. Other flashlight fish respond with their own patterns. You're watching a conversation conducted entirely in blinks, a discussion of whatever matters to flashlight fish. Feeding spots, perhaps. Mating availability. Local predators. The content doesn't matter as much as the fact that it's happening. Social communication using light, in a place where light was supposed to be impossible. The submersible's lights come back on, and the bioluminescence vanishes, washed out by the bright artificial illumination. It's a reminder that what you were seeing was actually quite dim. Photons produced one reaction at a time, efficient but not powerful. A typical bioluminescent organism produces about as much light as a single LED. It seems brighter in absolute darkness, but it's nowhere near the intensity of sunlight or even a flashlight. An anglerfish swims slowly past, and its lure is glowing again. That famous dangling appendage with bioluminescent bacteria living inside it. The bacteria glow continuously, and the anglerfish controls whether the light is visible by covering or uncovering the organ with specialised pigment cells. It's an on-off switch controlled by chromatophores, the same cells that squid and octopuses use to change colour. Biology has repurposed the same tools for completely different applications. The depth gauge now reads 12,000 feet. You're approaching the deepest zones most submersibles can reach, the Hadal zone, named after Hades. And even here, in what should be a realm of absolute darkness, life carries its own light, not as defiance, not as celebration, but as a tool, a way to survive, communicate, hunt and reproduce in a place where survival seems impossible. The light that carries messages isn't trying to illuminate the darkness. It's just trying to say something, one flash at a time. I'm here. I'm hungry. I'm available. I'm dangerous. I'm food. Stay away. Come closer. Simple messages, really, but delivered with photons instead of sound, with chemistry instead of electricity, and with elegance that makes human communication systems seem almost crude. The chronometer on your instrument panel indicates you've been descending and exploring for 6 hours. But down here, at 13,000 feet, you could be told it's been 6 minutes or 6 days, and you'd have no way to verify it. Time works differently when nothing around you indicates its passage. No sunrise, no sunset, no temperature changes, no seasons, and no tide strong enough to notice. Just the eternal now, stretching in all directions. A bristle worm crawls across the sediment beneath you, and based on the growth rings in its segments, scientists estimate this individual is somewhere between 40 and 60 years old. It's been alive since the Kennedy administration, possibly, moving at roughly the speed of tectonic plates, eating sediment and processing nutrients so slowly that its metabolism is barely distinguishable from geology. Time in the deep ocean isn't measured in days or weeks, but in decades and centuries. That sea cucumber you saw earlier? Based on growth rate studies, it might be 100 years old. The tube worms at the hydrothermal vent can live for 250 years, adding microscopic amounts to their length each year. So patient they make tortoises look impulsive. A grenadier fish hovers near the sea floor, essentially doing nothing. It's been doing nothing for the past 3 days. Not because it's lazy, but because with a metabolic rate this low, doing nothing is its default state. It will wait here until something edible comes within range, then it will strike with movement so slow you could probably dodge it if you were paying attention. The strike will consume more calories than the fish has burned in the past week, which is why it won't attempt another one unless success seems very probable. Your submersible settles onto the seafloor with a gentle bump, stirring up a small cloud of sediment that takes several minutes to settle. At the surface, disturbed sediment would resettle in seconds, maybe a minute at most. Down here, in cold, viscous water, the particles drift downward with the enthusiasm of a teenager asked to do chores. They're in no hurry. There's no current to speak of, no disturbance, and no reason for haste. The sediment cloud finally settles, and you can see the surface clearly again. Uniform, undisturbed mud extending in every direction. The layer of sediment you just disturbed was probably deposited over the course of several thousand years. The layer beneath it, another several thousand years. You can core down through the mud here and read Earth's history like a very boring book, each centimetre representing a millennium, each metre representing a geological age. A sea pen rises from the sediment, a colonial organism that looks like an old-fashioned quill pen, which is exactly where it got its name. This individual is about 2 feet tall, swaying almost imperceptibly in currents too weak to register on your instruments. It's filter feeding, extending polyps to catch whatever organic particles drift past. Based on its size, this sea pen is probably at least 200 years old. It was here before the American Revolution. It will be here long after your great-grandchildren are dust. The slow pace of life down here isn't a disadvantage, it's an adaptation. In an environment with minimal food, limited temperature variation and few predators, there's no evolutionary pressure to move fast or reproduce quickly. The organisms that thrive here are the ones that learn to run their biology on minimal energy, to live slowly and to wait. They're the biological equivalent of high-efficiency vehicles, optimized not for speed, but for distance per calorie. A tripod fish remains in its characteristic stance, elevated on elongated fin rays, facing into the imperceptible current. It's been in this exact position for at least the past week, based on the undisturbed sediment around its feet. It will probably remain here for another week, and the week after that. Moving costs energy. Standing still and waiting for food to come to you costs almost nothing. Time in the deep ocean is measured by growth rings in fish ear bones, by radioactive decay in sediment layers, and by the slow accumulation of marine snow. A glass sponge nearby might be 500 years old, older than the founding of St. Petersburg, older than the Taj Mahal. It's been sitting on this spot filtering water since the Ming dynasty. If it could speak, it would tell you that change is something that happens to other people, in other places. Your submersible's sampling arm extends and collects a core of sediment. A tube perhaps 2 feet long, containing mud that represents roughly 2 million years of deposition. The bottom of this core is from the Pleistocene, from a time when mastodons walked the earth and humans were just figuring out fire. The top layer was deposited last Tuesday, or maybe last month. At this rate of accumulation, the distinction is meaningless. A crinoid sits attached to a rock, and a kynoderm that looks like a flower made of arms. Crinoids are sometimes called living fossils, though that term is somewhat misleading because all organisms are equally evolved, having had the same amount of time to adapt to their environments. But crinoids do look remarkably similar to their ancestors from 300 million years ago, which suggests that their body plan works well enough that there's been no pressure to change it. If it's not broken, don't fix it, even if not fixing it means staying the same for geological eras. The slow time of the deep ocean means that recovery from disturbance takes decades or centuries. If a submarine scrapes across the seafloor, the tracks can remain visible for 50 years. If deep-sea mining were to occur, the disturbed areas wouldn't recover in any human meaningful time frame. The organisms here have adapted to stability, to an environment that changes so slowly that they can afford to grow slowly, reproduce slowly, and recover slowly. Rapid change is something their biology simply isn't equipped to handle. A sea spider walks across the sediment. Not actually a spider, but a pechnogonid, a creature so weird that scientists had to give it its own taxonomic class. This particular specimen is about the size of your hand, moving with the deliberation of something that understands it has all day and all night and all year to get wherever it's going. Its legs probe the mud, searching for small worms or hydroids. When it finds one, it will feed for hours, possibly days, extracting nutrients with the enthusiasm of someone reading terms and conditions. The concept of circadian rhythms, the 24-hour biological cycles that govern most surface life, barely exists down here. There's no day-night cycle to synchronize to, no reason for an organism to be more active at one time than another. Some deep-sea fish show activity patterns that correspond to the vertical migration of prey from above, peaks of activity every 12 or 24 hours, but many show no cycles at all. They feed when they encounter food, rest when they don't, and ignore the passage of time entirely. Your instruments detect a slight current, water moving at approximately 1 centimetre per second, or about 2 feet per minute. This is what passes for strong flow in the deep ocean. On land, you wouldn't even feel this. It wouldn't ruffle your hair or cool your skin. But down here, it's sufficient to influence where organisms settle, which direction they face, and how they position themselves to maximise food capture. A bacteria colony grows on a piece of driftwood that somehow made it down here, probably sank after being waterlogged for months at the surface. The wood is being slowly consumed by bacteria and specialised wood-boring bivalves. This process will take decades. A similar piece of wood on land would be decomposed within years, maybe months in a humid environment, but down here, in cold water with limited oxygen and sparse bacterial populations, decomposition happens at geological speeds. The slow time has strange effects on evolution, with generation times measured in decades rather than years, and population sizes often small due to food scarcity. Genetic changes take longer to spread through populations, but there's also less competition, fewer environmental changes to adapt to, and therefore less selective pressure. Evolution here happens in slow motion, which is fitting for organisms that do everything in slow motion. A cusk eel swims past, one of the deepest dwelling fish ever recorded, found at depths exceeding 27,000 feet. It moves through the water with minimal effort, its body undulating slowly. Time for this fish is measured differently than for surface fish. Where a tuna might burn through its energy reserves in hours of high-speed swimming, this cusk eel can go weeks on a single small meal. It's playing a completely different game, one where patience isn't a virtue but a survival requirement. The submersible's clock indicates you've been on the bottom for 90 minutes, but it feels both longer and shorter than that. Longer because so little has happened. No dramatic events, no sudden movements, no changes in the environment. Shorter because the unchanging nature of your surroundings makes time feel compressed, as if you just arrived and it's already time to leave. This is time at the bottom of the world, not linear, not urgent, not bound by the rotations and revolutions that govern surface life. Just the slow accumulation of moments into hours, into days, into decades, into centuries, each one identical to the last, each one likely to be identical to the next. Time down here doesn't pass. It accumulates. Your submersible is ascending now, rising slowly through water that humans have visited perhaps 20 times in all of history. 20 visits to a realm that covers more than half the planet's surface. We've sent more missions to the moon, 12 Apollo landings alone, than to the deepest parts of the ocean. We have better maps of Mars than of the seafloor. There are more people who've walked in space than have been to the Hadal zone. This fact should bother you more than it does. We've designated ourselves the dominant species on Earth, the only ones with self-awareness and technology and grand ambitions, and yet we've barely explored our own planet. The deep ocean remains the largest unexplored frontier on Earth, not because it's impossible to reach, but because it's expensive, difficult, and yields knowledge rather than profit. In 1960, Jacques Piccard and Don Walsh descended to the bottom of the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the ocean, nearly 36,000 feet down. They spent 20 minutes on the bottom, saw a flatfish and a shrimp, and returned to the surface. Then, nothing. It would be 52 years before anyone returned to that depth. 52 years. In that time, we sent humans to the moon 6 times, launched hundreds of satellites, built the International Space Station, and sent probes to every planet in the solar system. But the deepest part of our own ocean, one visit every 50 years sounds about right. The deep ocean doesn't make for good television. There are no stunning vistas, no dramatic landscapes, and no charismatic megafauna. Just darkness, mud, and weird fish. It's hard to get funding for exploring mud. It's hard to get public interest in creatures that look like mistakes. Space is sexy. The ocean floor is not. Your ascent continues. 8,000 feet now, rising through the abyssal zone. The organisms you're passing, the jellyfish, the squid, the strange fish with impossible proportions, have probably never seen a submersible before, might never see one again. Your lights are likely the brightest illumination they've experienced since, well, ever. You're a UFO to them, an inexplicable intrusion of light and noise and artificial geometry into their world of organic curves and bioluminescent whispers. Scientists estimate that we've explored less than 5% of the ocean floor. 5%. We know more about the surface of Venus, where the temperature is 900 degrees and the pressure would flatten you instantly, than about significant portions of our own sea floor. We've mapped 100% of Venus. We've mapped 5% of the ocean floor at high resolution. 6,000 feet now. You're passing through zones where scientists have collected perhaps a dozen specimens of certain species. We know these creatures exist because we've accidentally caught them in nets, but we don't know how they live, where they breed, what they eat, or how long they survive. We have their bodies, but not their stories. The deep ocean resists human intrusion not through hostility, but through indifference. It doesn't care that we want to explore it. It continues its cold, dark, high-pressure existence whether we visit or not. The organisms here have been evolving for hundreds of millions of years without human input, and they'll continue evolving long after we're gone. Our submarines and submersibles are footnotes in their world, brief anomalies that appear, collect a few samples, take some photographs and vanish. 4,000 feet. You're approaching the depth where submarines operate, where human technology becomes more common. But even here, the visits are rare. A military submarine might pass through these waters once a month or once a year. Research vessels come even less frequently. The creatures here live their entire lives in near total isolation from human observation. There's something humbling about that. We like to think we've conquered Earth, that we've catalogued its creatures and mapped its terrain and understood its systems. But the deep ocean reminds us that most of this planet is beyond our reach, operating according to rules we barely understand, populated by creatures we've never seen. 2,000 feet now. You're in the bathyal zone, where a few more submersibles operate, where some commercial fishing impacts the ecosystem. But even here, human presence is sporadic. A trawler might drag the seafloor once, destroying century-old coral in minutes, then move on. The damage remains for decades, but the humans who caused it never return to see it. Scientists estimate that there are potentially 1 million species living in the deep ocean that we haven't discovered yet. 1 million. In an age where we can sequence genomes and edit genes and create artificial intelligence, we still don't know what lives in 70% of our own planet. We're cataloguing exoplanets in other solar systems while remaining fundamentally ignorant of our ocean's depths. 1,000 feet. Light is beginning to penetrate from above. Faint, blue, but real sunlight. You're leaving the midnight zone, entering the twilight zone, and approaching the realm where human activity is common. Fishing vessels, submarines, underwater cables, offshore drilling platforms. Technology is everywhere up here. The contrast is striking. In the space of a few hours, you've moved from a place essentially untouched by humanity to a place where human impact is everywhere. From seafloor that hasn't been disturbed in millennia to waters fished commercially. From darkness and isolation to light and intrusion. 500 feet. You can see the surface now, a boundary between worlds, a transition from the familiar to the alien. Above, sunlight, warmth, human ships, satellites, and billions of people living their lives mostly unaware of what exists below. Below, the cold, the dark, the pressure, and the strange, slow life that persists in conditions that would kill surface organisms instantly. The submersible breaks through the surface with a splash that seems absurdly loud after hours of near silence. Water streams off the hull, the hatch opens and warm air floods in, air that feels tropical compared to the refrigerated interior. You climb out into sunlight that seems impossibly bright, painful almost. The research vessel's crane lifts the submersible from the water. The ocean surface rolls gently, looking exactly the same as it did 6 hours ago. Nothing about it suggests what lies beneath. The miles of cold darkness, the strange creatures, the slow time, the alien ecosystems. The surface keeps its secrets. You'll write a report. Scientists will study your samples. A few photographs will be published. And then, everyone will mostly forget. Because the deep ocean doesn't capture imagination the way space does. It doesn't promise mineral wealth or strategic advantage. It's just there, deep and dark and full of weird fish. But for the creatures down there, this is everything. This is their entire world. The only world they've ever known or will know. And we are to them vanishingly rare. We are legends, rumours, inexplicable lights that appear once in a lifetime, if at all. The rare moments we arrive change nothing for them. The deep ocean continues its cold, dark existence. The marine snow keeps falling. The tube worms keep filtering hydrogen sulfide. The tripod fish keep waiting for food. Time moves slowly. Pressure remains constant, and life persists in the dark, with or without us. You're standing on the deck of the research vessel, watching the sun set over the Pacific. The water is turning from blue to purple to almost black as the light fades. In an hour it'll be completely dark, surface dark, the kind where you can still see stars and ship lights. Not deep ocean dark, which is a different thing entirely. Somewhere beneath this ship, 4 miles down, life is continuing exactly as it has for millions of years. Sea cucumbers are processing sediment. Fish are waiting for food. Bacteria are converting chemicals into energy at hydrothermal vents. And none of them know or care that humans exist, that we've built civilizations and technologies and dreams of exploring the universe. The deep ocean represents Earth's final frontier. Not because it's the last place to explore chronologically, but because it might be the last place we actually do explore thoroughly. Space is the dream that captures human imagination. Mars, the moons of Jupiter, exoplanets orbiting distant stars. These are the frontiers that inspire funding and public interest. The deep ocean is just there. Wet, dark, expensive to visit, and full of uncharismatic fauna. But here's what we're missing. The deep ocean is genuinely alien in ways that Mars isn't. Mars is a dead world. It's cold, dry, and sterile. If there's life there, it's probably microbial, probably hiding underground, and probably not doing anything particularly interesting. The deep ocean is teeming with complex life. Organisms with bizarre adaptations, intricate ecosystems, and evolutionary solutions to problems we didn't know existed. It's alien life on our own planet, and we're largely ignoring it. The pressure, the cold, the darkness, these aren't just obstacles to exploration. They're selective forces that have created organisms fundamentally different from anything in our terrestrial experience. A hadal snailfish that looks like it's melting, a gulper eel that's mostly mouth, a barrel-eye fish with a transparent head and upward-pointing tubular eyes. These aren't science fiction creatures. They're real organisms that evolved to solve real problems in real environments, and we barely know them. Most deep-sea species are known from a handful of specimens, if that. We have rough ideas about their diets, vague estimates of their populations, and speculation about their reproduction. It's 2026, and we can sequence the genome of any organism we can catch, but we can't catch most of them because we don't know where they live or how to find them. The sun is gone now. Stars are appearing, more than you can see from cities, but still washed out by the ship's lights. Real darkness, the kind that makes the deep ocean's darkness meaningful, is hard to find on Earth's surface anymore. We've illuminated the land, lit up our cities, and banished the night through technology. But the deep ocean remains dark, indifferent to our lights, unchanged by our presence. Scientists talk about charismatic megafauna, the pandas, tigers, elephants, and whales, organisms that capture public imagination and drive conservation efforts. The deep ocean has almost no charismatic megafauna, giant squids maybe, though we've filmed living specimens only a handful of times. Most deep-sea creatures are small, weird, translucent, and utterly lacking in appeal to anyone who isn't a marine biologist or genuinely strange. This presents a problem. How do you conserve and protect ecosystems that people don't care about? How do you prevent deep-sea mining when the alternative is mud? How do you regulate fishing in areas no one visits, for species no one's heard of? The answer so far has been we mostly don't. The deep ocean remains largely unregulated, unexplored and unprotected. A few marine reserves exist, but they're drops in an ocean. Commercial interests are already eyeing the mineral deposits around hydrothermal vents, rich in copper, zinc and rare earth elements. The economics are compelling. The ecological costs are unknown, but likely severe. A crew member walks past, heading below deck. The ship rocks gently in the swells. Somewhere in the darkness, dolphins might be riding the bow wave, or bioluminescent plankton might be creating glowing trails in the water. The surface ocean is still magical in places, still capable of wonder, but the real mysteries, the real alien environments, are below. The deep ocean is Earth's largest biome. The abyssal plains alone cover more area than all terrestrial habitats combined, and we've sampled it about as thoroughly as you'd sample a continent by collecting a few dozen shovelfuls of dirt. We're extrapolating ecosystems from fragments, inferring food webs from partial evidence, and guessing at population dynamics based on mathematical models. This is fine for generating hypotheses, but it's a poor foundation for protecting ecosystems we don't understand. How do you assess the impact of deep-sea mining when you don't know what lives there? How do you prevent extinctions of species you haven't discovered? How do you balance resource extraction against ecological preservation when the ecology is mostly guesswork? The stars are bright now. You can see the Milky Way, a pale band across the sky. Billions of stars, many with planets, some of those planets potentially harbouring life. We're spending billions on telescopes and space missions to find that life, while simultaneously ignoring complex ecosystems in our own oceans. There's no contradiction, really. Space and ocean exploration aren't in competition. We could fund both adequately if we chose to, but the funding ratios reveal our priorities. Space gets the money, the public interest, and the grand ambitions. The ocean gets what's left over, which isn't much. Maybe that's human nature. We've always looked outward, toward horizons, toward what's beyond the next hill or across the next ocean. Looking down into depths that crush and freeze and hide their secrets doesn't trigger the same exploratory impulse. But the ocean depths are genuinely here, genuinely alien, and genuinely full of discoveries waiting to be made. The deep ocean will outlast humanity. When we're gone, whether in 100 years or 100 million, the abyssal plains will still be accumulating sediment, the hydrothermal vents will still be creating oases of life, and the Hadal snailfish will still be doing whatever it is Hadal snailfish do. The ocean doesn't need us. It was here before we evolved, and it'll be here after we're extinct. But we need it in ways we probably don't fully appreciate. The ocean regulates climate, produces oxygen, absorbs carbon dioxide, and drives weather patterns. The deep ocean is part of that system, not isolated from the surface, but connected through the slow mixing of water, the vertical migration of organisms, and the rain of organic matter from above. And we're changing it. Ocean acidification, caused by absorbed CO2, is affecting deep-sea organisms that have never dealt with pH changes. Warming surface waters are altering circulation patterns that determine where nutrients go, which affects what sinks to the deep. Plastic microparticles have been found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. We've managed to pollute the deepest part of the ocean, a place we barely visit. The deep ocean is Earth's final frontier, not because it's the last place left to explore, but because it might be the last place we actually recognise as worth exploring before it's too late, before we've changed it too much to understand what it was, before we've lost species we never knew existed. The ship's engines rumble to life. You're heading back to port, back to land, back to the world of air and sunlight and reasonable pressure. The deep ocean recedes behind you, not physically, it's still right there under the ship, but conceptually. It becomes something you visited rather than something you're experiencing, a memory rather than an immediate reality, and that's how most people experience the deep ocean, as an abstraction, a fact mentioned in documentaries, a place that exists theoretically but has no bearing on daily life. It's easier that way, easier than contemplating the vast cold dark volumes of water that cover most of the planet, easier than imagining the strange slow life that persists there. But it exists regardless. The deep ocean doesn't need our acknowledgement or our understanding. It simply is. Eternal, patient, indifferent. Earth's quiet depths, where life found ways to persist that surface organisms would consider impossible, where time moves differently, where light is a message rather than an environment, and where food is rare and patience is everything. The final frontier isn't out there among the stars. It's down there, beneath our ships, beneath our feet when we stand on the shore. Alien, vast, mostly unknown, and largely ignored while we dream of Mars. The stars wheel overhead, the ocean rolls beneath. And somewhere in the darkness below, at depths that crush submarines, life continues its slow, patient existence, with or without our attention, with or without our understanding. Just continuing, as it has, as it will. In the end, that's what the deep ocean teaches us. Persistence matters more than speed. Patience matters more than urgency. And life finds ways to exist in conditions that seem impossible. The creatures of the deep aren't trying to impress anyone. They're not putting on a show. They're simply living in the only way that works in their environment. And maybe that's the lesson worth keeping as you head back to shore, back to human complexity and artificial light. Life is remarkably good at being life, even in places where it shouldn't work, even under conditions that would kill most organisms instantly. The deep ocean exists, vast, cold, dark, and patient, always there, always waiting, always doing what it's done for hundreds of millions of years, and we occasionally, briefly, expensively visit its edges and marvel at what we find. then return to the surface, to the light, to the warm shallows where humans belong. The deep remains, quiet, eternal, unknown. Amelia Earhart's legacy often flashes by as a brisk summary. Bold pilot, lost at sea, yet behind that outline sits a life shaped by tumult, restless curiosity, and unorthodox choices. Long before she took the pilot's seat, she navigated a zigzag childhood moulded by her father's struggles, her own fierce independence, and an unrelenting search for something that matched her hunger for exploration. Born in 1897, Amelia Mary Earhart arrived during an age of rapid technological shifts, horses giving way to automobiles, electric lights replacing oil lamps. While society clung to rigid ideas about women's roles, she already sensed that convention would never satisfy her. Her father, Edwin, faced recurring employment issues and a battle with alcoholism, pushing the family from one Midwestern town to another. Her mother, Amy, tried to soften these disruptions, but instability became a constant companion. Even as a child, Amelia bristled at traditional expectations for girls. She climbed trees, collected insects, and roamed outside with an irrepressible sense of adventure. Some saw the behaviour as a lack of etiquette. Amelia viewed it as following her instincts. In 1908, her father took her to an air show in Des Moines. At first, she wasn't enthralled by the airborne spectacle. She gravitated more toward mechanical toys on display. Yet the memory of rickety planes overhead planted a subtle seed, machines capable of transcending everyday boundaries. Financial and personal troubles deepened, and Amelia and her sister Muriel moved to Chicago to live with friends. There, Amelia saw the gap between her restless mind and the rigid structures of typical schooling. She was competent in her classes, but captivated by SEV's science labs and sports fields, places where she could experiment physically and mentally. Upon finishing high school, she worked as a nurse's aide in Toronto during World War I, tending to wounded soldiers. This glimpse of wartime grit and sacrifice gave her a new perspective on courage. She encountered airmen who spoke of the sky as a place of both danger and liberation, an idea that lingered in the back of her mind. After the war, Amelia briefly studied at Columbia University, flirting with a path in medicine. But she felt caged by the academic routine. She yearned for movement, for experiences that unsettled her comfort zone. All of this set the stage for 1920, when she took a short ride in an open cockpit plane over Long Beach, California. The frigid wind slapped her face, the engine's roar rattled her bones. It wasn't glamorous, but it was real. She stepped off, convinced she had to learn to fly. Her family, unsettled by her father's ongoing issues, wasn't in a position to finance her ambitions. Unfazed, Amelia took odd jobs: photographer, truck driver, stenographer, scraping together the money for flight lessons. In 1921, she found a female instructor, Netta Snook, which was itself a rarity. Amelia's desire to fly was not some fleeting thrill. It became the single driving force of her daily life. She would bicycle to the airfield at dawn, face grimy hangars, and endure the skepticism of onlookers who saw flying as the realm of men, or at best, a passing novelty for daring women. By 1922, Amelia had saved enough to buy a used Kinner Airster biplane. Painted bright yellow, she called it the Canary. She practiced takeoffs and landings until her hands ached. Pushing the limits of that rickety craft, she felt more alive aloft than anywhere else. The year 1923 brought her pilot's license from the Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. That piece of paper symbolized not merely achievement, but independence from the confining norms she had chafed against since childhood. During these early chapters, Earhart was still something of an unknown in public life. Yet her determination was unwavering. People around her noted a quiet resolve rather than a trumpeted sense of ambition. She was also a tireless self-promoter when necessary, skillfully networking to support her dream. Even then, adversity followed her: money woes, mechanical breakdowns, and persistent gender barriers. But that persistent spark refused to dim. In these formative years, Amelia Earhart discovered the two threads that would define her life: the power of flight to break social boundaries, and the will to confront whatever hurdles appeared. She was no stranger to precarious landings, literal or metaphorical. Each forced landing taught her a new lesson about survival, and each time she took off again, because she inched closer to rewriting what the world expected from a woman who refused to stay grounded. She refused to accept limits. Amelia's aviation career pivoted in 1928. Though she'd set a women's altitude record, she was not widely known. That changed when publisher George Putnam invited her on a transatlantic flight, not as a pilot, but as a passenger to record flight data. Many doubted a woman could duplicate Charles Lindbergh's feat. She saw the publicity potential, despite the limited role. The Fokker friendship left Trepassey Harbour, Newfoundland, in June 1928. Pilots Wilma Stultz and Louis Gordon flew the plane. Amelia sat in the cabin, both thrilled and frustrated. After 20 hours, they landed in Wales. Lady Lindy, the press crowed, a nickname she disliked. She was proud but uneasy. She hadn't actually piloted the plane. Still, she harnessed the attention. Working with Putnam, who became her husband, Amelia realized fame could spotlight women's capabilities. She gave talks, wrote articles, and pushed against the belief that women belonged in narrow roles. She argued that anyone willing to face aviation's hazards was qualified for other fields as well. Flying then was perilous. Planes were primitive, navigation uncertain, crashes frequent. Men monopolized the field due to entrenched power, not superior skill. Amelia, often overlooked, gleaned tips from male aviators, proving adept at turning knowledge into action. By 1930, she was setting speed records. Knowing such achievements drew sponsors. Financial backing kept her in the air. In 1932, 5 years after Lindbergh's solo crossing, Amelia tackled it at the Atlantic alone. She left Harbour Grace, Newfoundland, aiming for Paris. Storms and mechanical troubles forced her to land near Londonderry, Northern Ireland. She still became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic. Her 14-hour ordeal included icy winds and failing instruments. Exhausted upon landing, she casually mentioned wanting hot chocolate, an offhand remark that endeared her to millions. Suddenly, Queen of the Air was everywhere. She tolerated the hype, preferring to focus on her cause. Through speaking tours, books, and founding the 99s, she fought for female pilots' rights and pushed airlines to hire women. She was firm yet courteous, insisting that if she could manage transatlantic flight, other barriers should fall. Her efforts targeted institutions and attitudes. She recognized the power of formal networks like the 99s, giving women pilots a unified voice. Her personal fame provided opportunities, which she utilized to exert pressure on flight schools and manufacturers. Beneath the public persona, she was already planning bigger horizons, a round-the-world flight which could further shatter doubts about women's roles in aviation. Although cameras captured her calm confidence, Amelia dealt with real danger in the skies and relentless scrutiny on the ground. She paid no mind to skeptics, focusing instead on fuel capacity, route planning, and advancing aircraft design. Celebrity wasn't her endgame. It was a tool to prove that women had the skill, grit, and imagination to lead in any domain. By the early 1930s, she had evolved from an obscure pilot to a global symbol, showing that records weren't mere stunts, but gateways to progress. Every new achievement underscored her core belief that barriers were illusions, begging to be dismantled. And the more she accomplished, the more the world saw her courage as a call for transformation. Each success hinted that she, and all women, were only beginning to test the limits of possibility. Her schedule became relentless. She juggled flying demonstrations, interviews, and writing commitments that funded her daring pursuits. She understood the power of mass media, yet was careful to remain authentic. When reporters pressed for sensational stories, she gently steered conversations toward practical issues, like improving airplane technology and securing better training opportunities for women. At the same time, she refused to be pigeonholed as merely a women's champion. She emphasized that aviation itself was a realm of innovation for everyone. With Charles Lindbergh, Wiley Post, and other leading aviators, she discussed breakthroughs in navigation systems, weather tracking, and safety procedures. Her goal was to be taken seriously not just as a symbolic figure, but as a knowledgeable pilot shaping the future of flight. Behind the scenes, she dealt with exhaustion and the weight of expectations. Friends recalled her bouts of insomnia and anxiety, masked by her poised exterior. Despite these strains, she pressed on, convinced that flying offered a blueprint for a more open-minded society. Each record set was more than a personal triumph, it was a collective push forward. She often remarked that real change demanded more than a single feat. It required sustained resolve. Aviation, in her view, was the symbol of what humanity could accomplish after abandoning outdated prejudices. By the mid-1930s, Amelia Earhart balanced record-setting flights, a role as aviation's public face, advocacy for women, and, amusingly, fashion consulting. Her relationship with George Putnam continued to evolve. Though he came from a publishing background, he believed Amelia could be aviation's brightest star and negotiated deals to fund her ambitions. They respected each other's autonomy, even after marrying, a stance that defied social norms. She refused to adopt his surname or confine herself to traditional wifely roles, a choice that drew gossip but matched her insistence on individuality. Putnam's PR skill brought endorsement offers, from luggage to sportswear, but Amelia stayed selective, wanting authenticity over empty promotion. She used her public profile to push improvements in flight infrastructure, better runways, weather stations, and aircraft maintenance. Far from glory hunting, she believed proper resources would make aviation safer and more accessible. She also mentored younger pilots, sharing the lesson that technique, not bravado, saved lives in the sky. In that vein, she helped design practical clothing for female aviators, garments with functional pockets and flexible cuts to accommodate cockpit constraints. Critics called it frivolous, but Amelia saw it as another step toward normalizing women in the pilot's seat. If society expected women to excel anywhere, why not equip them accordingly? By 1935, she had flown solo from Honolulu to Oakland and from Los Angeles to Mexico City. These feats showcased her mastery of long-distance navigation when tools were rudimentary. She studied weather charts and honed radio direction finding, knowing that minor miscalculations could be fatal. Each success fueled a bigger dream, to circle the globe. This round-the-world quest wasn't mere personal ambition. Amelia envisioned it as a demonstration of evolving aviation technology and a chance to gather data for future commercial routes. With the world growing more interconnected, she believed such a flight could blaze trails for global air travel. Yet the endeavour demanded a formidable airplane and a solid team. The Lockheed Model 10E Electra, a twin-engine craft with the necessary range, came into play in this situation. Backed partly by Purdue University, where she advised female students on career paths, Amelia acquired and modified the plane, adding fuel tanks and shedding unnecessary weight. She invited Fred Noonan, an expert navigator familiar with Pacific routes, to join her. The plan covered nearly 29,000 miles across multiple continents. Each stop required intricate coordination, arranging fuel caches in remote airstrips, securing radio frequencies, and ensuring local permissions. The press buzzed incessantly about her route and her gear. Public fascination soared, but Amelia kept her poise, recognizing that no amount of planning could guarantee success against the capriciousness of weather and machinery. Though calm in interviews, she privately weighed the risks. Storms, mechanical failures, human errors, any could derail the flight. Yet she was no stranger to danger, having built her career on the thin line between ambition and peril. She saw risk as part of forging new paths, echoing her lifelong stance. Progress often demanded boldness. Her entire adult life had been a testament to stepping into uncharted territory, whether challenging social norms or expanding the very frontiers of flight. In early 1937, her first attempt at the round-the-world flight suffered a crash in Hawaii, damaging the Electra. Undaunted, she regrouped, repaired the plane, and adjusted her route. Determination was her hallmark, a blend of practicality and daring. As she finalized her second attempt, she noted in public statements that records and accolades weren't her primary aim. She wanted real data on routes, fueling strategies, and navigational tactics. The flight would offer invaluable insights for the commercial airlines that would soon cross oceans routinely. That stance embodied Amelia's broader philosophy. Each high-profile flight was less about personal conquest than about broadening horizons for everyone. She had devoted years to proving that women were fully capable, but she also believed that aviation itself was the wave of the future. In bridging these perspectives, she became an avatar of possibility, a living emblem of how one individual's determination could shift cultural assumptions. And now, poised for her greatest adventure yet, Amelia was ready to test the limits again. A risk-laden gamble that might cement her reputation. or cast it into haunting uncertainty. Her calm outlook belied the sheer complexity of her plans. She understood that failure would breed critics who believed women had no place in extreme aviation. Yet she moved forward, convinced that taking flight for knowledge and progress was worth every risk. In Amelia's view, flying wasn't just her destiny, it was a collective awakening and societal evolution. Amelia Earhart's second round-the-world attempt launched on May 21st, 1937, from Oakland, California. This time, she and Fred Noonan flew eastward, hopping between continents with the Lockheed Electra. The trip started smoothly, moving from Miami through Central and South America, then across the Atlantic into Africa. Each stop brought fresh refueling challenges, mechanical checks, and updated weather data, but Amelia maintained her signature resolve. By June, they had traversed Africa and the Middle East, arriving in India amid monsoon rains. They pressed on to Southeast Asia, landing in locales like Rangoon and Singapore, places few Americans had seen. Amelia's dispatches noted extreme heat, erratic wind currents, and the rigorous demands of accurate navigation. Fred Noonan's precise star fixes ensured they stayed on course, despite unpredictable skies. Eventually, they reached New Guinea with about 7,000 miles to go. The next leg aimed for Howland Island, a tiny speck in the Pacific. The US Coast Guard cutter Itasca would guide them via radio. Finding such a minuscule island required near-perfect navigation and clear weather. On July 2nd, 1937, they departed Lae in the pre-dawn darkness. Loaded with fuel for roughly 20 hours aloft, they transmitted periodic position reports. At first, signals were clear. Then Amelia's messages hinted at difficulty pinpointing Howland. Overcast conditions likely obstructed Noonan's celestial fixes. Radio contact with the Itasca became sporadic. Some messages were garbled, others incomplete. She mentioned low fuel and an inability to spot the island. Their final known transmission: "We are on line 157, 337, running north and south." Then silence. The Itasca initiated a massive search, scouring open ocean for any sign of the Electra. Naval ships joined, searching nearby waters and atolls. No wreckage surfaced. Weeks passed, and official efforts wound down. Public disbelief was immediate. George Putnam financed private searches, clinging to hope that Amelia and Noonan might be stranded or rescued. Rumours swirled: capture by foreign forces, survival under new identities, or mechanical failure leading to a fatal crash. Eventually, prevailing theories pointed to fuel exhaustion and a crash at sea. Howland Island had proved elusive, even to skilled aviators. For admirers worldwide, her disappearance felt unreal. She'd seemed unstoppable, a figure who pushed boundaries without fear. Now the iconic pilot vanished into the Pacific's expanse. Her loss struck a nerve, amplifying the emotional investment many had in her journey. Yet as shock turned to grief, her achievements took on a different hue, no longer just records, but testaments to a bold spirit. Films, newsreels, and reprints of her articles kept her story alive. School children learned of her feats, and future women pilots cited her as inspiration. Her final flight overshadowed the rest of her life, but it also cast her as a perennial question mark, fueling endless conjecture. Some insisted she was alive somewhere. Others believed the crash was certain, but uncovered no physical proof. Still others proposed exotic scenarios, each more elaborate than the last. None provided definitive evidence. Ultimately, most accepted that she and Noonan perished at sea, undone by the navigational complications, changing winds, or plain bad luck. Yet Amelia's legacy was strangely enhanced by the mystery. She had championed possibility, and the idea that she might be out there, unfound, kept that possibility alive in people's minds. The line between myth and history blurred. She had become more than a pilot. She was an avatar of human daring. Her story infused with both triumph and tragedy. If anything, the unsolved nature of her final voyage cemented her place in public consciousness. Institutions named in her honor sprang up. Researchers kept pursuing leads on remote islands, pointing to castaway remains or scattered debris, each new fragment reigniting debates. The fascination endured, crossing generations and continents. In the wake of her loss, the aviation community pushed for better safety measures, improved radio technology, and refined navigation techniques. Governments funded more comprehensive maps and placed greater emphasis on weather forecasting. Ironically, Amelia's demise accelerated the very reforms she'd long advocated. If she could have witnessed the progress, she might have nodded quietly, pleased that even in absence. She was moving aviation forward, and so the world mourned, searched, and eventually accepted its heartbreak. Amelia Earhart, whose smiling face had adorned magazines and whose gritty determination broke barriers, was gone, but rather than diminishing her impact, her disappearance etched her into the global consciousness. Hers became a story of possibility cut short, yet also eternal, a reflection of how high humanity can climb and how unforgiving the frontier can be, undeniably. In the immediate aftermath of Amelia Earhart's disappearance, the public learned the scope of the desperate search underway. The Coast Guard cutter Itasca had already been combing the waters around Howland Island, but the US Navy soon mobilized, launching one of the most extensive rescue efforts in peacetime history. Over several weeks, ships and airplanes fanned out across the Central Pacific, scanning for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Military personnel interviewed islanders, contacted passing vessels, and monitored all radio frequencies for stray signals that might lead them to the missing plane. George Putnam, distraught but resolute, organised private expeditions of his own. He poured personal funds into hiring search craft, offering rewards for credible information. Messages from psychics, adventurers, and self-appointed investigators flooded his office. Though many leads were far-fetched, Putnam refused to dismiss them outright, afraid of missing any clue that might point to Amelia's location. A handful of newspapers criticised the urgency, questioning the expense at a time when global tensions were on the rise. Still, for countless admirers worldwide, the operation was a moral duty. Someone as groundbreaking as Amelia should not simply vanish without every effort to locate her. Rumours bloomed. Early on, some claimed she had been spotted in distant ports, fueling speculation of a forced landing followed by rescue under mysterious circumstances. Others pointed to unconfirmed transmissions that briefly crackled over shortwave radios in the days following her disappearance. Could it be Amelia, calling for help? Enthusiasts hung on each scrap of reported signal, though none were convincingly traced to the missing Electra. The mass of conflicting stories stoked a media frenzy, with headlines proclaiming everything from miraculous survival to sinister conspiracies. In official circles, however, evidence began to narrow. Reports from the Itasca indicated that Amelia's last radio messages had grown increasingly urgent. Low on fuel, uncertain of her coordinates, she was racing against time in a vast expanse of ocean. Naval commanders, though moved by her bravery, understood the grim odds. Even if Earhart and Noonan had survived a water landing, floating in the Pacific's punishing heat without an adequate raft or supplies would be a daunting ordeal. Within a month, the military scaled back the large-scale search. Having spent millions of dollars and covered an enormous swath of the Pacific, they found no trace of the Electra. While certain remote atolls and reefs remained unexamined, the probability of finding survivors dwindled by the day. Public statements struck a balance between honouring Amelia's accomplishments and reconciling with the increasingly likely outcome. George Putnam refused to give up. For many months, he funded private efforts to investigate scattered leads. Small vessels sailed to the Forgotten Islands, examining debris that never matched Amelia's plane. Tire tracks in the sand, bits of metal, and rumours of castaways all turned out to be dead ends or unrelated artefacts. As the search continued, public opinion split between mournful acceptance and stubborn hope. The iconic pilot had carried the aspirations of countless fans who believed she symbolised limitless possibility. Now, they wrestled with her apparent demise. At the same time, her disappearance captured the imagination of those who preferred a more dramatic explanation. Could foreign powers have seized her, suspecting espionage? Could she have orchestrated a disappearance to evade recognition? Each guess, no matter how wild, found at least a small chorus of believers. Meanwhile, tributes poured in from every corner. Schools held ceremonies, newspapers published retrospectives, and radio stations aired stories of her earlier triumphs. Letters expressing admiration flooded the offices of aviation clubs. Numerous individuals highlighted Amelia's contribution to paving the way for women. If she could challenge the skies, they reasoned, then others could challenge entrenched social barriers. Politicians, too, invoked her legacy in calls for expanded roles for women in the workforce, hoping to harness the public's admiration for her accomplishments. By early 1938, The official verdict leaned heavily toward a crash at sea. Within another year, Amelia Earhart would be declared legally dead. George Putnam, exhausted and grieving, continued to write about her life, ensuring her name stayed in the public consciousness. Having travelled alongside her in countless ways, he refused to let a silent ocean claim the last word on her story. Photographs of Amelia, smiling in front of her plane, goggles perched on her forehead, remained pinned to his walls, reminders that her spirit, daring and unbreakable, transcended whatever fate had befallen her. In the public eye, she had already entered a realm where myth and memory intertwined. In the years after Amelia Earhart's disappearance, her story wove itself deeply into the culture, shaping discussions of exploration, gender roles, and national identity. While the global press initially focused on the sudden void left by her vanishing, attention soon shifted toward analysing what she had embodied. She had shown that an American woman could stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent male aviators, forging a path in a field still dominated by men. Her example lingered in the minds of young women contemplating fields traditionally closed to them, not just in aviation but in science, technology, and beyond. Institutions bearing her name sprang up. Elementary schools in the United States adopted the moniker Earhart to honour her daring spirit. Scholarships were established to support aspiring women pilots, sometimes endowed by contributors who had followed her final flight with bated breath. Though these gestures varied in size and scope, each underscored a collective drive to keep her influence alive. The 99s, the organisation for female pilots that Amelia had helped found, continued to recruit members, nurturing a new generation unafraid to push boundaries. Beyond formal commemorations, Earhart's disappearance fueled research aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Early radio equipment had proven unreliable. Post-1937 advances focused on refining both hardware and communication protocols. Governments funded studies of weather patterns, leading to better forecasting. Aviation experts developed more rigorous standards for navigation, ensuring that future pilots received advanced training in celestial fixes and radio direction finding. Some historians argue that the spotlight on Amelia's disappearance hastened these improvements, whether intentionally or not. She prompted an acceleration of aeronautical progress. Meanwhile, the theories about her fate refused to fade. Self-styled detectives scoured archival records, analysing ship logs and rumoured sightings. In the late 1940s, a handful of American servicemen stationed in the Pacific heard local tales of a foreign pilot washing ashore years earlier, spurring renewed hunts for evidence. Occasionally, fragments of aluminum or skeletons found on remote atolls were touted as proof of Earhart's final resting place. Yet attempts to link such discoveries conclusively to Amelia or Fred Noonan always fell short. With each new claim came another wave of media coverage, keeping the question of her end alive in the public mind. Pop culture seized on the mystery, weaving it into novels, films, and radio dramas. Some portrayed her as a spy captured by hostile forces, others imagined her deliberately disappearing to live in peace. These fictional takes occasionally drew the ire of those who believed they trivialized her legacy, yet they also brought her name before audiences that might not otherwise have pondered the achievements of a woman pilot in the 1930s. Her image graced magazine covers well into the 1950s, often paired with captions urging readers to remember her pioneering flights rather than fixating solely on the unknown. For women determined to forge their own paths, Amelia's tale carried a particular resonance. During World War II, thousands of women trained as pilots in programs like the Women Air Force Service Pilots, WASP. Although she was no longer around to witness it, her example had laid crucial groundwork. Veterans of those programs cited her as a reason they believed aviation could be for them, too. They viewed her last flight as the ultimate expression of her courage, continuing until the sky itself refused her any further. Critics sometimes questioned whether her fame overshadowed the contributions of less heralded female aviators. Indeed, Earhart's photogenic presence and collaboration with George Putnam's media machine set her apart. But many recognized that she had used her visibility to champion broader goals. She consistently advocated for other women flyers and used press opportunities to highlight the achievements of colleagues who lacked her public platform. If she stood alone in the spotlight, she also attempted to shine it on everyone else struggling for legitimacy in aviation's ranks. By the mid-20th century, Earhart's name had become shorthand for unbounded aspiration. Newspapers likened daring explorers to modern Amelia Earharts. Corporations cited her spirit in ad campaigns about pushing past limitations, yet behind the commercial rebranding lay an abiding truth. She had effectively proven that gender need not be an impediment to ambition. Even decades later, that message held profound significance. For every skeptical remark about knowing your place, Earhart's memory offered a counter-argument, that risks were there to be taken, frontiers to be tested, and that sometimes only the bold see how far they can really go. Today, the name Amelia Earhart conjures images of resilience and intrigue. Countless books, documentaries, and academic analyses have attempted to decipher her character and significance. Perhaps that is the ultimate measure of her impact. She remains relevant long after her plane's final, tragic flight. In a world that has seen astronauts circling the Earth and rovers traversing Mars, her achievements might look modest on paper, yet context is everything. In her era, crossing an ocean by air was a feat teetering on the verge of impossibility, especially for a woman barred from many of the support systems offered to male peers. Her influence extends well beyond aviation. Modern discussions of women's leadership, work-life balance, and personal autonomy still reference Earhart's refusal to bow to convention. The forthright way she lived, maintaining her separate finances after marriage, declining to adopt her husband's surname, and refusing to drop her career, resonates with individuals who chafe under traditional expectations. She showed that it was possible to be both admired and outspoken, both widely loved and unabashedly independent. This combination of traits keeps her relevant in each new wave of feminism, even as cultural norms continue to shift. Then there is the simple matter of mystery. Human beings are drawn to stories with open endings, and Amelia's disappearance leaves a void that speculation rushes to fill. Expeditions still venture to distant Pacific islands, sifting through detritus in search of conclusive answers. High-tech scanners, DNA testing, and underwater drones have all been employed in attempts to find the Electra or discover her remains. Each new rumour or photograph sparks interest, however fleeting, in the notion that a solution to the riddle is just around the corner. That quest has persisted for nearly a century, a testament to her lasting hold on people's imaginations. In many ways, the romance of Amelia Earhart's story lies in its human dimension. She was fallible, prone to anxiety and physical exhaustion, yet outwardly composed. She made daring choices while maintaining a certain down-to-earth practicality. Her writings reveal a person keenly aware of mortality, yet unwilling to let fear dictate her trajectory. That balance, of measured caution and determined optimism, gives her legend a credible warmth. She did not seek to become a myth. She sought to become a better pilot and, in doing so, helped recast the boundaries for what women could do. Time has a way of distilling a person's accomplishments until only the major highlights remain. In Earhart's case, those highlights are luminous enough: the first woman to cross the Atlantic by air, a fearless record breaker, a voice championing women's legitimacy in aviation, and the architect of a near-world circling journey that ended all too soon. Yet her true gift to posterity is the blueprint she left for challenging expectations. Every time someone questions the status quo, every time a woman pursues a field that once excluded her, a sliver of Amelia's spirit resonates. Though formal statues and memorials exist, perhaps the most fitting tribute lies in the intangible. Her legacy thrives in the collective consciousness. Crossing borders and cultures, schoolchildren undertake projects on her life, discovering that bravery and curiosity can upend established norms. Non-profit groups continue awarding scholarships in her name, ensuring that girls from modest backgrounds can earn their wings. Engineers, astronauts, and even entrepreneurs cite her as an influence, exemplifying self-reliance and bold vision. Critics might argue that the aura surrounding Amelia Earhart romanticizes risk-taking. Indeed, she faced criticisms in her lifetime for the dangers she accepted, but her approach, grounded in rigorous practice and serious study, suggests she treated risk as a necessary ingredient in progress, not a reckless thrill. The spirit that drove her planes into the sky was the same spirit that drives any pioneer, an abiding desire to see what lies beyond the horizon. As we consider her today, we find that her story is less about flight than about transcending limitations. She didn't merely fly, she challenged the gravitational pull of society's assumptions. That she vanished while pursuing her grandest ambition adds a paradoxical layer of both sorrow and admiration. Yet her final lesson endures. Uncharted territory remains, waiting for those who dare to step off the map. In that sense, she is still aloft, guiding those who look skyward with their dreams of possibility, and a steadfast refusal to accept the confines others have drawn. You know that feeling when you realise you've been completely oblivious to something that was right in front of your face the whole time? Like when you finally notice your neighbour's been waving at you for 3 years, and you thought they had some sort of nervous tic. Well, imagine that feeling, but multiply it by about 1,000, and you'll get close to what archaeologists felt when they stumbled upon one of history's most overlooked communication systems. It started, as these things often do, with someone having a perfectly ordinary day that was about to become extraordinary. Dr. Elena Vasquez was having her morning coffee in a dusty tent outside Cairo, squinting at pottery shards that looked about as exciting as yesterday's newspaper, when her graduate student Marcus burst in with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever who'd found the world's best stick. "Professor, you have to see this," he practically shouted, clutching a fragment of ancient painted plaster like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, as it turned out, it kind of did. The fragment showed what appeared to be a typical Egyptian banquet scene. You know the type, where everyone's sitting around looking impossibly elegant while servants fan them with giant feathers. But Marcus had noticed something that generations of scholars had somehow missed. Every single person at this banquet had their hair arranged in a completely different style, and more importantly, these styles seemed to follow very specific patterns. You see, for centuries, historians had assumed that ancient hairstyles were just fashion statements, like how we might choose between a bob or layers based on what magazine we flipped through at the salon. But what if hair wasn't just about looking good? What if it was actually a sophisticated communication system, as complex and nuanced as any written language? The idea seemed ridiculous at first. After all, how could something as simple as how you wore your hair carry meaning beyond "I'm having a good hair day" or "I clearly gave up on life this morning"? But the more Elena and Marcus examined the fragment, the more patterns they discovered. The woman with 3 braids wound with gold thread was positioned next to the man with the elaborate top knot, while the figure with loose hair adorned with lotus flowers sat across from someone whose hair was completely covered. It was like looking at a crossword puzzle, where you suddenly realise all the clues are connected. The positioning wasn't random, it was deliberate, meaningful, coded. These people weren't just sitting around eating grapes and looking fabulous. They were having a conversation, and their hair was doing all the talking. As Elena sipped her now-cold coffee, she felt that familiar tingle that archaeologists get when they're about to turn the academic world upside down. It's the same feeling you get when you're about to tell someone a secret that's going to blow their mind, except, in this case, the secret had been hiding in plain sight for thousands of years. The implications were staggering. If hair truly functioned as a secret language in ancient Egypt, what about other cultures? Had archaeologists been looking at countless artifacts, paintings, and sculptures without realising they were essentially reading books with half the words missing? It would be like trying to understand a conversation by only listening to every other sentence. Technically possible, but you're definitely going to miss some crucial plot points. Eleanor set down her coffee cup with the decisive clink of someone who's just made a life-changing decision. She was going to prove that hair wasn't just about aesthetics in the ancient world. It was about communication, status, identity, and social navigation all rolled into one beautifully elaborate system. And if she was right, every museum in the world had been displaying what amounted to ancient text messages, completely unaware that they were looking at some of humanity's earliest social media posts. Little did she know that this discovery would lead her down a rabbit hole so deep and winding that she'd emerge on the other side with a completely new understanding of how our ancestors communicated, loved, fought, and lived their daily lives, all through the simple yet profound act of arranging the hair on their heads. You might think that cracking an ancient hair code would be like solving a jigsaw puzzle where half the pieces are missing and the other half are covered in dust, and you'd be absolutely right. However, Eleanor had consistently embraced challenges when faced with chaos. Her realisation that she'd been approaching the problem incorrectly led to a breakthrough. Instead of trying to decode individual hairstyles like some sort of follicular Rosetta Stone, She needed to look at the relationships between different styles within the same cultural context. It was like realising that you can't understand what thumbs up means by just staring at a thumb. You need to know when, where, and how people use it. Elena started with what she knew. Ancient Egyptian art was notorious for its precision. Every hieroglyph, every colour, and every positioning had meaning. If the Egyptians were that meticulous about drawing a bird to represent a sound, surely they weren't just randomly doodling hairstyles for the fun of it. She began cataloguing every depiction of hair she could find in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to temple carvings to papyrus illustrations. At first, the catalogue appeared monotonous, with page after page of ancient updos, braids and headpieces that would leave a modern wedding planner in a state of envy. But slowly, patterns began to emerge. Women depicted in domestic scenes consistently wore their hair in simple, low arrangements, often with minimal decoration. But the same women, when shown in religious ceremonies, suddenly sprouted elaborate constructions that defied both gravity and reasonable styling time. It wasn't that they were getting dressed up for special occasions, it was that they were literally changing their message. The domestic hair seemed to communicate availability, approachability and fertility. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of wearing your comfiest jeans and a world's best mom t-shirt. However, the ceremonial hair represented a form of pure power communication. Those towering arrangements studded with gold ornaments weren't just showing off wealth, they were broadcasting authority, divine connection, and social status so loudly that they might as well have come with their ancient PA system. Eleanor's real epiphany occurred when she began examining the men's hairstyles. For years, scholars had largely ignored male grooming in ancient art, assuming it was less complex than women's styles. This, Elena realised, was like assuming that ties are just decorative strips of fabric instead of recognising their role as subtle indicators of profession, personality and occasion. Ancient Egyptian men, it turned out, had their own sophisticated hair vocabulary. Priests kept their heads completely shaved, a visual representation of purity and dedication to the gods. But they didn't just shave randomly. The timing of when they shaved, how often they shaved, and what they wore to cover their baldness all carried meaning. A priest with a perfectly smooth scalp was saying something very different from one with the faintest stubble, and both were distinct from the high priest, who wore an elaborate headdress that compensated for his lack of actual hair with symbolic power. Military men wore their hair in practical short styles that nonetheless managed to communicate rank through subtle variations in length and styling. A general's hair might look similar to a foot soldier's from a distance, but up close, the differences were as clear as military insignia. The general's hair would be precisely trimmed, perhaps with small braids that indicated his victories, while the soldier's simpler style communicated his readiness for battle and his place in the hierarchy. Elena found herself staying up late into the night, poring over images by lamplight like a detective solving a cold case. Each new piece of evidence added another layer to the picture. Hair wasn't just communication, it was a complete social operating system. It told you who they were, what they did, their social status, if they were single, what gods they worshipped, and maybe what they had for breakfast. The more she learned, the more she realised that modern people had completely lost touch with this ancient wisdom. We might spend fortunes on haircuts and products, but we use our hair primarily for personal expression, rather than social communication. Imagine if your hairstyle could tell everyone you met your job, your relationship status, your political affiliations, and your current mood, all without saying a word. It would be like carrying around a constantly updating personal billboard, and everyone around you would be fluent in reading it. As Elena's research progressed, she began to suspect that the Egyptians weren't unique in this practice. If hair could serve as a secret language in one ancient culture, surely others had developed their own follicular communication systems. The question was, how many civilizations had been having entire conversations over our heads for thousands of years, and we'd just been admiring their fashion sense? You know how sometimes you meet someone who completely shatters your assumptions about what they're going to be like? Elena felt that way about the Vikings when she started investigating their relationship with hair. She'd expected to find a bunch of rough-and-tumble warriors who maybe braided their beards when they remembered to, not a sophisticated culture with a hair communication system that made modern social media look primitive. The Vikings, it turned out, were absolutely obsessed with hair. However, it was not about vanity or fashion in the way you might expect. For them, hair held immense significance, influencing everything from social status to the likelihood of survival during a raid. Elena discovered these facts when she started examining Viking burial sites with a new perspective. Instead of just cataloguing the weapons and jewellery buried with the deceased, she began paying attention to how their hair had been arranged for their final journey. What she found was remarkable. Every single burial showed evidence of deliberate hairstyling, even when the body had been buried quickly or in difficult circumstances. Viking men, contrary to popular belief, didn't just let their hair grow wild and free like extras in a heavy metal music video. They maintained their hair with the same attention to detail that they applied to their weapons. A warrior's hair told the story of his life. Each braid might represent a successful raid, a defeated enemy, or a heroic deed. Long hair was a symbol of strength and virility, but one had to earn it. You couldn't just decide to grow your hair long. Your community had to recognise that you'd achieved something worthy of long hair privilege. The really fascinating part was how Viking hair customs differed based on your role in society. Jarls, the Viking equivalent of nobles, wore their hair in complex arrangements that took serious time and skill to achieve. The practice wasn't just showing off. It was a practical demonstration that they had enough wealth and status to spend hours on grooming instead of manual labour. Their hair was essentially a walking resume written in keratin, but the Vikings also used hair to communicate temporary states and intentions. A warrior preparing for battle might braid his hair in a specific pattern that announced his readiness to die gloriously, while someone seeking to negotiate a peaceful resolution would arrange their hair to signal non-threatening intentions. It was like having a universal mood ring that everyone in your culture could read from across a longhouse. Eleanor was particularly amused to discover that Viking women had their own elaborate hair hierarchy that made modern office politics look straightforward. Unmarried women wore their hair loose and flowing, advertising their availability with every strand. But the moment they married, that changed dramatically. Married women covered their hair almost completely, not out of modesty as scholars had long assumed, but as a form of social communication that said, "I'm taken, and my husband is powerful enough to afford a wife who doesn't need to advertise herself." The hair covering itself was a marvel of coded communication. The fabric, the way it was tied, the amount of hair that showed beneath it, every detail carried meaning. A woman whose covering slipped to show a bit of hair at her temples was communicating something very different from one whose hair was completely hidden. It was like having an entire conversation through strategic hat placement. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Viking hair communication was how they used it for deception and strategy. Viking raiders were masters of psychological warfare, and they quickly figured out that they could manipulate enemy perceptions through strategic hair choices. A raiding party might style their hair to appear larger and more numerous than they actually were, or conversely, they might tone down their hair displays to appear less threatening before a surprise attack. Eleanor found evidence of Vikings who had completely changed their hairstyling when travelling to foreign lands, essentially code-switching their appearance the way modern people might change their accent in different social situations. A Viking trader entering a Christian kingdom might adopt more conservative hair arrangements to blend in and avoid unwanted attention, while the same person might sport elaborate warrior braids when returning home to establish their continued Viking credibility. The complexity of the system was mind-boggling. Elena realised that Vikings had essentially created a visual language so sophisticated that they could communicate detailed information about personal history, current intentions, social status, and availability for various activities, all through hair arrangement. It was like wearing your entire LinkedIn profile in your follicles. As she explored the Viking hair culture, Eleanor began to understand that this wasn't just about communication, it was about identity itself. Your hair wasn't something you had, it was something you were. Changing your hairstyle wasn't a fashion choice, it was a declaration of personal transformation. No wonder the Vikings considered forced haircutting one of the worst possible punishments, equivalent to stealing someone's voice or erasing their identity. The more Elena learned about Viking hair practices, the more she realised that modern people had lost something profound when we abandoned these complex systems of visual communication. We'd gained individual freedom of expression, sure, but we'd lost a shared language that could convey incredibly nuanced social information at a glance. Elena discovered that ancient Asian cultures had developed communication systems so intricate that they made Viking hair codes resemble finger painting next to the Sistine Chapel. The deeper she dug into Chinese, Japanese and Korean historical records, the more she realised she'd stumbled into the equivalent of discovering that ancient people had been writing novels with their follicles. Ancient Chinese hair culture, Elena found, was basically a three-dimensional language, with grammar rules more complex than Latin. During the Han Dynasty, your hairstyle didn't just tell people who you were, it told them exactly where you fit in the cosmic order of the universe. There was no pressure there. The Chinese had developed what Elena came to think of as architectural hair, styles so precisely constructed that they required engineering skills alongside beauty knowledge. A proper court lady's hairstyle might take 3 hours to create and require multiple assistants, special tools, and enough hairpins to stock a small hardware store. But every single pin, every twist and every ornament placement followed strict rules that communicated everything from the woman's family background to her husband's political affiliations to her personal virtues and accomplishments. Eleanor was particularly fascinated by the discovery that Chinese women could essentially update their status by changing small details in their hair arrangement. Moving a decorative comb from one side to the other might signal that they were ready to receive visitors, while adjusting the angle of a hairpin could indicate their mood or availability for conversation. It was like having a constantly editable social media profile that everyone around you could read in real time. But the real genius of the Chinese system was how it incorporated time and season into hair communication. Summer styles were different from winter styles, not just for practical reasons, but because they communicated different aspects of a person's character and social role. Spring hair arrangements might emphasize youth and renewal, while autumn styles could highlight wisdom and preparation for challenges ahead. Your hair was essentially a calendar that also happened to be a personality test. Japanese hair culture, Elena discovered, had taken the concept of coded communication and elevated it to an art form so refined that it made ballet look clumsy. The elaborate hairstyles of geishas weren't just beautiful, they were walking encyclopedias of information for anyone who knew how to read them. A geisha's hair could tell you not only her level of training and experience, but also what season it was, what district she worked in, whether she was entertaining a regular patron or meeting someone new, and dozens of other subtle social cues. The shape of her top knot, the number and placement of ornaments, the way her hair was sectioned and folded, every detail was deliberate and meaningful. Eleanor found records indicating that accomplished geishas could communicate complex messages to each other across a crowded room, simply by adjusting their hair ornaments. A slight shift in the angle of a decorative comb might warn a colleague about a difficult client, while touching a specific hairpin could signal that a patron was particularly generous that evening. They'd essentially developed their own secret professional network using nothing but strategic hair adjustment. Korean court culture, meanwhile, had developed what Eleanor privately called diplomatic hair, styles so loaded with political meaning that changing your hairstyle incorrectly could accidentally start a war. Court ladies during the Joseon dynasty wore elaborate arrangements that indicated not just their status, but their family's political alliances, their husband's government position, and their opinion on current policy debates. Elena discovered records of women who had gotten into serious political trouble simply because they'd worn the wrong hair ornament to a court function, accidentally signalling support for a rival political faction. It was like showing up to a modern political rally wearing the wrong campaign button, except the consequences could include exile or worse. Eleanor's mind reeled from the intricacy of these Asian hairstyles, not only due to the time it took to style them every morning. These cultures had created visual communication systems so complex that they required years of education to master. Young girls from wealthy families would spend hours learning not just how to create these elaborate styles, but how to read the subtle messages in other women's hair arrangements. It was social media before social media existed, except instead of posting updates, you wore them. Instead of scrolling through feeds, you read the room by observing everyone's hairstyles. And instead of getting notifications, you received information through subtle changes in other people's hair presentations. Eleanor began to realise that these ancient hair languages weren't just sophisticated, they were actually more nuanced than many modern communication systems. We might have emojis and status updates, but could you communicate your entire family history, current mood, political affiliations, professional status, and availability for social interaction all through a single photograph? These ancient cultures could do exactly that. and they carried their messages with them everywhere they went. As Elena's research progressed, she started to wonder, had we gained convenience in modern communication but lost something profound about human connection? When everyone around you can read detailed information about your life and current state simply by looking at your hair, perhaps you develop a different kind of social awareness and empathy. Maybe we'd traded deep, intuitive communication for broad but shallow connection. Just when Elena thought she'd mapped the outer boundaries of ancient hair communication, she discovered that the Celts had been weaving messages into their hair with the same intricate artistry they brought to their metalwork and manuscripts. If Asian cultures had turned hair into architecture, the Celts had transformed it into storytelling. Elena's introduction to Celtic hair culture came through an unlikely source, a medieval Irish monk's complaint letter. Brother Finnegan, writing in the 8th century, was apparently fed up with how long it took to decode the messages that Celtic women were literally wearing on their heads when they came to the monastery seeking sanctuary. His frustrated scribblings reveal that Celtic hair braiding wasn't just decorative, it was narrative. Each braid pattern told a story, and not just any story, but often the woman's entire family history going back generations. A Celtic woman's hair might contain the tale of her great-grandmother's heroic defence of the clan lands, her mother's tragic love affair, and her own recent adventures, all woven together in patterns that functioned like a portable library. Eleanor imagined these women walking around like living, breathing audiobooks, except instead of listening, you had to know how to read braid patterns. The complexity was staggering. Eleanor found evidence that master braid readers could determine not just what stories were being told, but how the woman felt about those stories based on subtle variations in tension, direction, and decorative elements woven into the patterns. A tightly woven section might indicate pride in a family achievement, while looser braiding could suggest sorrow or regret about a particular event. Celtic men, not to be outdone, had developed their own hair-based communication system that was equal parts practical and poetic. Warriors wore their hair in patterns that announced their battle achievements, but they also incorporated elements that told the stories of their fallen comrades. It was like wearing a memorial and a military record simultaneously, except infinitely more personal and meaningful. Elena was particularly moved to discover that Celtic hair patterns often included memory braids, sections specifically dedicated to keeping the stories of deceased family members alive. A mother might weave the pattern that represented her lost child into her hair, ensuring that the child's memory travelled with her wherever she went. It was a form of grief, processing and memorial that was both private and public, allowing the community to recognise and support someone's loss while giving the bereaved person a tangible way to carry their loved one's story forward. But perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Celtic hair communication was how they used it for matchmaking and courtship. Young people could communicate incredibly detailed information about their romantic availability, preferences, and family background through strategic hair arrangement. A woman might weave patterns that told potential suitors about her family's cattle holdings, her own domestic skills, and even her personality traits, all while appearing to simply wear her hair in an attractive style. Elena discovered records of elaborate courtship negotiations conducted entirely through hair pattern exchanges. A young man might ask his sister to visit a potential bride's family and read the girl's hair to gather information about her suitability, while the girl's relatives would be simultaneously analysing the messenger's hair patterns to assess the suitor's family background and prospects. It was like having detailed dating profiles that you wore on your head. Eleanor called the Celts travelling hair, patterns that showed where a person was from and how they got there. This practice was incredibly practical, in a world where knowing someone's origin and journey could be crucial for determining whether they were friend, foe, or trading partner. Your hair essentially functioned as a passport and travel itinerary combined. Eleanor found evidence that Celtic druids had elevated hair communication to a spiritual level, using elaborate arrangements to commune with deities and channel otherworldly wisdom. A druid's hair pattern might incorporate symbols representing the phases of the moon, the changing seasons, and various natural forces, creating a living mandala that connected the wearer to the cosmic order. It was like wearing a direct line to the divine, except instead of a phone, you used intricate braiding techniques passed down through generations of spiritual practitioners. But what really impressed Elena was how the Celts had managed to make their hair communication system adaptable across different social situations. The same basic braid pattern might be worn loosely and casually for everyday activities, tightened and decorated for formal occasions, or modified with specific additions for ritual or ceremonial purposes. It was like having one incredibly versatile language that could shift registers depending on the context, from casual conversation to formal presentation to sacred ceremony. The more Elena studied Celtic hair culture, the more she realised that they'd solved one of the fundamental challenges of human communication: how to share complex personal information while maintaining privacy and dignity. A Celtic woman could tell her entire life story to those who needed to know it, while the same arrangement might appear to be simply attractive braiding to casual observers. It was selective broadcasting at its finest, intimate communication disguised as beautiful hairstyling. As Elena pieced together the complex mysteries of Celtic hair messaging, she began to understand that these ancient people had created something remarkable: a communication system that was simultaneously practical, beautiful, emotionally meaningful, and spiritually significant. They hadn't just figured out how to speak with their hair, they'd discovered how to turn their entire heads into living, breathing works of art that told the stories of their lives, their families, and their deepest beliefs. By this point in her research, Eleanor felt like she'd discovered that the entire ancient world had been having a massive ongoing conversation right over everyone's heads, literally. But the more cultures she investigated, the more she realised that hair communication wasn't just a collection of isolated cultural practices. It was something much more profound, a universal human impulse to turn our most visible feature into a language of identity, status, and connection. Eleanor's breakthrough came when she started mapping the common elements across all the hair communication systems she'd studied. Despite developing in complete isolation from each other, cultures around the world had independently arrived at remarkably similar solutions to the challenge of visual communication. It was like discovering that humans had an innate need to speak with their hair, regardless of their geographic location or historical period. Length, it turned out, was universal currency in hair communication. From Viking warriors to Chinese empresses to Celtic druids, longer hair consistently indicated higher status, greater power, or deeper spiritual connection. But the genius was in the details. How that length was managed, styled, and displayed varied dramatically between cultures, while maintaining the same basic meaning. This is similar to how a smile universally signifies friendliness, yet the specific ways in which people smile differ according to their cultural backgrounds. Covering and uncovering hair also appeared to be a universal communication strategy, though the specific meanings varied fascinatingly between cultures. What remained constant was the recognition that hair visibility was a powerful tool for social signalling. Whether you were a Roman matron covering your hair to indicate respectability, a Celtic warrior leaving his hair wild to demonstrate his dangerous nature, or a Japanese geisha revealing carefully styled locks to advertise her artistic refinement, you were all participating in the same basic human practice of using hair visibility as a form of communication. Elena discovered that braiding patterns seemed to emerge independently in every culture that developed sophisticated hair communication, but each society had found its own symbolic vocabulary within the medium of woven hair. Vikings braided stories of conquest, Celts braided family histories, and various African cultures, whose hair communication systems Elena was just beginning to investigate, had developed braiding patterns that could indicate everything from tribal affiliation to personal achievements to spiritual beliefs. But perhaps the most universal element Elena found was the use of hair communication for mate selection and relationship status. Every culture she studied had developed sophisticated ways to broadcast romantic availability, partnership status, and desirability through hair arrangement. It made perfect sense from an evolutionary perspective. Hair is visible from a distance, can be styled to enhance or disguise certain features, and changes over time in ways that can indicate health, age, and social status. The more Elena studied these patterns, the more she realised that modern humans had retained many of these ancient instincts without consciously recognising them. We still make judgments about people based on their hairstyles, still use our hair to signal different aspects of our personality and social status, and still pay attention to hair changes as indicators of life transitions or emotional states. We just don't have the sophisticated, culturally agreed-upon vocabulary that our ancestors developed. Eleanor began to see that hair communication hadn't disappeared with ancient civilizations. It had just become less conscious and systematic. Modern people still use dramatic haircuts to mark major life changes, still spend enormous amounts of money and time on hairstyling to communicate aspects of their identity, and still notice and interpret other people's hair choices as social signals. We'd just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would let us read these signals with the precision and sophistication of our ancestors. This realization led Elena to what she considered her most important discovery. Hair communication systems seemed to emerge naturally in any society that valued complex social relationships and nuanced identity expression. The more sophisticated the social structure, the more elaborate the hair language became. It wasn't that ancient people were obsessed with hair for its own sake. They were using hair as a tool for navigating increasingly complex social environments. Elena started to understand that these ancient hair languages represented something that modern society might have lost, a shared vocabulary for expressing the subtle, complex aspects of human identity that don't fit neatly into simple categories. When your hairstyle could communicate not just your social status, but your family history, your personal achievements, your current emotional state, your spiritual beliefs, and your availability for various types of relationships, you had a communication tool of remarkable sophistication and nuance. The implications were staggering. Eleanor realized that ancient people might have been better at reading social cues, understanding complex social dynamics, and navigating interpersonal relationships precisely because they had these shared visual languages that provided immediate, detailed information about everyone around them. Modern people might have gained individual freedom of expression, but we've lost collective tools for social communication and understanding. As Elena synthesized her research across cultures and centuries, she began to see that hair communication wasn't just an intriguing historical curiosity. It was evidence of a fundamental human capacity for creating meaning, building community, and expressing identity through the most basic aspects of our physical appearance. We'd always been speaking with our hair. We'd just forgotten how to listen to what it was saying. As Elena sat in her study one evening, surrounded by photographs, sketches, and notes from cultures spanning thousands of years and every inhabited continent, she realized she'd uncovered something that went far beyond academic curiosity. She'd discovered a lost dimension of human communication that revealed profound truths about connection, identity, and the ways people create meaning in their lives. The evidence was overwhelming. For most of human history, hair had served as a sophisticated, nuanced language that allowed people to communicate complex information about themselves, while simultaneously reading equally complex information about everyone around them. Modern humans had retained the instinct to use hair for communication. We still make dramatic hair changes to mark life transitions, still judge others based on their styling choices, still use our hair to express personality and attract partners. But we'd lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make this communication truly effective. Eleanor began to imagine what it would have been like to live in a world where everyone around you was constantly broadcasting detailed information about their identity, status, history, and current emotional state through their hair choices. Instead of the awkward small talk that dominates modern social interactions, ancient people could gather enormous amounts of relevant information about new acquaintances simply by observing their hair arrangements. It would be like having everyone's biography, current mood, and availability status visible at a glance. But the more Elena thought about it, the more she realized that ancient hair communication offered something even more valuable than efficient information exchange. It provided a way for people to express the full complexity of their identity within a shared cultural framework. When your hairstyle could tell the story of your family, your achievements, your beliefs, and your dreams, you had a way to be seen and understood as a complete person rather than just a collection of demographic categories. Elena found herself wondering what we'd lost when we abandoned these sophisticated visual languages. Modern people often complain about feeling disconnected, misunderstood, or unable to express their authentic selves in social situations. What if part of the solution was learning to read and speak in the visual languages that humans had naturally developed over thousands of years? The implications extended beyond individual communication to community building and social cohesion. When everyone in a community shared a visual language that could communicate personal history, family connections, social status, and current circumstances, it created a web of understanding and mutual recognition that went far deeper than surface-level interactions. People could understand their place in the community, not just through verbal communication, but through constant visual reinforcement of social relationships and shared values. Eleanor realised that ancient hair communication systems had solved one of the persistent challenges of human society: how to balance individual expression with community cohesion. These systems allowed people to express their unique identity and personal story while simultaneously participating in a shared cultural language that strengthened community bonds. You could be completely yourself while still being clearly connected to your community. While Elena reflected on her research, she began seeing parallels between ancient hair communication and modern digital communication. Social media platforms, dating apps, and professional networking sites all attempt to help people broadcast information about their identity, status, and availability, essentially the same functions that hair served in ancient cultures. But where hair communication was immediate, nuanced, and integrated into daily life, digital communication often feels artificial, performative, and separated from authentic human connection. Perhaps most importantly, Eleanor realised that hair communication had been inherently democratic. Unlike written languages that required literacy and education, or complex social protocols that required training in etiquette, hair communication was accessible to everyone. Rich or poor, educated or illiterate, everyone had hair, and everyone could participate in the visual conversation that helped bind communities together. Elena's research had started with curiosity about ancient aesthetics, but it had evolved into something much larger: a recognition that humans have always had sophisticated ways of communicating identity, building community, and creating meaning through the most basic aspects of physical appearance. We hadn't lost the ability to communicate through hair. We just lost the shared cultural knowledge that would make that communication effective and meaningful. As she prepared to share her findings with the world, Elena felt both excitement and sadness. Elena was filled with excitement as she discovered evidence of human creativity, ingenuity, and connection that had been concealed for centuries. She felt sadness because she realised how much richness and depth of communication modern people had unknowingly sacrificed for the sake of individual freedom and simplicity. But perhaps, Elena thought as she finally turned off her desk lamp and headed to bed, understanding what we'd lost was the first step toward recovering some of what had made ancient communities so skilled at reading, understanding, and connecting with each other. Perhaps we haven't truly lost the secret language of hair, but it's simply waiting for us to reclaim its ability to communicate. Your hair, after all, has been trying to tell your story all along. The only question is whether anyone around you still remembers how to listen. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum. It's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector, and then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels, they were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetics section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foracae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socialising, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialised in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities, and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications, and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond. Frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialised in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialised in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorised complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorising their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypocaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specialising in bath-related projects, travelling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customized oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialized sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specializations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all four cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery, they were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil. At shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose, shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature, our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies, they washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. as you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the year 1800. There's no hum of electricity in the background, no distant traffic noise, and no notification sounds breaking your concentration. Instead, the world announces itself through different rhythms. The clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the distant ring of a church bell marking the hour, or perhaps the creak of a wooden cart making its way down a dirt road. In this world, nearly everything you touch has been made by someone you could actually meet. Your shoes were crafted by the cobbler 3 streets over, the one whose shop smells of leather and beeswax. Your shirt was woven by someone who knew the sheep that provided the wool, and maybe even helped shear them on a bright spring morning. The nails holding your house together were hammered out one by one by a blacksmith whose grandfather taught him the trade, who learned it from his own grandfather before that. The 1800s occupy this fascinating middle ground in human history, a bridge between the ancient world of pure handcraft and our modern age of mass production. At the century's beginning, methods of making things hadn't changed substantially in hundreds of years. A medieval craftsman transported to 1800 would have felt reasonably at home in most workshops. But by 1900, factories were humming with machinery, and that same medieval craftsman would have thought he'd stumbled into some kind of mechanical fever dream. You have to understand that in 1800 the concept of shopping as we know it barely existed. You didn't browse through identical products made in distant factories. Instead, you visited craftspeople who would make something specifically for you, shaped to your measurements, built to last not months or years, but potentially generations. Every object carried the fingerprints, sometimes literally, of its maker. This wasn't romanticised simplicity. Life was hard, work was demanding, and making even basic necessities required skills that took years to master. But there was something in this way of making things that we've largely lost. A direct relationship between maker and user, between material and finished object, and between the time something took to create and the value placed upon it. The 1800s would watch this entire system transform. Steam engines would gradually replace water wheels and muscle power. Factories would centralise work that had once been scattered across thousands of small workshops. Skills passed down through apprenticeships would begin to be codified in technical manuals that anyone could theoretically learn from. It was progress, certainly, but it came with costs that craftspeople of the time could feel in their bones. What's fascinating is how long traditional craftsmanship persisted alongside these new industrial methods. Even as factories began producing cheap textiles, hand weavers continued their work, creating fabrics that machines couldn't yet match. While mass-produced furniture filled modest homes, skilled cabinet makers still crafted pieces for those who valued artistry over economy. The century became a long, slow negotiation between handmade quality and manufactured quantity. between individual artistry and standardized efficiency. Tonight, we're going to explore this world through the hands and workshops of the people who made it. Not the famous inventors or industrial magnates whose names fill history books, but the blacksmiths and carpenters, weavers and cobblers, tinkers, and countless other craftspeople whose skills shaped daily life. Their world moved at the pace of careful work, measured not in metrics and deadlines, but in the time it takes to do something properly. So settle in deeper, adjust your pillow, and let's step into workshops where the air smells of wood shavings and coal smoke, where time is marked by the rhythm of tools meeting material, and where making something beautiful and useful is simply how you spend your day. The blacksmith's workshop is the heart of any 1800s town or village, and you can usually smell it before you see it. That distinctive scent of coal smoke mixed with hot metal, and the slightly acrid tang of quenched iron meeting water. It's early morning as you approach, and already the forge is glowing, radiating heat that feels pleasant in the cool dawn air, but will become oppressive by midday. Step inside, and your eyes need a moment to adjust to the dimness punctuated by the brilliant orange-yellow glow of the forge. The blacksmith is already at work. These craftsmen often start before sunrise because metalwork demands the best hours of the day, when the mind is sharpest and the hands steadiest. Watch how he works, because there's a rhythm to blacksmithing that's almost musical. The iron rod goes into the forge, nestled in the carefully banked coals that maintain a temperature of around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Not that anyone in 1800 is measuring temperatures precisely. The blacksmith knows his heat by colour. Black iron that begins to show a faint red glow, red that brightens to orange, orange that lightens to yellow, and finally the rare white heat reserved for welding two pieces together. While the iron heats, the blacksmith might prepare his tools or check previous work, but mostly he's watching that glow, waiting for the precise moment when the metal is ready. Pull it out too soon, and the metal won't move under the hammer. Wait too long, and you might burn the iron, ruining its properties. It's a judgment that takes years to develop, based not on thermometers, but on the subtle shifts in colour that tell an experienced eye everything about the metal's state. When the moment is right, the iron comes out of the forge in a smooth practice motion. No hesitation, because hesitation means lost heat and wasted work. The metal goes onto the anvil, that massive block of iron that might weigh 200 pounds or more, sitting on a stump of hardwood that's been specially selected for its ability to absorb shock without splitting. Then comes the hammer, and this is where blacksmithing reveals itself as something more than simple pounding. Each strike is deliberate, placed with precision, and varying in force depending on what the blacksmith wants to achieve. Light taps to spread the metal gradually, heavier blows to move it more dramatically, the hammer almost dancing across the iron surface. The sound echoes through the workshop, ring, ring, ring. A rhythm that people in town use to mark the passage of their day, the way we might glance at a clock. Between heating and hammering, the blacksmith might return the piece to the forge a dozen times or more. There's no rushing this process. Metal has its own pace, and forcing it leads to cracks, weak spots, or pieces that won't hold up to use. You learn patience at the forge, or you learn to fail repeatedly. What amazes modern observers is the range of things a blacksmith creates. Obviously there are horseshoes, and these aren't simple U-shapes stamped out of flat bar stock. Each shoe is shaped to the specific hoof it will protect, with nail holes carefully placed and the ends shaped to provide the right grip. A skilled farrier, a blacksmith specialising in horse care, can look at a horse's stance and gait and make shoes that correct problems or enhance performance. But horseshoes are just the beginning. The blacksmith makes the nails that hold buildings together, crafting them from iron rods, drawing them out to the right length and taper, then cutting them off with a sharp blow. A skilled smith can make hundreds of nails in a day, each one shaped by hand, each one slightly unique. He makes the hinges that allow doors to swing, the latches that keep them closed, and the hooks that hang pots over fires. Farm tools flow from the blacksmith's forge, plough blades that must be hard enough to break soil, but flexible enough not to shatter on rocks, hoes and rakes, axes and adzes. Each tool is created with intimate knowledge of how it will be used. An axe for felling trees differs from one meant for splitting firewood, and both differ from the smaller hatchets used for kindling. The blacksmith knows these distinctions in his muscles, in the automatic adjustments his hands make while working. More delicate work happens too. The same hands that can swing a heavy sledgehammer can also craft intricate scrollwork for decorative gates, forming hot iron into curves and spirals with tools that look almost like chopsticks. Fire pokers terminate in handles shaped like twisting vines or animal heads. Door knockers become small works of art while remaining perfectly functional. The blacksmith's workshop collects a lifetime of specialised tools, many of which he's made himself. Dozens of different hammers hang within easy reach. Ball-peen hammers for shaping, cross-peen hammers for drawing out metal, and straight-peen hammers for creating grooves. Tongs of every conceivable shape grip different-sized and shaped pieces. Swages, fullers and hardies fit into the anvil's hardy hole, each designed for specific shaping operations. The physical demands of blacksmithing leave their mark. Blacksmiths typically develop one arm noticeably larger than the other, from constantly swinging the hammer. Burns are inevitable. Tiny scars dot forearms and hands from sparks and accidental contact with hot metal. The constant heat means working in relatively light clothing even in winter, stepping outside periodically for relief when the forge becomes unbearable. But there's deep satisfaction in this work. You start with a straight bar of iron, and through patient heating, hammering and shaping, you create something that didn't exist before. Something useful that will serve its purpose for decades or longer. Objects made by the 1800s blacksmiths are still in use today. Testimony to the quality of work done when taking time to do things right wasn't considered optional. As evening approaches and the blacksmith banks his forge for the night, the workshop begins to cool. The day's work hangs on hooks or rests on shelves, horseshoes waiting to be fitted, tools ready for pickup, and projects in various stages of completion. Tomorrow the forge will glow again, the hammer will ring, and more iron will be transformed into the 1,000 useful things that hold a pre-industrial world together. The blacksmith washes the coal dust from his face and hands at the pump outside, and as he does, you notice his hands, scarred, calloused, and incredibly strong, but also capable of delicate precision. These are the hands that hold together everything in the town, one careful hammer blow at a time. Walk past the blacksmith's forge, and a few buildings down you'll find the carpenter's workshop, an entirely different world despite both craftsmen working with their hands. Where the blacksmith's domain is dominated by fire and metal, the carpenter's workshop speaks in the quieter language of wood, its varied grains and colours, the way different species respond to tools, and the subtle music of sharp blades meeting timber. The first thing that strikes you entering a carpenter's workshop is the smell. It's one of the most pleasant aromas in the pre-industrial world. Fresh wood shavings, the slight resinous scent of pine, the deeper, richer smell of oak or walnut, and perhaps a hint of linseed oil and beeswax. It's a smell that tells your brain to relax, that says something beautiful is being created here without the violence of hammer and forge. The workshop is dominated by workbenches, massive affairs made of hard wood that won't budge during planing or sawing. These benches are marvels in themselves, featuring vices that can grip boards from multiple angles, dog holes that allow boards to be secured lengthwise, and surfaces kept meticulously flat because they're the reference plane for all work done upon them. A carpenter might spend weeks building his primary workbench, knowing it will serve him for his entire career. Light streams in through large windows. Carpenters need good natural light to see grain patterns, check if surfaces are truly flat, and spot defects in wood. Unlike the blacksmith who works with glowing metal visible in any light, the carpenter's work requires the subtle perception that only good daylight provides. The tools hanging on the walls represent generations of refinement, saws of every description, cross-cut saws for cutting across the grain, rip saws for cutting with it, smaller back saws for precise joinery work, coping saws for curves, and bow saws for quick rough cuts. Each saw has been sharpened and set by the carpenter himself, because in the 1800s, sending tools out for sharpening would be like sending your teeth out for cleaning. These are intimate extensions of your body that you maintain yourself. Planes represent a carpenter's precision tools, and a well-equipped workshop might have 20 or more. Smoothing planes create surfaces so perfect they seem almost polished. Jack planes remove material quickly for initial shaping. Jointer planes true long edges. Specialty planes cut grooves, rabbets and mouldings in profiles that range from simple to astonishingly complex. Some moulding planes create shapes so intricate you'd think they require machinery, but no. Just a perfectly shaped blade, careful adjustment, and steady, practiced strokes. Watch a carpenter work and you see decision-making happening with every board selected. Wood isn't a uniform material like metal or plastic. Each piece is unique, with grain patterns, knots, potential weak spots, and individual character. The carpenter learns to read wood the way you might read faces, understanding at a glance which boards will work for which purposes. A simple board selection for a table might involve considering 6 different pieces. This one has beautiful grain but a knot right where stress will be concentrated. Set it aside. That one's grain runs slightly diagonal, which means it might cup or twist. May be useful for something else, but not this project. This third piece has straight grain, no significant defects, and the right colour, perfect. These judgments happen in seconds, but rest on years of experience with how wood behaves. Joinery, the art of connecting pieces of wood without visible fasteners, is where carpentry becomes almost magical. The carpenter cuts a tenon on one piece and a mortise in another, and when fitted together, they create a joint stronger than either piece alone. Through tenons show their ends decoratively. Hidden tenons disappear inside the joined pieces. Dovetails lock drawers together with an elegance that's both beautiful and functional. Those angled pins and tails can't pull apart no matter how hard you tug. Creating these joints requires precision measured not in millimetres, but in the thickness of a pencil line. Too tight, and pieces won't fit together or might crack when forced. Too loose, and the joint weakens. The carpenter works to something called a piston fit, snug enough that pieces require firm pressure to join but not so tight they require hammering, which can bruise the wood or crack delicate parts. Hand tools create this precision. A well-sharpened chisel removes wood in whisper-thin shavings, the carpenter controlling it with subtle pressure changes and angles, feeling in his hands when he's approaching the layout line. Marking gauges score reference lines so fine you can barely see them until light catches them at the right angle. The carpenter works in a state of deep concentration, where time seems to slow down and every cut, every shaving removed, and every test fit becomes its own small meditation. But carpentry isn't just joinery and precision work. There's also the rough carpentry of framing buildings, where speed and strength matter more than a furniture maker's finesse. Carpenters build the bones of houses, barns and churches, heavy timber frames joined with pegged mortise and tenon joints that will support roofs for centuries. These same craftsmen might spend morning hours framing a barn addition and afternoon hours creating delicate inlay work for a music box. The versatility required is impressive. A carpenter might be asked to build anything from a simple stool to an elaborate staircase, from storage boxes to carved mantelpieces. Each project requires different skills, different approaches, and different ways of thinking about how pieces fit together. The common thread is understanding wood, how it moves with humidity changes, how grain direction affects strength, and how different species work with various tools. Finishing is where projects come alive. The carpenter might apply oil that brings out depth in the grain, making plain wood suddenly seem precious. Beeswax buffed to a soft shine protects surfaces while providing a texture pleasant to touch. Stains can darken or even change colours, though many carpenters prefer natural finishes that show wood's true character. The finishing process is slow. Applying thin coats, letting them dry completely, and sometimes rubbing surfaces with fine abrasives between coats to create glass-smooth results. As you watch a carpenter work, you notice how his movements flow from one task to another without wasted motion. Tools are returned to specific spots without looking, because he knows exactly where everything lives. Sawdust is swept aside not in big periodic cleanups, but continuously, keeping the workspace clear and preventing dust from interfering with precision. There's a quiet efficiency to the work, a sense that every action has been refined through countless repetitions until it happens almost automatically. The items leaving a carpenter's workshop range from purely utilitarian to genuinely artistic. A plain pine storage chest built for an attic might be made just as carefully as a walnut escritoire destined for a wealthy merchant's home. The carpenter takes pride in both because making things well is simply how you work. It's not something you turn on and off based on how much someone is paying. As afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across workbenches covered in shavings, you realise you're watching something that connects backward through time to the first person who realised a sharp tool could shape wood into something useful. The methods are ancient, refined over millennia, and in the 1800s still very much alive and central to daily life. The carpenter, like the blacksmith, will pass these skills to apprentices who'll spend years learning not just techniques, but the deeper wisdom of working with natural materials. It's not knowledge that fits easily into books. Too much depends on feel, on subtle sensory cues, and on judgments that can't be fully articulated. You learn it by doing, over and over, until your hands know things your brain couldn't explain. Leave the carpenter's workshop and make your way to where textile work happens, sometimes in dedicated workshops, but often in homes, because spinning and weaving traditionally belong to the domestic sphere more than the professional craft shop. The gendered division of labour in the 1800s meant that while blacksmithing and carpentry were almost exclusively male domains, textile work was one of the few crafts where women's expertise was recognised and valued, though rarely paid as much as men's work. Step into a weaver's workspace, and you're entering a realm of incredible patience and precision. The dominant feature is the loom, a massive wooden framework that might be 8 feet long and equally tall, as complex as any machine but entirely mechanical, operated by hands and feet, in a choreographed sequence that creates fabric from individual threads. Before we get to weaving, though, we need to talk about spinning, because yarn doesn't create itself. The spinner starts with raw fibre, wool from sheep, flax that will become linen, and later in the century cotton that's arrived from southern plantations. These fibres are cleaned, carded to align them, and then transformed into thread through one of humanity's oldest technologies, the spinning wheel. There's something almost hypnotic about watching skilled spinning. The wheel turns. Powered by a treadle, the spinner rocks with one foot, while their hands feed fibre onto the spindle. The trick is maintaining exactly the right tension and feed rate. Too much fibre too fast creates lumpy, weak yarn. Too little creates thread so thin it breaks under its own weight. The spinner's hands dance this balance automatically, adjusting based on feel, creating thread of consistent thickness, yard after yard, mile after mile. Different fibres require different approaches. Wool, with its natural crimp and scales, practically wants to become yarn. The fibres grip each other eagerly. Flax is more challenging, requiring moisture, often just the slight dampness of breath, and careful handling to transform stiff fibres into the smooth, strong thread that becomes linen. Cotton, when it arrives, presents its own unique challenges with shorter fibres that require different spinning techniques. A skilled spinner can produce enormous quantities of yarn, several miles in a day's work, but this production comes only after years of practice. Apprentice spinners create yarn that's an adventure, thick here, thin there, and periodically lumpy or breaking entirely. Master spinners produce thread so consistent you could mistake it for factory work, if factories existed at the level needed to match human skill. The spun yarn then needs preparation for weaving. It's wound onto bobbins, measured into specific lengths and organised by colour if a patterned fabric is planned. This preparation is tedious, but absolutely crucial. Shortcuts here create problems that might not appear until the fabric is half finished and impossible to fix. Now the loom. Setting up a loom is an undertaking that can take days or weeks depending on fabric complexity. The warp threads, the ones that run lengthwise in the finished cloth, must be measured to exact lengths, threaded through heddles, tiny loops that lift threads in sequence, and wound onto the loom's back beam under perfect tension. Getting this tension right is critical. Inconsistent tension creates wavy, puckered fabric that's essentially ruined. Once the warp is prepared, weaving itself is a rhythmic process. The weaver sits or stands at the loom, different styles prefer different positions, and begins the repeated sequence that creates fabric. Treadles are pressed, lifting some warp threads while lowering others, creating a gap called a shed. Through this shed flies the shuttle, carrying the weft thread from one side to the other. A beater swings forward, packing the new thread tightly against previous ones. Then different treadles create a different shed, and the shuttle returns. This repeated action, shed, shuttle, beat, shed, shuttle, beat, continues for hours, days, or weeks on complex projects. The rhythm of weaving is meditative but requires constant attention. The weft thread must be tensioned correctly. Too tight and the fabric pulls inward, too loose and it waves at the edges. The beat must be consistent to create even fabric. Thread breaks require careful mending mid-weave. For patterned fabrics, the weaver must follow sometimes complex sequences of treadle presses, holding patterns in mind or working from written instructions, creating designs through the systematic raising and lowering of different combinations of threads. Simple plain weave, the basic over-under pattern, creates sturdy fabric efficiently. Though efficiently in hand, weaving terms means several hours to create a yard of cloth. More complex weaves create different properties and patterns. Twill weave, with its diagonal lines, produces stronger fabric particularly suitable for work clothes. Satin weave creates smooth, lustrous surfaces for fancier applications. Pattern weaves can create checks, stripes, or even pictorial images, though these require enormous skill and patience. The sounds of a working loom create a rhythm you can hear throughout buildings where weavers work. The thump of treadles, the swoosh of the shuttle, and the authoritative thwack of the beater compacting threads. In communities with multiple weavers, these sounds layer over each other, creating an almost musical background to daily life. Physical demands of textile work differ from blacksmithing or carpentry, but are no less real. Spinners develop strong, nimble fingers and might experience back pain from hunching over wheels. Weavers need good upper body strength for throwing shuttles and swinging beaters, plus the leg strength to operate treadles for hours. Both crafts demand excellent vision for seeing thread defects and maintaining consistent work. The range of fabrics produced by hand is stunning. Practical woolens for everyday clothing, heavy enough to keep out winter wind. Delicate linens for undergarments and summer wear, surprisingly cool against skin. Later, cotton fabrics combined comfort with durability. Fine worsteds with their smooth, dressy finish. Coarse sacking for grain storage. Canvas for sails and tents. Each type requires different fibre preparation, spinning techniques and weaving patterns. Colours come from natural dyes, indigo for blues, madder root for reds, and weld for yellows, with combinations and mordants creating a surprisingly large palette. Dyeing is its own craft, requiring knowledge of chemistry before chemistry had that name and understanding of how different fibres take up different dyes, and how to achieve consistent colours batch after batch. A dyer's workshop smells of things both pleasant and decidedly not. Onion skins and walnut hulls, but also stale urine used as a mordant to help colours adhere. As the 1800s progressed, textile work is among the first crafts to feel industrial pressure. Mechanised spinning mills can produce yarn faster than any hand spinner. Power looms, though primitive by later standards, gradually replace hand weavers for basic fabrics. This transition is painful. Textile workers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their skills become economically obsolete within years. But hand spinning and weaving persist throughout the century for specialised work. Machine-made fabrics might be cheap, but they can't match the quality of hand-woven linens, the subtle colour variations of hand-dyed yarns, or the complex patterns that skilled weavers can create. There remains a market for truly fine textiles, even as everyday fabrics increasingly come from factories. In this transitional moment, you can see both worlds coexisting. A weaver might work with factory-spun yarn to save time, but still produce fabric on a hand loom, because that's where quality and pattern complexity come from. A spinner might still prepare specialty yarns for knitting or specific weaving projects, even while factory yarn fills most needs. The crafts adapt, finding niches where hand skill still matters even as machines take over mass production. Beyond the established craftspeople with permanent workshops, the 1800s economy includes a fascinating category of workers who move between settled life and travel, between making new things and repairing old ones. These are the tinkers, cobblers, and various other repair specialists who form a kind of circulatory system in the pre-industrial economy, keeping things working long past what we'd consider their useful life. The cobbler's shop smells immediately distinctive. Leather in various stages from raw hide to finished work, beeswax for waterproofing, and the distinctive tang of tanning chemicals that never quite leaves the material. It's a smaller, more intimate space than the blacksmith's or carpenter's workshop, because cobbler work is detail-oriented and precise, working with materials measured in inches rather than feet. Shoes in the 1800s are valuable items, expensive enough that most people own perhaps 2 pairs, one for everyday work and a better pair for church or special occasions. Children might go barefoot in summer to save wear on their shoes. This means shoes need to last, and when they wear out they need repair rather than replacement. The cobbler starts shoe repair by examining the worn item with practised eyes. The sole is nearly through at the ball of the foot where weight concentrates with each step. This is typical wear. The heel is compressed on one side because the wearer walks slightly off balance. This is information the cobbler files away. The upper leather is still sound, which means this shoe has years of life left with proper repair. Resoling a shoe is unexpectedly complex. The old sole must be removed carefully to avoid damaging the upper. The remaining leather is cleaned and prepared. A new sole, cut from heavier leather than the upper, is shaped to match, then attached not with glue, which won't hold up to water and stress, but by stitching, each stitch pulled tight with waxed thread that won't rot. The cobbler's hands guide a curved needle through holes made by a specialised awl, each stitch placed with precision because shoes literally carry you through life, and sloppy work means premature failure. New shoes are even more interesting. The cobbler begins with measurement, not just foot length but width, instep height, and any peculiarities of shape that affect fit. These measurements might be carefully recorded for regular customers, or the cobbler might simply remember them because he's made shoes for this person before, and memory is reliable when you make perhaps 20 pairs a year rather than thousands. Shoemaking starts with last, a wooden form shaped like a foot. Cobblers own lasts in various sizes, possibly carved from rough forms, refined to fit specific feet. Around this last, the shoe is built layer by layer. The insole forms the foundation. Upper leather is cut in pattern pieces, then carefully stitched together. This stitching must be strong but invisible from the outside because lumps and irregularities create blisters. The upper is stretched over the last and temporarily tacked in place. Then comes the sole, attached with more of that careful hand stitching. The heel is built up from stacked leather, each layer glued and then pegged with wooden pegs that compress and interlock under use, creating a solid structure. Final finishing includes edge trimming, burnishing, cut edges smooth, and possibly applying waterproofing compounds. The result isn't just a shoe, but a fitted item specifically crafted for its wearer's feet, likely to last years with proper care and periodic resoling. Bootmaking represents the cobbler's highest art. Tall leather, complex fitting, and multiple pieces carefully joined. Good boots are expensive enough that they represent a significant investment, but they're also essential equipment for anyone working outdoors in all weather. The cobbler takes particular pride in boots because they showcase skill while serving crucial practical needs. Then there are the tinkers, more mobile craftspeople who travel regular circuits through rural areas, arriving with tools and materials to repair metal items too small or simple for the blacksmith, but essential to daily life. The tinker carries a remarkable portable workshop, soldering irons that can be heated in any fire, flux and solder, various hammers and forming tools, sheets of tin and other repair materials, all organised in a pack or cart. Tinware was hugely popular in the 1800s, lightweight, relatively cheap, and useful for everything from cups to lanterns to storage containers. But tin is also thin and prone to developing leaks or cracks. That's where the tinker comes in, moving from house to house, farm to farm, offering repairs that extend tin items' useful life substantially. Watch a tinker work and you see clever improvisation. A pot with a hole in the bottom receives a carefully fitted patch, edges cleaned and fluxed, and solder melted and flowed to create a watertight seal. A bent pan is carefully straightened using wooden mallets that won't damage the thin metal. A handle that's come loose is reattached with small rivets. Each repair is quick. The tinker must keep moving to make a living, but also carefully done because reputation matters, and a failed repair in one household means lost business throughout the region. Some tinkers also craft new items, cutting and folding tin sheets into functional shapes. A simple cup can be made in minutes. A circle for the bottom, a rectangle wrapped around and joined for the sides, the two pieces soldered together, and a handle formed from wire and attached. The result isn't fancy, but it holds liquid and costs a fraction of pottery or wooden alternatives. The tinker's lifestyle is harder than settled craftspeople's. Travel means exposure to weather, irregular income, and constant hauling of tools and materials, but it also brings independence, variety, and the satisfaction of being welcomed in communities where your skills solve real problems. The tinker becomes a familiar figure, returning each season with news from other places and ready hands to fix what's broken. Both cobblers and tinkers represent something essential about the 1800s economy. The assumption that things should be repaired rather than replaced, that skilled hands can extend useful life almost indefinitely, and that throwing away something that can be fixed is wasteful, bordering on immoral. This attitude stems partly from necessity. New things are expensive, but also from a deeper sense that well-made items deserve respect and care. The specialised knowledge these repair craftspeople carry is impressive. A cobbler can look at worn shoe soles and diagnose medical conditions affecting the wearer's gait. A tinker knows which solders work with which metals, how to compensate for tin's tendency to crack in cold weather, and which flux cleans surfaces best. This knowledge comes from experience, years of seeing what works and what fails, learning from mistakes, and refining techniques. Physical wear shows on these craftspeople too. Cobblers often develop vision problems from close work in poor light, hunched posture from bending over work, and strong hands from pulling stitches tight thousands of times. Tinkers might have burn scars from hot soldering irons or acidic flux, weather-beaten skin from outdoor work, and strong backs from carrying their portable workshops. Yet both professions provide genuine satisfaction. The cobbler who delivers repaired boots knows the wearer can now work safely through winter. The tinker who patches a farmer's milk pail has prevented waste and saved money that family needs for other things. These aren't grand achievements that change history, but they're real improvements to real people's lives, and that matters in immediate, tangible ways. As the century progresses, both professions face challenges. Factory-made shoes, though initially lower quality, become cheap enough that repair costs can exceed replacement costs. Tinware gives way to stamped metal goods that can't be repaired as easily. The itinerant tinker begins to disappear, while cobblers increasingly focus on new shoe sales rather than repairs. But throughout the 1800s, both remain vital parts of the economic fabric, keeping things working, extending useful life, and serving communities with skills learned through long apprenticeship. Midway through the 1800s, something fundamental begins shifting in how things are made. The change doesn't happen overnight. It's more like watching the tide come in, each wave reaching slightly further, gradually transforming the landscape. What we call the Industrial Revolution isn't really a revolution at all, but a slow, uneven transition from hand production to mechanised manufacturing, from small workshops to large factories, and from craftspeople to machine operators. The transformation starts differently for each craft. Textile work, as we mentioned, feels industrial pressure earliest. And by the 1820s and 30s, mechanised spinning mills are producing yarn faster and cheaper than any hand spinner can match. Power looms follow, gradually improving from crude first versions to machines capable of producing serviceable cloth. The hand weavers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their economic value plummet within a generation. But here's what's interesting. The immediate result isn't that handcraftspeople disappear. Instead, the market splits. Cheap, standardised goods flow from factories, basic fabrics, simple clothing, and utilitarian items. Meanwhile, custom work, high-quality goods, and complex items still require hand skills. A factory can produce plain cotton shirting by the mile, but the shirt itself still needs a skilled tailor to cut and sew. Machine-made furniture fills modest homes, but wealthy buyers still commission craftsmen for pieces that show genuine artistry. The carpenter's craft illustrates this split nicely. Early woodworking machinery, steam-powered saws and planers that can surface lumber faster than any hand tool, doesn't eliminate carpenters but changes what they do. Instead of spending days hand planing rough lumber flat, carpenters can now buy pre-surfaced boards and focus on joinery and assembly. Water-powered sawmills mean carpenters receive boards rather than whole logs, changing their work but not eliminating their skills. What carpenters lose in this transition is a certain kind of control. When you prepare your own lumber from logs, you understand that wood intimately, see its grain structure revealed with each saw cut, notice subtle variations in colour and density, and make decisions about how each board can best be used. With pre-milled lumber, this intimate knowledge becomes less necessary. The work gets faster, but perhaps slightly less connected to the material itself. Blacksmithing faces a different kind of industrial pressure. Iron foundries begin producing castings for items previously forged by hand. Pot hooks, fireplace equipment, and decorative elements. Later, factories produce nails by machine, each one identical to the next, far cheaper than hand-forged versions. The blacksmith's bread and butter work gradually erodes as factory products fill needs that once required a trip to the smithy. Yet blacksmiths adapt rather than disappear. Factories can produce standard items, but custom work still requires the forge. A farmer needs a specialised tool for his particular soil conditions. A factory bracket doesn't quite fit an unusual situation, and a machine breaks and needs a part fabricated to match. These jobs still come to the blacksmith. The work becomes more varied and less predictable, requiring broader skills and more creative problem-solving. The relationship between craftspeople and machines evolves in unexpected ways. Many craftspeople initially fear and resist machinery, seeing it as competition that will destroy their livelihoods. But gradually some realise that machines can be tools rather than replacements. A carpenter might use a power saw to quickly dimension lumber, then employ hand skills for joinery and finishing. A blacksmith might purchase factory-made bar stock rather than forging it from raw iron, saving time for the specialised shaping that machines can't do. This hybrid approach, combining machine efficiency with hand skill, becomes increasingly common as the century progresses. It represents a pragmatic middle ground between pure handcraft and full mechanisation. The craftsperson becomes less a maker of raw materials and more a skilled assembler and finisher, using machine-made components, but adding value through expertise that machines can't replicate. The experience of learning craft changes during this period too. Traditional apprenticeship, years spent with a master, learning by observation and practice, begins competing with technical schools where theory can be taught to multiple students simultaneously. Written manuals appear, trying to codify knowledge previously passed orally. A young person in 1850 might learn carpentry, partly through books and classes, whereas their grandparent learned entirely through hands-on experience. This shift from tacit to explicit knowledge has profound effects. On one hand, it democratizes skills. Anyone with access to books can theoretically learn techniques previously guarded within craft guilds. On the other hand, something gets lost in translation. The subtle judgment about when wood is ready to cut, the feel of metal at proper forging temperature, and the sound of a properly sharpened tool. These things are hard to convey in writing. The manual can tell you what to do, but struggles to communicate the embodied knowledge of how it should feel when done right. Economic pressures intensify as factory production expands. A hand weaver might earn a decent income in 1820, struggle in 1840, and be essentially priced out of basic textile production by 1860. Some craftspeople adapt by specialising in luxury markets, where hand quality commands premium prices. Others abandon traditional crafts entirely, perhaps moving to factory work themselves or finding new occupations. The transition is rarely smooth or easy. Communities experience these changes in deeply personal ways. A town that once supported 3 cobblers might now support 1, as cheaper factory shoes reduce demand for repairs and custom work. The blacksmith shop might employ fewer apprentices as factory goods replace hand-forged items. Young people growing up in the 1870s might see craft apprenticeships as outdated paths to poverty rather than respected routes to skilled work. Yet throughout this transition, certain values associated with handcraft persist. There remains appreciation for things made with care, for the visible evidence of skilled hands, and for items crafted to last rather than replaced when fashion changes. A factory-made chair might be cheap, but it won't match the satisfaction of sitting in something a craftsperson built specifically for you, shaped to your proportions and finished to your preferences. The aesthetic debate between handmade and machine-made intensifies later in the century. Critics argue that machine production creates soulless uniformity, that it values quantity over quality, and that it severs the connection between maker and user that gave handcraft its meaning. Defenders counter that machines democratize goods previously available only to the wealthy, that they free human energy for higher purposes than repetitive manual labour, and that progress shouldn't be feared simply because it's different. Both sides have valid points, and the century ends without resolving the tension. By 1900, factories dominate production of basic goods, but handcraft persists in niches where quality, customization, or artistry matter more than price. The crafts don't die but transform, finding new purposes in a world where making things by hand has become a choice rather than the only option. What's lost in this transformation is a certain relationship to material objects. When everything you own was made by identifiable hands, often in your own community, objects carry stories. You know whose sheep provided wool for your shirt, who spun and wove the fabric, and who cut and stitched the garment. This chain of creation is visible, personal, and grounded in relationships. Factory goods sever these connections. You have no relationship to the people or places that produced them. They arrive in your life as finished objects with no visible history. What's gained is abundance. Factory production makes previously expensive items affordable to working people. The ability to purchase adequate clothing, decent furniture, and useful tools without saving for months or years represents genuine material improvement. The question isn't whether industrialization brought benefits, it clearly did, but whether those benefits came at cost we didn't fully anticipate. The craftspeople living through this transition have complex experiences. Some embrace change, seeing opportunities in new methods. Others resist bitterly. watching skills they spent decades mastering become economically irrelevant. Most fall somewhere between, adapting where possible while mourning what's lost. Their perspective offers insights we might consider in our own era of technological disruption. As the 19th century ends, the workshop world we've been exploring exists more in memory than present reality. The blacksmith's forge still glows in small towns, but factory-made metal goods fill most needs. Carpenters still ply their trade, but increasingly with power tools and factory-milled lumber. Weavers who once were common in every community have largely moved to factory employment or abandoned textile work entirely. The tinker's circuit has ended, replaced by mail-order catalogues offering cheap replacement goods. Yet the knowledge doesn't entirely disappear. Skills pass to hobbyists and artisans who practice traditional crafts for pleasure rather than necessity. Museums preserve tools and techniques. Written records and photographs capture methods before the last practitioners die. A thread of connection remains, however tenuous, linking us back to ways of making that dominated human experience for thousands of years. As you settle deeper into comfort, perhaps your tea has cooled and you're considering whether to brew more, or maybe sleep is starting to gently pull at your awareness. Let's think about how the craft world of the 1800s still touches your life today, often in ways you don't notice until you pause to consider. That wooden cutting board in your kitchen, if it's a good one made by a small producer rather than mass-manufactured overseas, was probably created using techniques a 19th century carpenter would recognise immediately. Someone selected the wood for appropriate grain, cut it carefully, sanded it smooth, and finished it with food-safe oil. The tools might be electric rather than hand-powered, but the basic principles, understanding wood, working with rather than against the grain, creating smooth surfaces that won't harbour bacteria, these haven't changed. The same continuity appears in countless modern objects. Quality leather goods still involve many hand operations, cutting, stitching and edge finishing, because machines struggle with three-dimensional forms and variable materials. Fine furniture, while often involving power tools for rough work, still requires hand skills for joinery, finishing, and creating the details that distinguish craftsmanship from mere construction. Blacksmithing, written off as dead by the mid-20th century, has experienced an unexpected renaissance. Contemporary blacksmiths create everything from architectural metalwork to kitchen knives to decorative art. They use the same basic techniques, heating, hammering, shaping, that their 1800s predecessors employed, though modern forges might burn propane rather than coal, and temperature control might involve thermocouples rather than reading metal colour. This revival isn't just nostalgic hobby work. There's genuine demand for hand-forged items because they possess qualities machine production can't easily replicate. A hand-forged knife has subtle variations in thickness and shape that distribute stress better than uniform factory knives. Hand-forged architectural elements bring visual interest to buildings increasingly dominated by standardization. People respond to evidence of human hands in creation, even if they can't articulate exactly why it matters. The knowledge preserved in traditional crafts also informs modern innovation. Engineers studying traditional joinery discover principles that inspire new fastening systems. Textile designers analysing hand-woven fabrics find patterns and structural approaches that translate into innovative materials. The past isn't just history. It's a repository of human problem-solving that took thousands of years to develop and shouldn't be carelessly discarded. Contemporary makers often describe feeling connected to long lineages when they practice traditional crafts. The weaver at a hand loom experiences the same rhythms, faces the same challenges, and makes the same subtle judgments as weavers 500 or 5,000 years ago. There's something profound in this continuity, a sense that you're participating in fundamental human activities that transcend particular moments or cultures. The satisfaction people find in handcraft, whether as professionals or hobbyists, speaks to needs that industrial production doesn't fulfill. Making something with your hands, watching it emerge from raw materials through your efforts, knowing exactly what went into its creation. These experiences provide a kind of fulfillment that purchasing finished goods never quite matches. In an increasingly digital age where much work involves manipulating abstractions, the concreteness of craft becomes particularly appealing. Modern craft education draws heavily on 19th century traditions. Woodworking classes teach joinery techniques that would be familiar to Victorian carpenters. Blacksmithing workshops cover forging methods unchanged in centuries. Textile arts programs introduce students to spinning and weaving using equipment that differs only in details from what craftspeople used throughout the 1800s. The knowledge transfers across generations because it's based on unchanging properties of materials and human capabilities. What's changed is the economic context. A 19th century craftsperson practiced their trade because it was how they earned their living. The only way most people could acquire necessary goods was through craft production. Modern craftspeople often have different motivations: artistic expression, connection to tradition, resistance to disposability, and the simple satisfaction of making. Economic pressure still exists. Craft businesses must compete with cheap manufactured goods, but it's not the existential necessity it once was. The appreciation for handcraft has also changed. In the 1800s, handmade was simply normal, the default state of affairs. Today, handmade is special, distinctive, and worth premium pricing. This shift reflects how rare genuine handcrafters become. When everything was made by hand, individual pieces weren't remarkable. Now that mass production dominates, evidence of hand skill commands attention and respect. This creates an interesting irony. Handcraft has become luxury goods, accessible mainly to those with money for premium products or time for hobby pursuit. The skills that once served everyone now often serve wealthy collectors or become leisure activities for those with adequate resources. This isn't entirely negative. It's preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared, but it represents a profound change in craft's social role. Yet the hunger for connection to making persists across economic classes. DIY culture, makerspaces, and YouTube tutorials teaching traditional skills, these phenomena suggest a widespread desire to understand how things are made and to participate in making. The specific economic circumstances differ from the 1800s, but the human impulse to create with hands and tools remains constant. Environmental awareness has given traditional craft new relevance. The 1800s' emphasis on repair over replacement, on making things to last, and on working with natural rather than synthetic materials. These approaches align well with contemporary sustainability concerns. A handmade wooden chair that lasts generations has far less environmental impact than cheap furniture designed for planned obsolescence. Traditional craft's built-in sustainability looks increasingly wise rather than merely old-fashioned. The pace of craft work offers another kind of value in our accelerated world. Everything about traditional making is slow. The years of skill development, the careful material selection, and the patient execution of techniques that can't be rushed. This slowness frustrates modern efficiency-obsessed thinking, but provides an antidote to constant acceleration. The weaver who spends weeks creating yards of fabric, the woodworker who completes perhaps one piece per month, and the blacksmith who heats and hammers the same piece dozens of times, they're all working at human speed, the pace at which careful attention can be sustained. As sleep begins pulling more insistently and this journey through the craft world of the 1800s nears its end, consider what lessons that vanished world might offer. Not that we should or could return to pre-industrial production. That's neither possible nor probably desirable. But perhaps there's wisdom in how craftspeople approach their work, the patient skill development, the respect for materials, the assumption that things should be made well enough to last, and the direct connection between maker and user. The blacksmith, carpenter, weaver, cobbler, and tinker we visited tonight worked in a world vastly different from ours. They face challenges we've solved and limitations we've transcended. but they also possess knowledge and practice values that industrialisation swept aside, not always to our benefit. The workshop world of the 1800s can't be recovered, but understanding it might help us think more carefully about what we make, how we make it, and why we make it. The workshops have grown quiet now. The forge has cooled to darkness, the last faint heat dissipating into the night air. Wood shavings lie where they fell on the carpenter's floor, waiting for tomorrow's sweep. The loom stands silent, its threads holding tension even in stillness, ready for the weaver's return. In the cobbler's shop, half-finished shoes rest on their lasts, leather slowly conforming to the wooden forms beneath. These spaces will wake again with morning light and renewed activity. The blacksmith will rake coals back to life, feeding the forge until it glows that perfect orange yellow. The carpenter will test edge sharpness with his thumb, a casual gesture born from decades of repetition, before beginning the day's first cuts. The weaver will settle at her loom, feet finding treadles automatically, hands reaching for the shuttle before conscious thought even suggests it. The cobbler will thread his needle with waxed cord and continue stitching where yesterday ended. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can hold in your mind this world of skilled hands and patient work, where time moved at the pace of careful craft, and making something well was simply how you lived your life. It's a world that existed just a few generations ago, close enough that your great-grandparents might have known people who lived entirely within it, yet distant enough that its rhythms and assumptions feel almost foreign now. The craftspeople of the 1800s left legacies beyond the objects they made. They preserved knowledge accumulated over millennia, refined through countless repetitions, and passed from experienced hands to novice ones with patient instruction. They demonstrated that work could be a source of pride and satisfaction, that creating useful beauty was a worthy occupation, and that taking time to do things properly produced results worth the investment. They also showed how quickly entire worlds can transform. The workshop culture that dominated human experience for thousands of years largely vanished within a single century, swept aside by industrial methods that promised and delivered abundance. The craftspeople who lived through this transition experienced it as loss and gain intermingled, watching their skills become economically marginal while material standards improved around them. What survived this transformation? The knowledge itself, preserved in books, museums, and continued practice by those who valued it beyond mere economics. The appreciation for quality that transcends price, for evidence of human care and skill, for objects that tell stories through their making. The understanding that some satisfactions come only through direct engagement with materials, that creating with your hands feeds something in human nature that observation or consumption cannot. As your breathing deepens and sleep approaches, let your last waking thoughts rest with those craftspeople. The blacksmith feeling metal temperature through colour, the carpenter reading grain patterns like familiar text, the weaver maintaining rhythm through thousands of shuttle throws, and the cobbler stitching with a precision measured in fractional inches. They lived lives of physical work and mental engagement, of skill slowly accumulated and patiently applied, of intimate knowledge about how materials behave and how hands can shape them. They made the world that our industrial civilization is built upon. Every factory technique began as someone's handcraft, refined and mechanized, but rooted in human discovery. Every modern convenience rests on foundations of knowledge developed by countless anonymous craftspeople, solving practical problems with available materials and ingenuity. The workshops are mostly gone now, but what they taught us remains, waiting to be remembered by those who paused to consider how things were made before making became an industrial process. The 1800s craftspeople worked in a world lit by candles and heated by wood fires, where horse transport was still new technology, and most people lived within a few miles of their birthplace. Yet their core experiences, the satisfaction of skilled work, the frustration of difficult materials, the pride in completed projects, the relationships with customers who became friends, these remained fundamentally human regardless of era. Sleep comes now, pulling you gently away from these workshop visits. As you surrender to it, perhaps you carry with you a renewed appreciation for how things are made, for the hands and minds behind objects we take for granted, and for the deep history of human making that connects backward through time to the first person who shaped a useful tool and forward to whatever future we craft for ourselves. The forge will glow again tomorrow, the saw will bite into wood, the shuttle will fly through its shed, and leather will yield to needle and thread. The work continues because it must, because we need things made well, because some knowledge is too valuable to lose, and because making with our hands reminds us what it means to be human in a world increasingly dominated by machines and algorithms. Rest now in this knowledge. Somewhere tonight someone is practicing these ancient crafts, keeping knowledge alive, making things with patience and skill, and maintaining connection to ways of working that have served humanity since we first learned to shape our world, rather than merely inhabit it. The story of craft is your story too. How we make things, how we make meaning, and how we make our way through the world with skilled hands and thoughtful minds. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction of work done well, of materials transformed through skill, of things made to last by people who cared enough to make them properly. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world vastly different from the 1800s workshop culture we visited tonight. But somewhere in that modern world, ancient skills persist, ancient rhythms continue, and the fundamental human impulse to create with our hands remains as strong as ever. Perhaps that's the real legacy of those 19th century craftspeople. Not just the objects they made, but the reminder that making things well matters, that craft has value beyond economics, and that some of our deepest satisfactions come from creating rather than merely consuming. The workshops are quiet now, the tools rest, the materials wait, and you rest too, carrying forward this story of how things were made, when making required not just pressing buttons, but understanding materials deeply, developing skills patiently, and working with the kind of care that could be neither automated nor rushed. You wake to the sound of water being poured into a basin somewhere below. The tatami beneath your futon still holds the night's coolness, and through the shoji screen, early light filters in with that particular quality unique to Kyoto mornings. Soft, almost lavender-tinted, as if the city itself is reluctant to fully wake. Your room is small but immaculate. A single scroll hangs in the alcove featuring autumn grasses painted with 3 brush strokes. Nothing more. The simplicity is intentional, cultivated, a kind of luxury that takes years to understand. You hear the okiya coming to life around you. The house where you live with 7 other geisha and maiko operates like a breathing organism, each person a vital part synchronized to rhythms established over centuries. Somewhere, Yoroka-san, the woman who runs this house, is already reviewing the day's appointments in her ledger, her reading glasses perched on her nose, calculating which geisha will attend which tea house and which patron has requested whose company. She manages this establishment with the precision of a ship's captain and the intuition of a chess master. The smell of rice cooking drifts upward. Not the quick modern kind, but rice that has been soaking since yesterday, now steaming in proper wooden containers that give it a faintly sweet, almost nutty aroma. Your stomach responds with a small, polite rumble. You've learned to eat breakfast slowly, mindfully, because the rest of your day will be a careful dance of timing, and rushing anything, even a meal, disrupts the flow. You fold your futon with the automatic precision of someone who has performed this task thousands of times. Each fold must be exact. The bedding is stored in the closet behind you, and when you slide the door shut, the room transforms from sleeping space to living space in seconds. This transformation happens throughout the okiya every morning. Private becomes public, rest becomes preparation, and the intimate architecture of sleep disappears without a trace. Downstairs you kneel at the low table where breakfast has been set, miso soup still steaming. Pickled vegetables in small dishes, daikon radish, cucumber and eggplant, each with its own distinct sharpness. A small piece of grilled fish, probably mackerel, its skin crispy and salty. The rice is perfect, each grain separate yet cohesive and slightly glossy. You eat with chopsticks that feel like extensions of your fingers, and you eat slowly, aware that one of the younger Maiko is watching you from the corner of her eye, learning how to move, how to hold herself, and how to exist in space with grace. After breakfast comes the first bath. In the Edo period, bathing was an art form unto itself, and in your okiya the tradition continues with religious devotion. The water is heated to exactly the right temperature. Hot enough to open your pores, not so hot that it reddens your skin. You scrub yourself outside the tub first, sitting on a small wooden stool, using a rough cloth and rice bran powder that leaves your skin smooth and faintly fragrant. Only then do you enter the water, letting it envelope you completely, feeling the heat work its way into your muscles, softening the places that hold tension from last night's performance. You soak for exactly the amount of time that feels right, not rushed, not indulgent. The bathroom is simple, with wooden walls that have darkened with age and steam and a small window that looks out onto the inner courtyard where a stone lantern sits among carefully raked gravel. Sometimes you think about how much of your life happens in these in-between spaces, not the grand tea houses where you perform, not the private moments in your room, but these transition zones where you prepare yourself, transform yourself, and become the person the outside world expects to see. After the bath, your skin is wrapped in a cotton robe, and you return to your room to begin the day's real work. But first, there's tea. Not the formal tea ceremony you'll perform later for guests, but a simple cup of sencha, green and grassy, drunk while sitting by the window watching sparrows argue over territory on the roof tiles across the narrow street. This moment, this small pocket of unscheduled time, is precious because it belongs entirely to you. The morning sun is fully up now, and the hanamachi is waking in earnest. You can hear the vegetable seller making his rounds, his voice calling out the day's offerings in a melody that hasn't changed in generations. Someone is practicing shamisen in a nearby okiya, the notes stumbling over a difficult passage, repeating until suddenly they flow correctly. The sound makes you smile because you remember being that Maiko, your fingers cramping, and your teacher's patient insistence that you try again and again and again until muscle memory replaced conscious thought. Your hair, still damp from the bath, is beginning to dry. You run your fingers through it, feeling its weight and texture. Later, it will be dressed in the traditional style, but for now, it hangs loose down your back, a rare informality. You catch your reflection in a small hand mirror, your face bare of the white makeup, your features your own. This face, unadorned, is the one you see least often. The irony isn't lost on you. You spend hours each day applying elaborate makeup to create a mask of beauty, yet this simple, clean face looking back at you holds its own quiet authenticity. Yokiya's cat, an ancient tabby named Tama who answers to no one, appears in your doorway. She eyes you with the imperial disdain that only cats can manage, then decides you're acceptable and jumps onto your lap. Her purring is like a small motor, and you stroke her fur while finishing your tea. Tama has lived in this okiya longer than you have. She's seen Maiko become geisha, watched women retire and observed the endless cycle of seasons and ceremonies with the same detached interest she brings to watching birds. You envy her simplicity sometimes. The dressing room on the second floor is where magic happens, though calling it magic seems wrong. It's more like architecture, the careful construction of beauty using specific materials and techniques perfected over centuries. You enter this room as yourself and exit as a geisha, and the transformation is so complete that sometimes you barely recognize the woman in the mirror. You begin with your undergarments, a thin cotton nagajuban that goes on first, tied with a simple cord. The fabric is soft from countless washings, and it settles against your skin like a familiar embrace. Over this goes a second layer, slightly more substantial, with a white collar that will be visible at the nape of your neck. This collar must be positioned exactly right, showing precisely the correct amount of skin. Too much looks sloppy, too little looks prudish. You've measured this distance so many times that your hands know it instinctively, but you still check in the mirror. Twice. The kimono comes next. Today's choice is a deep indigo silk with a subtle pattern of waves rendered in a slightly different shade of blue. The kind of detail you notice only when light hits the fabric at certain angles. The kimono is heavy, reassuringly so, and putting it on requires a specific sequence of movements. Left side first, always. Then the right side overlaps it, creating the closure that wraps your body. The opposite way is reserved for dressing the dead, and this superstition is so deeply ingrained that doing it wrong would feel like inviting disaster. Your dresser, an older woman named Fumiko who's been dressing geisha for 40 years, arrives to help with the obi. This wide belt of brocaded silk is a masterpiece on its own. Today's features chrysanthemums in gold and copper thread against a background of deepest green. The obi is 4 meters long and nearly 30 centimeters wide, and tying it properly requires 2 people, specific padding, multiple cords, and about 20 minutes of precise work. Fumiko works with the concentration of a surgeon. She wraps, folds, tucks, and ties with movements so practiced they seem choreographed. The obi must be tight enough to hold the kimono closed and maintain your posture, but not so tight that you can't breathe or bend. Finding this balance is an art form. She uses an obi makura, a padded cushion, to create the foundation for the bow at your back. Then begins the complex process of folding the silk into the traditional taiko musubi style, the drum-shaped bow worn by geisha. You stand perfectly still during this process, arms slightly extended, breathing slowly. You learned early in your training that fighting the constriction of the obi only makes it uncomfortable. Instead, you relax into it, let it support your spine, and use it as a kind of external skeleton that enforces perfect posture. Your breath becomes measured, flowing into your upper chest rather than your belly. This restriction changes how you move through the world. Smaller steps, more deliberate gestures, and a consciousness of your own body in space that borders on meditation. While Fumiko works on the obi, you can see other geisha in various stages of preparation. One is having her hair dressed, sitting perfectly motionless while the hairdresser's hands fly through her hair with pins and combs and pomade. Another is applying the first layer of white makeup to her face, using a brush and a mixture that smells faintly of camellia oil. The room hums with quiet industry, punctuated by occasional murmured instructions or requests. The makeup comes after you're fully dressed, and this is the part that truly completes the transformation. You sit at a low table with a mirror propped in front of you, and you begin with bintsuka oil, rubbing it into your face and neck and the exposed part of your chest. The oil creates a base and helps the white makeup adhere evenly. Then comes the white paste itself, a mixture that has evolved over time but still maintains its characteristic opacity, its ability to create a blank canvas. You apply it with a wide brush, starting at your hairline and working downward, using smooth strokes that leave no streaks or patches. The coverage must be complete, transforming your skin into porcelain. You leave 3 bare triangular points at the nape of your neck, a design element that has erotic significance in traditional Japanese culture, though most modern observers have forgotten why. The contrast of white makeup and natural skin at these points creates a visual tension, an intimacy that feels more revealing than actual nudity. Your face in the mirror is now a white mask, expressionless, waiting for features to be drawn back on. You take a thin brush and black ink and carefully outline your eyes, extending the line slightly outward to create an almond shape. Then come the eyebrows, drawn higher than your natural brows, with a slight arch that gives you a look of perpetual gentle surprise. Red pigment goes on your eyelids, just a touch, enough to add warmth. Then your lips, painted with a red so deep it's almost black, applied carefully to make your mouth appear smaller than it is. A rosebud of colour in the white expanse. The effect is startling. You look like a painting, a woodblock print come to life, utterly artificial and utterly beautiful. Your individual features have been subordinated to an ideal, a collective vision of beauty that has been refined over centuries. Some visitors from the West find this unsettling, this erasure of individual identity in favour of artistic perfection. But you understand it differently. The white makeup isn't hiding who you are, it's creating a space where you can become something more than yourself, where you can embody an ideal and perform, a role that's larger than any single person. The final elements come quickly now. White foundation on your hands and wrists, perfectly blended where it meets your natural skin tone. Hair ornaments. Today, a simple but elegant arrangement of silk flowers and tortoiseshell combs. Your fan folded and tucked into your obi. The small purse containing powder for touch-ups, a handkerchief, and perhaps a few coins. You stand and Fumiko makes a final adjustment to your obi, tugging it fractionally to the left. You catch sight of yourself in the full-length mirror and experience that momentary dislocation you never quite get used to. The disconnect between who you feel like inside and who you see outside. The woman in the mirror is elegant, poised, and perfect. She looks like she never rushes, never stumbles, and never doubts herself. She looks like she was born knowing exactly how to move through the world with grace. You know better, of course. You remember your first attempts at putting on a kimono, getting the left and right sides confused. You remember the time you tripped on your own hem and fell spectacularly during a dance performance. You remember crying in frustration when you couldn't get the shamisen to produce anything but discordant noise. But that's the secret, isn't it? The perfection is performed, practiced, and earned through thousands of hours of repetition until the artificial becomes natural, until the mask and the face beneath it merge into something new. Your teacher arrives at 2 p.m, as she does every Tuesday and Friday, carrying her shamisen in its protective case and wearing an expression of calm expectation. Tomiko-sensei is in her 70s, small and compact, with hands that show the evidence of a lifetime spent coaxing music from silk strings. She's been teaching for longer than you've been alive, and she maintains standards that would make drill sergeants seem lenient. The lesson room is on the 3rd floor, away from the main traffic of the Okiya, with windows that look out over neighbouring rooftops toward the mountains in the distance. The afternoon light is perfect here, warm but not harsh, and the room itself has excellent acoustics, a happy accident of its proportions and the materials used in its construction. You kneel on the tatami with your shamisen, and Tomiko-sensei kneels across from you, and for the next 2 hours nothing exists except music. You begin with scales, as you always do, basic finger exercises that you've been practicing for years, that you'll practice for the rest of your life, because these fundamentals are the foundation of everything else. Your left hand presses the strings at precise points along the neck, while your right hand strikes them with the bachi, the large plectrum that produces the shamisen's characteristic bright percussive sound. The notes ring out clear and true, and you move through the pattern with your eyes half closed, feeling rather than thinking. Tomiko-sensei listens with absolute attention, her face giving nothing away. Then she raises one hand slightly. Stop. You stop. She demonstrates a phrase, her fingers flying over the strings with a speed and precision that seems impossible given her age. She plays it once, twice, 3 times, then nods at you. You attempt to replicate it. Your fingers stumble over the fast section. She shows you again, slower this time, breaking down the movement into components. You try again. Better, but not right. Again, again, again. This is how learning works in traditional Japanese arts. Not through lengthy explanations or theoretical frameworks, but through observation, imitation, and repetition. Your teacher shows you. You attempt to copy. She corrects. You try again. The process is simultaneously frustrating and meditative. There's no shortcut, no way to think yourself into competence. Your body must learn, and your muscles must develop their own memory, and this takes time measured not in hours but in years. Between musical phrases, Tomiko-sensei occasionally offers commentary. A story about a famous geisha from decades past who could play this particular piece while simultaneously carrying on a witty conversation. A memory of her own teacher, who would rap students' knuckles with the bachi if their posture slipped. An observation about the emotional quality of a certain passage, how it should sound like cherry blossoms falling into water, or wind through bamboo, or the last light of evening. These comments seem random and tangential, but they're actually deeply instructional. They're teaching you to hear music not just as notes, but as emotion, atmosphere, and narrative. The shamisen isn't merely an instrument to be mastered technically. It's a tool for creating particular feelings in listeners, for enhancing the mood of an evening, and for telling stories without words. After shamisen comes dance practice. You change into a lighter practice kimono, still traditional but easier to move in, and meet your dance teacher in the larger studio on the second floor. Reiko-sensei is younger than Tomiko-sensei but no less exacting. She's a former geisha herself, and she moves with a fluidity that makes every gesture look effortless. Today you're working on a piece about the changing seasons, and you're currently focused on the autumn section. The movements are subtle, a turn of the wrist suggesting falling leaves, a slight tilt of the head evoking melancholy, and a sweeping step that somehow conveys the cooling of the year. Nothing is literal. Everything is suggestion, implication, or the outline of an idea rather than the idea itself. Reiko-sensei watches you move through the sequence, then stops you. Your hand position was wrong. It should be rotated slightly more outward. Fingers together rather than spread, thumb tucked. She demonstrates. You try again. She stops you again. Your weight distribution is off. You're leaning too far forward, breaking the line of your body. Adjust, continue, stop. The angle of your fan is wrong. Again. You've been practicing this particular dance for 3 months and you're maybe halfway to performance ready. This is normal. A complex piece might take a year or more to learn properly, and even then you'll continue refining it for the rest of your career. The depth of these traditional arts is bottomless. You can spend a lifetime exploring them and still find new layers, new subtleties, and new possibilities. What strikes visitors about geisha training is the intensity of focus on details that seem almost invisible. The precise angle of a finger, the exact timing of a turn, the quality of your breath between phrases. But this attention to minute detail is what creates the overall effect of effortless grace. When every small element is perfected, the whole becomes more than the sum of its parts. Between dance and shamisen, you also study tea ceremony, calligraphy, traditional poetry, flower arrangement, and games like Go and Mahjong. You continue studying these arts throughout your career because geisha are expected to be accomplished conversationalists, and accomplishment requires knowledge. You need to be able to discuss literature with a professor, play a decent game of Go with a businessman, arrange flowers according to seasonal aesthetics, and compose a haiku that doesn't embarrass you. The education is practical but also philosophical. You're learning not just how to perform certain actions, but how to think aesthetically, how to recognize beauty in its many forms, and how to create and maintain atmosphere. These skills transfer across contexts. The attention to detail you bring to arranging flowers influences how you arrange yourself in space. The timing you learn in music affects the rhythm of your conversation. Everything connects. By the time your afternoon lessons end, you're exhausted in that particular way that comes from intense mental focus combined with physical precision. Your muscles ache pleasantly. Your mind feels both empty and full, emptied of trivial concerns, filled with music and movement and beauty. You have an hour before you need to begin preparing for the evening, and you use it to rest, lying on your futon in the dimming afternoon light, watching dust motes drift through a sunbeam, thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind settle like sediment in still water. The tea house where you're working tonight is called Kikusui, and it's one of the oldest in the Hanamachi, with a reputation for attracting distinguished guests and maintaining the highest standards. You arrive just after sunset, when the lanterns are being lit along the street, and the autumn air carries that peculiar chill that makes you grateful for the layers of silk wrapped around you. The Okasan of the tea house greets you at the entrance with a slight bow. She's been managing this establishment for 30 years and knows every geisha in the district, their strengths, their quirks, and their reliability. You have a good relationship with her. You arrive on time, you don't cause drama, and you handle difficult guests with grace. She appreciates this, and in return she calls on you regularly for her best clients. Tonight's gathering is for a group of 5 businessmen from Osaka in Kyoto for some corporate purpose you don't fully understand and don't need to. Your job isn't to comprehend the intricacies of their business dealings, but to provide a pleasant evening, skillful entertainment, and sophisticated company. 2 other geisha are working this party, Fumiko and Yuki, both colleagues you've known for years and work well with. The room where you'll spend the evening is beautiful in that understated way that characterises traditional Japanese design. Tatami mats, pristine and faintly fragrant. A tokonoma alcove displaying a scroll painting of persimmons and a simple flower arrangement of autumn grasses. Shoji screens filtering the light into soft, diffused warmth. Low tables already set with dishes and sake cups. Everything is in perfect order. Nothing is calling attention to itself, and the overall effect is one of quiet refinement. The guests arrive, settling themselves on zabuton cushions around the table. You can read them immediately. This is part of your training, being able to assess a room's energy in seconds. 2 of the men are clearly senior, probably in their 50s, and comfortable with this kind of formal entertainment. 2 others are younger, maybe in their 30s, trying to appear relaxed but slightly uncertain about the protocol. The 5th man seems to be the primary host, the one who organised this gathering, and he's already slightly drunk in a jovial rather than sloppy way. You enter the room with Fumiko and Yuki, and the atmosphere immediately shifts, becomes more festive, more alive. You exchange greetings and make small talk while pouring sake and establish the evening's tone. Your movements are practiced but not mechanical. You laugh at someone's joke, genuinely, because it was actually funny. You ask thoughtful questions about their impressions of Kyoto. You create an atmosphere that feels intimate without being too familiar and elegant without being stuffy. The food arrives in courses, each dish a small work of art. Seasonal fish arranged to suggest swimming. Vegetables cut into decorative shapes. Soup served in lacquered bowls that feel precious in your hands. The meal itself is theatre, and part of your job is to appreciate it appropriately, to comment on the chef's skill, and to create conversation around what's being served. Between courses, you perform. Tonight starts with a traditional song accompanied by Fumiko on shamisen. The piece is called Sakura, though not the simple folk version everyone knows. This is a more complex arrangement, full of subtle variations and technical challenges. You sing in the traditional style with that particular nasal quality and careful ornamentation that takes years to master. Your voice isn't operatically powerful, but it's controlled, expressive, and perfectly pitched to fill this intimate space without overwhelming it. The guests listen with varying degrees of attention. The older men watch with appreciation, recognising the skill involved. The younger ones try to look interested, while probably wishing they were somewhere with louder music and stronger drinks. The host closes his eyes, swaying slightly, transported by sack and nostalgia to somewhere else entirely. You perform for all of them equally, giving the music the respect it deserves regardless of how it's received. After the song comes conversation, and this is where the real artistry lies. Anyone can learn to sing or play an instrument with enough practice. But conversation, genuine, engaging, intelligent conversation that adapts to the flow of the evening and the personalities in the room, that's the skill that separates competent geisha from exceptional ones. You talk about everything and nothing. The changing leaves in the temple gardens. A new restaurant has opened near the station. The quality of this year's sake harvest. Someone mentions having seen a particularly beautiful moon last week, and you respond with a haiku you know that references moonlight and autumn, and this leads to a discussion of poetry, which branches into literature more broadly, and before long, you're having a surprisingly deep conversation about the difference between Western and Japanese narrative structures. One of the younger businessmen, emboldened by sake, asks you about your life as a geisha. You get this question often, and you've developed a repertoire of responses calibrated to different contexts. Tonight you keep it light, talking about the rigorous training, the early mornings, and the sometimes absurd difficulties of walking in traditional wooden sandals on cobblestone streets. You make them laugh with a story about a typhoon that knocked out power in the Hanamachi during a performance, forcing everyone to continue by candlelight like something from the Edo period itself. What you don't mention is the exhaustion, the financial pressures, and the constant awareness of aging in a profession that prizes youth. You don't talk about the complexity of the relationships between geisha and patrons or the careful navigation required to maintain appropriate boundaries. You don't discuss the decline of the profession, the way fewer young women are choosing this path every year. These truths exist, but they're not part of tonight's performance. Yuki performs a dance, moving through the limited space with remarkable grace, her fan catching the light as she turns. The businessmen applaud enthusiastically. More sake is poured, and more conversation flows. Someone suggests a drinking game, and you play along, deliberately losing to keep things fun, making self-deprecating jokes about your terrible luck. The evening develops a rhythm, a momentum. Periods of performance alternate with conversation. Formal moments give way to laughter, and the boundaries between entertainer and guest become pleasantly blurred, while still maintaining essential propriety. This is the skill, creating an atmosphere where everyone feels special, entertained, and transported from their everyday concerns into an evening that feels suspended outside normal time. Around 11, you notice the energy beginning to flag. The sake has done its work. The younger men are glassy-eyed. Even the host's enthusiasm has mellowed into contentment. This is your cue to begin the graceful process of closing the evening. You don't announce it. You simply let the conversation wind down naturally, allow the pauses to stretch slightly longer, and suggest perhaps one final song. You sing something quiet and contemplative, a piece about returning home. It feels appropriate. When you finish, there's a moment of satisfied silence, and then the guests begin the process of preparing to leave, gathering themselves, expressing gratitude, and making promises to return soon that may or may not materialize. You and the other geisha see them to the door, bowing, thanking them for their patronage, and wishing them safe travels. Then they're gone, and the spell breaks. You're suddenly aware of how much your feet hurt, how the makeup feels tight on your skin, and how ready you are to be done performing for the night. Back at the okiya, you remove the elaborate layers with relief that borders on physical pleasure. The obi unwinds, and you can suddenly breathe fully again, your ribcage expanding into the space it's reclaimed. The kimono comes off, and your body remembers its natural shape, no longer constrained by silk and tradition. The makeup takes the longest to remove. Careful cleansing to protect your skin, camellia oil to dissolve the white paste, and gentle motions to avoid irritation. Your face emerges gradually from beneath the mask. First the white recedes, revealing your actual skin tone. Then the carefully drawn features disappear, and your real eyebrows and your real mouth become visible again. You look at yourself in the mirror and experience a curious doubling, recognizing yourself while also feeling slightly like a stranger. Who is this woman with the bare face and tired eyes? She looks nothing like the porcelain figure who spent the evening entertaining businessmen in a tea house. It's past midnight now, and the okiya is quiet. Some of the other geisha are still out at engagements. Some have already returned and gone to bed. You're in that liminal space between the public day and private night, and you savour it. A simple cotton yukata replaces the elaborate kimono. Your hair, still styled, will stay that way until tomorrow, sleeping on a special pillow that keeps the arrangement intact, a minor discomfort you've long since stopped noticing. You make tea in the communal kitchen, just simple censure, nothing ceremonial. The kettle hisses softly. Outside, a taxi passes, its tyres hissing on the damp street. Someone has left a magazine on the table, an entertainment weekly with celebrities on the cover, thoroughly modern, jarringly different from the world you've just exited. You flip through it while drinking your tea, letting your mind idle, appreciating the ordinariness of this moment. Yuki joins you, also fresh from the tea house, also in the process of transitioning back to herself. You don't talk much, just exist companionably in the kitchen's warm light, two people who understand each other's lives without need for explanation. She mentions that her feet are killing her. You commiserate. She asks if you're working tomorrow. You confirm you have an afternoon appointment at a different tea house. She nods, yawns, finishes her tea and wishes you good night. Alone again, you sit for another few minutes, reluctant to end the day despite your exhaustion. There's something precious about these quiet moments, these pockets of solitude in a life largely lived in company. You think about the evening, what went well, what could have been better. The second song felt slightly off in the third verse. You'll practice that tomorrow. One of the guests made an interesting comment about traditional architecture that you want to remember. Mental notes accumulating, settling into memory. Eventually you climb the stairs to your room, where the futon is already laid out, where everything is exactly as you left it this morning, an eternity ago. The scroll in the alcove still shows autumn grasses. The window still frames the same view of neighbouring roofs and distant mountains, now silhouetted against a sky just beginning to lighten toward dawn. You slide between the covers, feeling the day's accumulated fatigue finally claim you. Your muscles are sore in that satisfying way that comes from having been used well. Your mind is quiet, pleasantly empty. You think briefly about how strange this life is, how completely you inhabit two different identities, the geisha and the woman, and how both are equally real, equally you. Sleep comes quickly, mercifully, and tomorrow you'll wake again to the sound of water being poured, to the smell of rice cooking, to another day of transformation and performance and beauty. The cycle continues, as it has for centuries, as it will for as long as there are women willing to preserve these arts, these traditions, these elaborate rituals of refinement that exist increasingly at the margins of modern life but persist, nonetheless stubborn and beautiful and strange. Spring arrives gradually in Kyoto, announcing itself first through the plum blossoms that appear in temple gardens, then the anticipation that builds throughout the city as everyone waits for the sakura. You've experienced this cycle 15 times since becoming a geisha, and it never loses its power, the way an entire culture collectively holds its breath waiting for flowers to bloom. The hanamichi transforms during sakura season. Your kimono patterns shift to cherry blossom motifs, subtle pink petals scattered across silk, or sometimes just the suggestion of blossoms in the way fabric has been dyed. Your hair ornaments incorporate tiny silk cherry blossoms. Even the sweets served at tea houses change, becoming pink and white confections shaped like petals or branches. But it's more than aesthetics. The season changes the quality of gatherings, makes them more festive, and makes them slightly wild. Parties that would normally be restrained become sack-soaked celebrations of impermanence, because that's what sakura represent, beauty so intense precisely because it's temporary, perfection that exists for mere days before falling. You find yourself working longer hours, attending more parties, and having more late nights that blend into early mornings. There's a tradition during this season of outdoor gatherings under blooming trees, and you participate in several, sitting on blankets in gardens while petals drift down like snow, landing in sake cups and on shoulders, and in carefully arranged hair. These events feel suspended outside normal time, slightly unreal, as if the beauty of the surroundings has transformed ordinary reality into something more dreamlike. You perform differently during sakura season. Your songs take on a particular poignancy, and your dances incorporate movements that evoke falling petals. Even conversation shifts, becoming more philosophical, more concerned with poetry and impermanence and the bittersweet nature of beautiful things. Guests who might normally discuss business instead find themselves reciting haiku, getting uncharacteristically emotional about the passage of time. Then the petals fall, and suddenly it's over. The trees are green again, ordinary again, and the hanamachi returns to its normal rhythms. But for those few weeks, you are all living inside a kind of collective artwork, a cultural performance that's been repeated for centuries, that will be repeated for centuries more, each generation experiencing the same astonishment that something so beautiful can be so brief. Summer brings different challenges. The kimonos that look so beautiful are also incredibly hot, and performing in July, humidity while wearing multiple layers of silk and a wig requires a particular kind of endurance. You've developed techniques for managing this, knowing exactly how to position yourself to catch any available breeze, how to fan yourself in ways that look elegant rather than desperate, and how to maintain perfect composure while sweat runs down your spine. The summer matsuri bring a welcome change of pace. These festivals allow geisha to wear lighter yukata instead of formal kimono, and the atmosphere is more relaxed and more playful. You dance in street parades, the movements less refined but more energetic than your usual performances. You work in outdoor beer gardens where businessmen in loosened ties drink cold beer and eat yakitori, and the formality of winter tea houses feels very far away. Evenings during summer sometimes extend late into the night, taking advantage of the heat that makes sleep difficult anyway. You've spent countless summer midnights sitting in tea house gardens, listening to the sound of water running over stones in carefully designed streams, watching fireflies drift through the darkness like tiny wandering lanterns. Autumn is your favourite season, though you'd never say this aloud. There's something about the cooling air, the changing colours, and the sense of the year turning toward rest that feels aligned with the essence of geisha culture. The understated elegance, the appreciation for subtle beauty, the awareness of impermanence. These autumn qualities are what you've been training to embody. Your autumn kimonos are deep reds and golds, oranges and browns, and patterns of maple leaves and chrysanthemums. The food at tea houses features chestnuts, persimmons, and mushrooms. The sake is richer and more complex. Everything feels slightly more serious, more contemplative than summer's exuberance or spring's giddy celebration. You perform pieces about falling leaves, about harvest, and about the beauty of things fading. Your conversations with guests turn toward memory and nostalgia. Older patrons tell you about their youth, about Kyoto as it used to be, and about geisha they knew decades ago. You listen with genuine interest because these stories are your profession's history, the living connection to traditions that extend back further than anyone can remember. Winter brings a different kind of beauty, sparse, elegant, focused on negative space and subtle contrasts. Your kimonos are darker, featuring pine branches or plum blossoms on deep blue or black backgrounds. The tea houses are colder despite their heating systems, and there's something luxurious about being warm in a cold room, about the way sake feels going down when you've just come in from frozen streets. New Year is the busiest time, a succession of formal parties and ceremonial events that require you to maintain perfect form while exhaustion accumulates. You perform traditional dances that have been performed every New Year for centuries, wearing kimonos so elaborate they can only be worn once a year, moving through prescribed patterns that connect you to every geisha who's ever performed these same movements in this same season. But there's also beauty in this repetition, this reliability. The seasons turn, the festivals cycle through their appointed times, and the traditional arts persist. In a world that's changing faster than anyone can fully process, there's something stabilising about traditions that remain constant, about performing rituals that your great-grandmother would recognise, that your potential great-granddaughter might someday perform. What outsiders don't understand about the Hanamachi is that it's less a geographic location than a complex web of relationships, obligations, and unspoken understandings that govern every aspect of professional and personal life. You exist within this web constantly, aware of its influence even when it's invisible. The okiya where you live is the centre of your world, but it's not home in the conventional sense. It's more like a company or a guild, a business entity run by your okasan, who has invested considerable money in your training and who expects returns on that investment. Your relationship with her is simultaneously familial and financial, affectionate and transactional. She worries about your well-being the way a mother might, but she also tracks your earnings with a business person's precision. The other geisha in your okiya are colleagues, competitors, and something like sisters, all at once. You've lived with some of them for years, sharing bathrooms and meals and the mundane intimacies of daily life. But you're also aware that you're competing for the same engagements, the same patronage, and the same limited opportunities for advancement. This creates a dynamic that's complicated. You genuinely care about these women while also being aware that their success might come at your expense. Fumiko, the most senior geisha in your okiya, serves as an informal mentor. She's been practicing this profession for 25 years, and she possesses a kind of weathered wisdom about how to navigate its complexities. She's the one who taught you how to manage difficult guests without causing offence, how to cultivate long-term patrons, and how to save money despite the profession's expenses. She's also the one who occasionally drinks too much and confesses fears about aging in a profession that prizes youth, about what happens when you're too old to work but not old enough to retire. The younger Maiko look up to you with a mixture of admiration and assessment, trying to determine whether you're someone worth emulating. You remember being in their position, watching the established geisha with hungry attention, trying to decode the secrets of success. Now you're the one being watched, and the responsibility feels heavier than you expected. Beyond your own okiya, the Hanamachi contains dozens of other houses, each with its own hierarchy and dynamics. You know Geisha from other okiya, some are friends, some are merely acquaintances, and some are rivals. You run into them at lessons, at tea houses, and at the occasional social gatherings that happen within the community. There's a complex etiquette governing these interactions, a delicate balance of professional courtesy and competitive awareness. The ochaya, the tea houses where you work, are run by formidable women who act as gatekeepers to the profession. An oka-san who likes you will call on you regularly, recommend you to important patrons, and give you opportunities that advance your career. One who doesn't will freeze you out, and there's very little you can do about it except try to win back her favour through impeccable behaviour and skillful performance. Your teachers exist in a different category entirely, respected authorities whose approval matters deeply, but whose relationship with you is purely pedagogical. They care about your artistic development, but not your financial success, your technical mastery, but not your personal happiness. This single-minded focus on craft can feel cold sometimes, but it's also clarifying. In a profession full of complex relationships, your teachers provide straightforward expectations. Practice, improve, and honour the traditions you've inherited. Then there are the patrons, the guests who request your company, who pay for your time, and who sometimes develop ongoing relationships that last years. These relationships are perhaps the most complicated of all, existing in a carefully maintained ambiguity between friendship and transaction, genuine affection and professional obligation. Some patrons are simply customers, people who enjoy your company for an evening but with whom you share no particular connection. Others become something like friends, people you genuinely enjoy spending time with, whose conversations you find interesting, and who treat you with respect and consideration. And occasionally, rarely, there are patrons who want more, who develop feelings that exceed the appropriate bounds of the geisha-patron relationship. Navigating these situations requires enormous skill. You must discourage romantic attachment without causing offence, maintain emotional distance without appearing cold, and make guests feel special while preserving clear boundaries. It's a balancing act that sometimes feels impossible, and you don't always get it right. You've made mistakes, been too warm when you should have been professional, too distant when someone needed kindness. Each mistake taught you something and refined your understanding of where exactly those boundaries lie. The Hanamachi also includes people you rarely see but who are essential to its functioning. The dressers who help with kimono and obi, the hairdressers who create and maintain those elaborate styles, the makeup artists who can transform a face in minutes, the shamisen makers and kimono designers and sandal craftsmen whose skills enable your performance. All of these people exist in orbit around the geisha, supporting the entire elaborate structure, and underlying everything are the unspoken rules, the traditional hierarchies, and the ways things have always been done. You learn these through observation and occasional correction, absorbing a complex social code that governs behaviour in every situation. When to speak, and when to listen. How to pour sake for guests of different statuses. The appropriate way to greet a senior geisha versus a junior one. What topics are acceptable for conversation, and which should be avoided. Breaking these rules, even inadvertently, can have consequences that ripple through the community. A careless comment can damage a reputation that took years to build. A violation of etiquette can result in subtle ostracism, opportunities drying up, and doors closing. The social control is powerful precisely because it's diffuse, enacted not through explicit punishment but through the collective withdrawal of support. Yet within these constraints, there's also a kind of freedom. Because the rules are so clearly defined, you know exactly where you stand. Because the community is so tightly knit, you're never alone. Because the traditions are so strong, you don't have to constantly reinvent yourself or figure out how to live. The path is already laid out, tested by generations of women who walked it before you. The most common question you hear from visitors, are geisha the same as prostitutes? The question is asked with varying degrees of tact, sometimes genuinely curious, sometimes with a knowing leer that makes your professional smile feel like hard work. The answer is no, definitively no, but the explanation is more complex than a simple negation. Historically, the boundaries between geisha and courtesans were sometimes blurry, particularly in the Edo period when both professions existed within the same pleasure quarters, but the distinction was always meaningful. Courtesans sold sex and geisha sold artistic skill and sophisticated companionship. That this distinction has been lost in Western imagination says more about Western assumptions than about actual geisha practice. Modern geisha are artists and entertainers, period. You've spent years training in music, dance and conversation. You work parties, provide entertainment and create atmosphere. Some geisha have patrons who support them financially, and some of these relationships may include romantic or sexual elements, but these are personal choices between adults, not professional obligations. The conflation of geisha with sex work is both historically ignorant and actively offensive to women who've dedicated their lives to preserving traditional arts. Another misconception, that geisha are submissive, passive, and existing only to please men. The reality is considerably more complex. Yes, your professional role involves pleasing guests, making them comfortable, and facilitating their enjoyment, but this requires enormous skill, intelligence, and social power. You're managing the emotional temperature of a room, reading subtle cues, steering conversations, and exercising considerable control while appearing effortless. The best geisha are often formidable women, shrewd business people, sharp conversationalists, and individuals with strong opinions and impressive knowledge. The performance of feminine grace doesn't negate the intelligence and strength required to execute it. If anything, the ability to appear soft while being strong is itself a kind of power that outsiders frequently underestimate. Then there's the assumption that all geisha are young and beautiful, that aging out of the profession is inevitable. While it's true that maiko, apprentice geisha, are typically teenagers, and that youth is valued, successful geisha can work well into middle age and beyond. What you lose in youthful beauty you gain in skill, reputation, and the depth that comes from decades of practice. Some of the most sought-after geisha are women in their 40s and 50s, respected for their artistry and conversational abilities rather than their appearance. People also imagine the hanamachi as frozen in time, completely unchanged since the Edo period. This fantasy of preservation is appealing but false. Yes, traditional elements persist. The kimono, the arts, the tea houses, but the profession has evolved continuously. Modern geisha use smartphones, follow social media, and adapt to changing economic realities. The hanamachi isn't a museum exhibit. It's a living community that maintains traditional arts while existing in contemporary Japan. The romantic notion of geisha as exotic flowers, mysterious and unknowable, is equally problematic. You're not a fantasy or a cultural artifact. You're a working professional in a demanding artistic field. Your life includes beauty and tradition, but also exhaustion, financial stress, interpersonal drama, and all the mundane struggles of any career. The exoticization strips away your humanity, reducing you to an aesthetic object rather than recognizing you as a complete person. There's also confusion about the economics of the profession. People assume all geisha are wealthy, or conversely, that they're all trapped in debt to their okiya. The reality is varied. Some geisha are financially successful, particularly those with generous long-term patrons. Others struggle, particularly younger ones still paying off their training debts. The profession offers potential for financial stability, but no guarantees, and the expenses, kimono, lessons, hairdressing, makeup are considerable. What frustrates you most is when people project their own cultural assumptions onto the profession without attempting to understand it on its own terms. Western critics sometimes condemn geisha culture as inherently oppressive or patriarchal, while Western enthusiasts romanticize it as pure and traditional. Both perspectives miss the actual complexity of women's lives within this profession. The genuine artistry, the real constraints, and the complicated negotiations between tradition and modernity, autonomy and expectation. You've learned to handle these misunderstandings with grace, providing patient explanations to genuinely curious people while declining to engage with those who've already decided what you must be. It's exhausting sometimes, being constantly misrepresented, having to defend your profession against assumptions based on movies or novels or complete ignorance. but it's also part of the work. Maintaining the tradition requires educating people about what that tradition actually is, correcting misconceptions, and asserting the legitimacy and value of these arts. Late at night, when the makeup is off and the kimono is put away, you sometimes wonder how much longer this world will exist. The hanamachi is shrinking, fewer maiko entering the profession, fewer tea houses operating, and fewer patrons willing to pay for traditional entertainment when modern alternatives are cheaper and more accessible. The math is simple and troubling. More geisha retiring than entering, expenses rising, income uncertain, and the entire elaborate structure becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. You've watched Ochaya close, their buildings converted to restaurants or boutique hotels. You've seen skilled geisha leave the profession for more stable careers. You've attended farewell parties for women who could no longer justify the financial and personal costs of continuing. The attrition is gradual but steady, and each loss diminishes the community a little more. Part of the problem is economic. Training a geisha requires enormous investment, years of lessons in music, dance, tea ceremony, flower arrangement, and etiquette. The kimono alone costs thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands for formal occasions. Maintaining a traditional ukiyo in historic Kyoto with all its associated expenses is increasingly difficult, and the number of people willing to pay premium prices for traditional entertainment is declining as Japanese culture becomes more westernized, more casual, and less interested in elaborate formality. But economics isn't the only issue. The profession also requires personal sacrifices that fewer young women are willing to make. The rigid rules, the constant performance, the subordination of personal life to professional demands, the limited privacy, the public scrutiny. These aspects of geisha life are increasingly incompatible with modern expectations of individual autonomy and work-life balance. You understand why young women choose other paths. You've questioned your own choices, wondered what your life might have been if you'd pursued a conventional career, a conventional relationship, or conventional measures of success. The counterfactuals are endless and ultimately pointless, but they visit you sometimes in quiet moments, ghosts of unlived lives, roads not taken. Yet even while acknowledging these challenges, you find yourself unable to imagine the hanamachi disappearing entirely. These arts, these traditions, this entire elaborate cultural performance, it seems impossible that something so beautiful, so refined, so deeply embedded in Japanese cultural identity could simply cease to exist. But history is full of traditions that seemed permanent until they weren't, and practices that appeared eternal until they vanished, leaving only memories and museum exhibits. What will remain if the hanamachi dies? Perhaps the arts will survive in different contexts. Shamisen music in concert halls, traditional dance in cultural centres, and tea ceremony as a hobby rather than a profession. Perhaps scholars will study geisha culture the way they study other historical phenomena, preserving knowledge even as living practice disappears. Perhaps nothing will survive except photographs and films and stories, evidence that this strange and beautiful world once existed. You try not to think about this too much. Try to focus on the present moment, on your next performance, your next lesson, and the continuous work of maintaining your skills and honouring your commitments. But the uncertainty shadows everything, adds a bittersweet quality to even the most perfect evenings, and makes you acutely aware that each performance might be contributing to the final chapter of a tradition that has survived for centuries but might not survive much longer. Some nights, after particularly successful engagements, you allow yourself hope. The guests were engaged, appreciative, and moved by the performance. The younger Maiko showed real talent and genuine dedication. The arts felt vital, necessary, and worth preserving. These moments suggest possibility, suggest that maybe the tradition will adapt and survive, finding new forms and new audiences while maintaining essential continuity with the past. Other nights, the decline feels inevitable. You see the empty seats at performances, the younger generations on their smartphones even during traditional ceremonies, and the general cultural drift away from formality and toward casual informality. You wonder if you're part of the last generation, if the woman who will eventually close the final ukiyo has already been born, and if you're all collectively performing a beautifully executed but ultimately futile resistance against historical, change, the truth you suspect lies somewhere between catastrophe and preservation. The Hanamachi will likely continue to shrink, will probably never regain its former prominence, but may persist in diminished form, maintained by dedicated practitioners and supported by a small but committed audience that values traditional arts. Perhaps this is enough, not the glorious continuation you might wish for, but survival nonetheless. A thin thread connecting past to future. You've made peace, mostly, with not knowing how the story ends. Your role isn't to save the entire tradition single-handedly, or to solve the profession's existential challenges. Your role is smaller and more achievable, to practice your arts as well as you can, to honour the teachers who trained you, to pass knowledge on to whoever comes after you, and to create beautiful moments that justify themselves regardless of what comes next. And so you continue, waking to the sound of water being poured, studying your instruments, transforming yourself into art, performing for audiences that may or may not understand what they're witnessing, and returning each night to your simple room, where you strip away the layers and remember who you are beneath them. The cycle repeats day after day, season after season, a ritual of refinement that persists because you persist, because beauty deserves to exist even in a world that increasingly questions its value, because some traditions are worth maintaining, even when their future is uncertain, because this is the life you've chosen, and these are the arts you love, and that has to be enough. Whether the Hanamachi survives another century or only another decade, whether you're part of a living tradition, or its final witnesses, whether anyone remembers or whether it all disappears like cherry blossoms in the rain, beautiful and brief and already becoming memory even as you live it. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next, a cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party. except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd use to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the Roaring Twenties, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, then keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time, and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products. They were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of the day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. The Charleston was the signature move, all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors, they were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers, they were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life, and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value, based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, and while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food, but when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use. but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available, and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets, and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. Something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction, or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism, and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle, and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio, and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realised that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever.